In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
No, Grand Rising, Grand Rising. I apologize for that. Thank you guys for being here. Here we are, the last week of 2025. Didn't 2025 just barrel through here? So much happened in such a short year. This year just sped through for me personally, and a whole lot of stuff happened. But I wouldn't say it was all good stuff. I would just say a whole lot of stuff happened. Um, Very Carrie, thank you for being here. It is good to see you. Guess who I saw this weekend? Very Carrie. I saw Choreo Lover. Yes, I saw Choreo Lover. Oh, no. What is she bargaining for? Here she comes. Hey, mama. Hey, boo boo. Okay, excuse me. Yeah, so I saw Choreo Lover uh, in the chat uh, here and there. Yes, she is back. She said that she had, she felt that, yeah, she's good and she's back. Yes, she is. Hold on 1 second. Let me play something in the interim. No, she left. I guess she left. Are you coming or what? These dang on dogs. Now, we have a lot going on. I know you guys know we have so much going on. Let me get to some things. Do I want to go back down memory lane? Let me sing like Minnie Riperton. Y'all want to hear me? Ooh, 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 ooh. I don't want to go. Da, 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 da. Faster than this, faster than the speed of sound. Back down memory lane. Oh, okay. I better not try that. I, I am not known to be a good singer, if you've noticed. But understand, you can't tell me something I already know. So where have we been to here? Uh, 45, 47 been tricking off with Vladimir. A whole lot of whoring around. I wonder what Vladimir has on 45, 47. I do believe that he has some blackmail worthy material on 45, 47. Uh, Now, 45, 47 cut healthcare. He cut food stamps. He also turned off food stamps during the government shutdown. And as of next week, up to 25 million people are expected to lose their health care. However, don't be dismayed. He has said that he is going to present a grand ballroom on the scale of what? On the scale of the ballroom that is in St. Petersburg, Russia. He showed you renderings of the grand ballroom that he's building for the elite in the United States. So, if you're hungry, chew on that. He said, let you eat cake, however, while he sits in his ballroom. What else happened? Uh, that happens all the time with Marco Rubio. Um, let's not forget, he says he's going to build some tunnels. He's going to build these tunnels, and he's going to call them Trump tunnels or something like that. Uh, and they will put the tunnels in Paris to shame. These arches, as it were. So, where did he get this idea from? Who was the last authoritarian figure who had the idea of putting arches up? And he also showed a rendering to his people to impress upon them how important he was. He was going to build arches as well, but you know, old dirt here. He just had a couple of little small uh, uh, what do you call that? Lego style replicas of his arches. So, what else happened? The rich have gotten richer. Uh, the rich have gotten richer. The United States has gotten more isolated from all our friends. Um, Basically, 45, 47, thinks that he is the grand dictator of the United States. And how can we forget the waste, fraud, and abuse lie? The waste, fraud, and abuse. But billionaires in 45, 47 family is getting so much richer off of the United States money, off of the treasury, off of contracts, off of government welfare. You know, that government welfare that they speak so badly about, that they frown upon all the time. Our government is paying a whole lot of government welfare. So what else? What else do I have for you? How can we forget this billionaire who came into office with the president to do this, cut waste, fraud, and abuse? What did he do? He cut jobs. People lost their jobs, which means they have probably lost a lot of things. Their health care, because jobs are connected with health care in the United States. Over 300,000 people, black women. Now, What does it matter to black people? If you're a black person, they're estimating that there has been over 1 million job losses. Not no, no. Is that no 1 million job losses in total? I believe that is. Now let me play this for you. I gotta find it first because I definitely want you to have this information. Um, while unemployment is up 4 point something, uh, it is up 8.3 for black people. 8.7 for black women, and I believe 8.8 here. I don't have to muddle up the facts. Let me play this for you, so I don't have to muddle up the facts. I found what I was looking for. I think it's 8.7 for black men and 8.6 for black women.
Us with the nasty attitude. What the blank did we have to lose voting for him? Well, the losses are piling up, folks, because now we can add about 1 million black jobs to that list. So why is this such a big deal? Well, obviously, it's going to impact millions of black families, including children. And if we back up and add some context to this, if we go back to April 2023, what we'll see is under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we hit a historic milestone. The national unemployment rate was 3.4%. That was the lowest in American history. And for us African Americans, the black unemployment rate dropped to 4.8%. That was the lowest recorded rate for black people ever. Now, if we come back to today, we're not even a full year into Trump's second term, and that 3.4% for the nation is gone. The 4.8% for black Americans is also gone, wiped away. Today, listen to this carefully. Today, the black unemployment rate is 8.3%. When Trump took office in January, it was 6.5%. That means in less than 1 year, the black unemployment rate has spiked by almost 2 percentage points. And for black men, it's up to 7.6%. For black women, 7.3%. And here's the part that should really make your blood boil. Whites and Asians, their unemployment rates have remained low and steady. And that gap is widening. So we're the only ones crashing, which means our job losses are structural and they're surgical. In other words, we're being targeted. It's not Latinos taking black jobs. It's the anti-black, anti-civil rights, anti-DEI policies of Project 2025. And here's the irony. We watched an increasing number of black men reject and ridicule the black Asian woman and put their hope in white supremacy. Now, folks, that was the worst economic miscalculation in American history. Thankfully, most black men did not make that mistake. So again, when Trump asked, what did we have to lose? The list is getting longer and longer and longer by the month, including now almost 1 million black jobs. Let me share with you some black unemployment rates that the media is not even talking about. They're overlooking it. It's like we're invisible. Let me start out by asking you, do you remember when Donald Trump stood on the stage and asked us with a nasty attitude, what the blank did we have to lose voting for him? Well, the losses are piling up, folks, because
How long has my mic been muted? Please don't tell me my mic been muted this whole time. No, it couldn't have been muted this whole time. Oh my God. Oh, I feel like just shutting down and just starting all over again. Oh my God. Thank you, Kiva. Oh my God. I have gone. Okay. Hold on. Let me get my thoughts together. Okay, I'm back. Okay. So, thank you, Kiva. Uh, I was wondering why you were waving. I was like, I spoke already. Okay. She's back. Okay. That I guess that was. Oh, you're talking about Corey Lover. Okay. Okay. So where I gave you a gist of the year. Uh, I was on the wars. Let's start from where we are. Uh, Will the rest of the world get sick of Trump and strike the U.S. back? We have been striking Somalia since his first month in office. A lot of people did not realize this. I reported on this. These strikes that he was striking in the mountain regions of Somalia. We have been striking in Yemen, and then we just quit striking all of the sudden. You notice how all of a sudden we quit striking in Yemen. All of that was behind Israel. We also have been striking in Venezuela, and then we took our asses over to Iran after Israel struck Iran, and we then strike Iran. Why does it seem like your president is being told what to do or else? Now, Netanyahu is supposed to be visiting 4547 at Mar-a-Lago. The day after Zelensky has visited Mar-a-Lago. So when Zelensky came to Mar-a-Lago, he had no hesitations to meet Zelensky, to take him to that dank ballroom where he had procured all of the secrets. Oh, M. Renee, it's been a while. Happy New Year's. All of the secrets, the United States secrets. It is always good to see you, M. Renee. So, um, he had no one from his cabinet meet Zelensky. Marco Rubio didn't go meet him. No one from the cabinet. I think the ambassador for Ukraine was the one who greeted Zelensky. Now, he had sat up there in this meeting with Zelensky, and he said that, um, well, now understand Zelensky is supposed to be our ally. We're supposed to be their ally. Russia is the invading force of a sovereign nation. You know, you Now, isn't it funny that they always want to talk about the culture? It's black culture, that stuff that they steal everything they can from, and then try to act as if they're disgusted by our culture. But uh, when you ask them what is their culture, they can't say anything particular about their own culture. Well, let's get particular about their own culture, because we see these two white nations over there with one nation being invaded. That is their culture. That is white culture. To trounce on another sovereign nation and try to steal their land. We know that that is their culture, but they try to make you feel bad about your culture when you can't keep anything in your culture because they're so busy stealing it and trying to regenderify it and to try to pretend like they created it. See, that's why people, I want you to understand, it's like your melanin. I, they admire everything about you down to your toenails, everything. Your whole culture is what they want so badly. You know, nothing nothing on this earth is new. These are old tactics, and I really cannot stand the fact that so many people fall into these old tactics. I hate that people treat themselves less than among certain people. I hate that people fall into these old tactics. I hate that people don't have enough within them to teach these young people coming up. But if you look around, they don't have it within themselves. So, can you imagine how some of these children are being raised? What some of these children think about themselves? Why do you think that they are trying to erase Black history? Because you cannot have any pride if you don't think you're somebody. You cannot have any pride if you think you came from a bunch of losers. They we have 28 days, some every 4 years, 29 days to respect, to learn, to teach. Well, we have 365 days, but there were 29 days a month dedicated to Black history. Black history. Now, I used to. Go live in a Black section of YouTube. I don't recall. I do recall. I recall one other YouTuber doing a report on Black history on those few 29 days. I saw a lot of Black people trying to give out people's personal information. I saw a lot of talking about special needs children. I am not even surprised at people trying to victimize you about a death of a relative as if they were the one who took their lives. All of this pride in talking dumb stuff. But I hear no talk of uh, expanding our history to know that we are not the scum that is being represented in portions of YouTube where anybody can come and see you wallowing in ignorance. I don't see that too much. I see a whole lot of pride in bullshit. But I don't see a whole lot of pride in letting others know and your children know who you are and what you come from and what you have contributed to American society. And we're not talking about fashion. We're not talking about music. We're not talking about dancing. We're not talking about any anything in entertainment. We're talking about things in engineering that no one wants to let you know that you've created. We're talking about important things that you use to this day. So, hey, the bushes. I know. I know. So, to be quite now now we have a dummy in here. Hi, racist. How can a Black person be racist? What can a Black person prevent another race of people from attaining? I'll wait. See, to be a racist, you have to have power to prevent another race of people. Like the redlining that went on, like the slavery that went on, like the Jim Crow that went on. See, that's racism. And you can never recreate the word racist or racism You guys try to be victims of racism, just like the EEOC has come out with a notice about the poor white man who has been discriminated on his job to file a claim with EEOC, and we will give you a job since we have fired all of these black women, black men from jobs behind the DEI policy that we want to come and tell you that was racist, that they would have a opportunity to finally get the jobs that they were qualified for. And since they got a job that they were qualified for, you're unqualified as we want to tell you that you were discriminated against. Okay. Hey, Kimberly Black, Grand Rising. It is good to see you. Okay, so where was I? The war in Ukraine. Now, even Zelensky had to just nod his head when he was listening at this at 45:47. Tell him now. Zelensky has always said that he was open for a ceasefire, but there had to be some conditions. You had to show me that Vladimir Putin was really serious about this ceasefire. And uh, Vladimir Putin gave nothing. All of this time in this negotiation, he gave nothing. At this time, right now, Ukraine is being pummeled in Kiev, everywhere by Russia's missiles. They're being pummeled by missiles, and they usually are being pummeled by missiles whenever Zelensky come to the United States, to show you how unserious Vladimir Putin is. But 4547 wants to stand up in a press conference yesterday and tell Zelensky that Russia wants the best for them. A reporter asked him a question: do you think that Russia will help Ukraine rebuild? And he's let me let me show you what he said. And the way Zelensky's eyes rolled in his head, he was like, yeah. He said he wants the best. I believe that Vladimir wants the best for Ukraine. And when this is all over, he's going to give him energy, and he's gonna sell him energy at a low price. So you mean to tell me that he will be taking the land where they were getting their energy from, and then they will have to pay Putin to get their energy? Is that what you're saying? I think that's what he's saying. I really think that's what he's saying. Let's see the look on. Let's see the look on. Uh, Here we go. Let me share this with you. Let's see the look on Zelensky's face when he get this bullshit thrown at him. This man really think that we should take him seriously. This is your president of the United States, who has not one bad a word, because I forgot, that's their nature, to just go into other people's land and take over their land and colonize their land. So now they're colonizing each other because their nature is so bad that you have these white men practicing their colonization on other white nations. You know, it's their nature. You know.
I mean, that is a factual statement. We don't know what he has on Putin. I'm going to show you some emails that perhaps imply that Epstein had talked to Russia about Donald Trump. Could it be that Russia knows more about Epstein than we do? I wouldn't put it past them. Now, Donald Trump was showing his allegiances to Russia when he met with Zelensky earlier today at Mar-a-Lago. And I think this is a very worrying situation when we have someone like Republican Mike Turner not able to answer who Donald Trump sides with, Russia a dictatorship or Ukraine a democracy. Worrying stuff. I have some clips from Donald Trump's meeting with Zelensky. Of course, as I said, I have those emails from Epstein, and I have this bitch right here being a coward, being a coward. Coward. Okay, here it is. Oh, real quick. I am, as you can tell, you have been asking, and I am not in my normal spot in DC. I've been on a mini vacation, and so
sovereignty. He's trying to balance these two forces, which is very, very difficult to bring these two parties to peace.
Which side is Trump?
Democracy, liberty, and Russia's on the side of authoritarianism and aggression. Which side is Trump on? Clearly.
Okay. That is not what I wanted. I just remember seeing. Maybe I talked to you about earlier, where Jeffrey Epstein approached someone in the Russia's camp, and he told them that if he wanted to know more about 4547, have Vladimir contact him. Now, if you, the one thing that you may want to notice is that Jeffrey Epstein was in contact with so many government officials with ease. Now, he is rumored. There are rumors out here that he may have been Mossad for Israel, which is kind of like their CIA secret agent for Israel. So that is what this part this is talking about. But
Zelensky.
Here we go.
And her deputy. There are no American officials greeting Zelensky. I don't know if that's something that the mainstream media would tell you, but this is just a sign of.
So there's no military on their knees spreading out the red carpet as they did for Vladimir Putin. I want you to notice as well.
Of how they really do think of Ukraine. Because remember, Russia and Putin literally got the red carpet. Donald Trump waiting for him like a dog. And this is what Ukraine gets? It's abysmal. Senator Chris Murphy said this because Donald Trump had a 2-hour conversation with Putin after this meeting with Zelensky. And he said, it's important to know the play Russia is running. Likely a subject of this call, they are proposing to put billions in the pockets of Trump's corporate and billionaire allies if Trump sells out Ukraine in a bogus peace deal. That certainly seems to be where it's heading, isn't it? Like when you have the president of a democracy coming for a peace deal, and you treat him like this. Now, we also learned, too, that Zelensky has agreed to new concessions in this 20-point peace plan, and Putin has not agreed to one. Not one. Donald Trump said this, and this went instantly viral. You'll see why.
So in your conversation with President Putin, did you discuss what responsibility Russia will have for any kind of reconstruction of Ukraine post an agreement?
I did. They're going to be helping. Russia's going to be helping. Russia wants...
They're going to be helping. Russia's going to be helping. They want the best for Ukraine. I want you to pay attention to Zelensky face when he says this.
To see Ukraine succeed. Once it sounds...
Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed. Really? Oh, is that right? This... do you think that this is a sane man that is coming before the press who said Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed when Russia is in a war with Ukraine? So what are you saying? Russia wants to see Ukraine win the war? What the fuck are you saying? So he think that whatever he says, it doesn't matter what he says. You have to buy it. Where do they make people like this? Don't even try to make sense out of the nonsense that's going on. Just because I say it and I put my hand up and I figure around and I give you certain body language, you must believe it. Let's continue.
A little strange, but I was explaining to the president, see, they're going to be helping. Russia's going to be helping. Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed. Once it sounds a little strange, but I was explaining to the president, President Putin was very generous in his feeling toward Ukraine succeeding, including supplying.
If he was very generous, he wouldn't have to Ukraine succeeding. He wouldn't have invaded Ukraine. Are we serious?
Energy, electricity, and other things at very low prices.
Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed. Now, what you couldn't see in that clip was Zelensky's face when he said that, when Trump said that.
Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed. Once it sounds a little strange, but I was explaining to the president.
Honestly,
he said, "Yeah, it sounds a little strange. Yeah, Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed. You see him, his eyebrows go up like, oh, really? Oh, really? A whole clown that we have in the Oval Office. A whole fucking
honestly,
clown.
I don't know how this
Russia
was Zelensky's face when he said that, when Trump said that.
Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed. Once it sounds a little strange.
Oh, yeah?
But I was explaining to the president.
Yeah, it does sound
honestly,
strange. Yeah,
honestly,
it does
I don't know
sound
how
strange.
this man puts up with.
This is who is on the world stage. Now, let's see what was going on in Ukraine during Zelensky being in the United States.
Donald Trump says Putin wants Ukraine to succeed. This is literally from yesterday, what Putin and Russia did to Ukraine. Does this look like Putin wants Ukraine to succeed? No, of course not. Tom Nichols said Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed, quoting Trump, and he also said Trump actually said this. This might be one of the stupidest things he's ever said, a true Hall of Fame entry. Now, here's what one user said, and I think this is true. Putin has the Epstein files. It's the only explanation for Trump's endless groveling subservience to the Russian dictator. And Tom Nichols says, that's not it, and it's a needlessly complicated explanation for it. It's a simple problem that Trump is just afraid of Putin and respects and admires him at the same time.
Tom Nichols is wrong. I think Greg Cantwell is correct. Putin has the Epstein files. It's the only explanation for Trump's endless groveling and subservience to the Russian dictator. That is my opinion. We see that there are two different opinions. You may choose to have your own. But do you think that this will endure the United States government to any nation when you have your president out here talking nonsense about a country that invaded a sovereign nation that is supposed to be our allies? Do you think that we have any allies left after this is the position that your president has taken about a dictator, a known dictator, in invading their nation? Okay, that's why I entitled. Is there any more? Go over into my description box. This is linked in my description box under Russia. Let me make sure there isn't a few more things that I wanted to share with you.
I disagree with Tom on that one. I do think what we have with this reporting here, that there is definitely something there. Jeffrey Epstein, this is Politico, claimed he gave Russians insight into Trump. Nearly a month before President Donald Trump met Russian leader Vladimir Putin in Helsinki in 2018, Jeffrey Epstein attempted to pass a message to Russia's top diplomat. If you want to understand Trump, talk to me. Quote, I think you might suggest to Putin that Lavrov can get insight on talking to me. Epstein wrote in a June 24, 2018 email to Thorbjørn Jagland, Jesus Christ, that name, a former prime minister of Norway who was leading the Council of Europe at the time of the exchange. Goes on to say here, Trump later posted on Truth Social, Democrats are trying to bring up the Jeffrey Epstein hoax again because they'll do anything at all to deflect on how badly they've done on the shutdown. He was referring to the government shutdown a couple of months ago. And I said this yesterday, I'm going to say it again. If this is a hoax, why are you trying to keep the hoax from coming out? And someone pointed this out.
Okay, go over there and see. There's a little bit more he's going to read. I don't want to play all his commentary. I just want to show the story from Politico.
Treasury Secretary was asking, it doesn't make sense. Now, even Larry Summers from the former Clinton administration Treasury Secretary was asking Epstein, I don't know why everyone had this goddamn person's email address, but he said, do the Russians have stuff on Trump? Today was appalling, even by his standards. So it is a question worth asking. And we don't know whether or not Epstein had something on Trump. And if he gave it to Russia, it certainly would appear the way that Donald Trump treats Ukraine and treats Putin, that there is some there. And just to put salt in Donald Trump's wound, this is what Russia.
Thank God I did not end before. This is what Russia put out the day that they met, the morning before Zelensky and 4547 met. So if you don't think that this president is being played like a fucking fiddle, before Zelensky and 4547 met, this is what Putin put out, on Sputnik, Russian television. You know how 4547 put bullshit out on Truth Social, like Obama being handcuffed and taken to the ground and in a jail cell, all that they think is cute. This is what Russia thought it would be cute to put out, not on their personal social media account, but on all of Russian TV.
Released today, just before Donald Trump's big boy meeting with Zelensky.
Now, China, Russia, and India, all parts of BRICS. You see the American dollar went crashing and was destroyed, if you don't know what that means. Let's continue.
Not war, just peace, forever, forever, forever.
Why is everyone so cringe? Even Putin, like why are you releasing this AI cringe? The kicker is that he gives Zelensky handcuffs. That's someone who wants Ukraine to succeed. That's what Putin released.
That he wants Ukraine to do so well. Let me see if you guys. Let me see. Trump graduated from the Beef Sector University, degree in lies, false narratives, and deflection, magna cum laude. Oh my God. Trump tells so much lies. That's for me to listen to him. I have to be a human lie detector every time he opens his mouth. Hey, Z Sarah, it is good to see you. They are rare and they are few. Shout out to all the new subscribers. Indeed, I thank you for subscribing. Come back again. I do this all week long. I'll be here all week, except for Thursday. I will not be here on New Year's Day. Feel free to join the conversation. If you would like to, who said anything about open borders fixing anything? So, who was even talking about open borders? Can you tell me who talked about a border? Uh, can you tell me who talked about immigration? So who would be the stupid person? Yourself? Yourself? Who talked about fixing anything? I talked about facts on what's going on the ground. What does open borders have to do with Zelensky? So if the borders are closed, if it's a sovereign nation, it's okay for another country to invade that country. So it seems like you can't talk about what we're talking about, but you want to talk about open borders as we're talking about Russia invading a sovereign nation. Stupid. Stay on task. Stay on topic, or get tossed. Okay. Let's continue. Yes, come back again. Let's continue. What else did I want to talk about? Okay, so uh, he's been striking since he's been in the office. He struck Somalia. His first within his first month here as being the new president, he's struck Yemen. He struck Iran. He struck all of these uh, fishing boats with a motor with lawnmower engines. He's struck and killed all of these people without the approval of Congress to do any of these strikes. He did not have to have the approval to make the strikes in Yemen because those that approval had already been given to Biden administration. That's the only one he didn't have to get approval for. Let's be clear. Open borders. Why not talk about adult Caucasian males with open flies standing over helpless children? They want to talk about something that we absolutely are not talking about. The run trick ponies of it all. Okay, so, okay, so them verticals draws all types of weirdos, but it also draws people who want to hear about the news as well. And if you want to see that first link that I showed you about what it has caused Black Americans to have this man in office, that is the first link that I showed you for those who arrived later than the Black losses. It is also in my description box under Black losses under this administration. So now he also struck Iran. And why does that matter? And this is why I am telling you most of our allies have gone other places like Canada, Mexico, and a lot of the European Union are also going other places as well. So why am I talking about this? Let me share my screen with you just in case you are unaware of what Iran recently said. I'm going to make you aware. Uh, Here we go, right here. Yes, this is sharing. This article is from Politico. Iran at war with the West and Israel, says Iranian's president. Iran is at war with the United States, Israel, and Europe. Iran President Mossad, I can't pronounce his last name, Pishakan said Saturday, months after President 4547 ordered strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. In my opinion, we are in a full-fledged war with America, Israel, and Europe. They do not want our country to stand on its feet, he said Saturday in an interview on the website Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Israel, a supreme leader. Hold on. Pikishan statement came with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu readying a visit to the United States this weekend for a confab with 45-47 on Iran. Trump strikes in June marked a inflection point in a already 2-week-long armed conflict between Iran and Israel, now dubbed the 12-Day War, which the president helped end with a ceasefire late in June. But with the White House resuming its policy of crippling sanctions against Tehran upon Trump's return to the Oval Office in January, the strife is far from over. Begins, whatever his name is, because the leader of Iran said, I cannot figure out his name. Here they are besieging us from every aspect. They are putting us in they are putting us in difficulty and constraint, creating problems in terms of livelihood, culturally, politically, and security wise, while raising society's expectations, he said. On one side, they block our sales, our exchanges, our trade, and on the other side, expectations in society have risen. Consequently, we must all help with all of our might to fix the country. The White House and Israeli embassy both did not immediately respond to a request for comment on his comments. Now, hold on. Okay, I apologize. Uh, uh, Frank Rice, I hope you have subscribed. I really hope you have subscribed. Okay. So if you don't know that Iran is on a war footing with the United States. If you don't know, now if you have any sense, you do know that President Obama had Iran agree to a non-proliferation deal that they would not enrich uranium for a nuclear weapons program. And as soon as 45-47 came into office behind an educated, qualified black man, what did this insecure man do? He tore up the treaty and he ended the treaty. Now, that was in his first term. So in his second term, Israel, who has always been all the way back to the 90s, have been out here saying Iran is proliferating weapons, and they'll have a weapons in 3 or 6 months. They'll have a weapon in 2 to 4 months. They have been saying this since the 90s. So now that the agreement was torn up in his first term, now in his second term, who comes running? Iran is going to have a nuclear weapon in a couple of weeks and a couple of months, and we need to strike them. And then here come this unqualified, insecure man goes over there upon Netanyahu's beckoning and strikes your Iran. And he wants to tell you that they obliterated all of their nuclear facilities, and it's a done deal. Even when our own government agencies who job it is to make sure that has been done, they said they can't say that all of Iran's nuclear uh, nuclear facilities were damaged beyond repair. And then 45, 47 got in his feelings. I said it was all destroyed. I said it was all destroyed. That was, I think it was in June that we struck Iran. Now here we are in December. Here we are in December, talking about making more strikes on Iran. So understand that Netanyahu is supposed to be here to talk about phase 2 and the peace agreement between Palestine. But he is going to also be talking about Iran. Of course, he's going to be talking about Iran because there's absolutely no peace in Palestine. That peace agreement was a bunch of bullshit, and they have been striking Palestine and putting bombs and dolls, putting bombs in food and leaving food cans of food that's full of bombs. Ever since this war has been declared, a a peace treaty has been declared between Israel and the Palestinian people. A peace treaty that was not signed by Hamas nor Netanyahu. But they have not been reporting on this. They are acting like, oh, we're at phase 2. At phase 2 is when they're supposed to have create some I forget what they call designate who was it, Prime Minister of England, Aziz Sarah know who I'm talking about. And I didn't know his reputation. What is his name again? I see his. Oh, God. I keep on wanting to say. And Donald Trump and one other guy, they're supposed to be the peace advisors or something. How does Donald Trump have time to be a peace advisor to a place that's still in the middle of a genocide? But they're supposed to be their peace advisor. You know, they're trying to get to the next stage of building the Mecca over there in Palestine after they get rid of all the people and all the rubble. They are trying to get to the next phase of making their big tech city for billionaires on the bones of the Palestinians. Tony Blair, thank you. Tony Blair. Tony Blair and 45, 47. Now, Netanyahu says that he wants to talk about Iran. He doesn't want to talk about phase 2. What do you want to talk about Iran for? It is reported that Tony Blair is trying to get the United States to strike Iran. Not Tony Blair, that Benjamin Netanyahu is trying to get the United States to strike Iran again. So now it was months ago. It was months ago. I think it was in February or March that I gave you the reporting that I got from Ken Klippenstein that let me find this, that the United States and Israel were doing some flyovers very close to Iran. You remember I gave you this story? I'm going to show you where I got this story from. Ken Klippenstein. This was months before 45, 47 took our troops over there and struck in Iran. This secret mission that they told no one about. If you're not up on Ken Klippenstein, let me see if I can. Let me see if I can find this quickly. Oh, it don't seem like I can find it quickly. Hold on. I can't search it. It was way back in March. Let me see if I can. Let me see all. Let me tell you where. Uh, but So there, Clint Klippenstein reported that the United States looked like that they were on a war footing and that they were going to make strikes in Iran. And people poo-poo, they're like, oh, come on. Oh, come on. I ran for what? I ran for what? He also told you that our government told us that no, we were just showing Israel how to do to refuel in the air, and we were just doing these types of things in Iran. But that I found out that was not true. They were also flying B-52 bombers, the same bombers that they used to strike Iran. These were the planes that they were flying. I told you about this when this came out. So if you're not subscribed to Ken Klippenstein, he comes up with a whole lot of memos because this was March 19th. March 19th, when he still had Elon Musk out here. Y'all was worried about Elon Musk having his Teslas in the front yard of the White House, while in the meantime, Trump is now at war with Iran. March 17th, the Iran war plan. March 18th and March 19th. This is where I first got this story from. Here we go. If you remember, uh, without the American press even noticing, Donald Trump has started a war with Iran. On February 28th, the U.S. military announced two B-52 heavy bombers flying from an undisclosed location in the Middle East, which I can report is the country of Qatar, dropped bombs on another undisclosed location, Iraq. The message wasn't lost on neighboring Iran, whose state's media warned that the B-52s are nuclear-capable bombers, carrying a message with whose receipt was clear as day: the Islamic Republic of Iran. This is I. But your for-profit media said absolutely nothing about this. This is the actual bombing. Clear as day in the Middle East, perhaps, but not in the U.S., where the show of force was barely reported at all. The Pentagon, masters of obscuring controversial things they are doing behind sleep-induced jargon, insisted that the B-52 exercises were merely to assure regional partnership, to support security and stability in the region, and so on. Then on March 9th, a second bomber demonstration was made. U.S. B-52s flew alongside Israeli fighter jets on a long-range mission, practicing aerial refueling and joint operations. Again, the American press missed the story. Though not the Israeli press, which correctly reported the real purpose of the operation, readying the Israeli military for potential joint strikes with the U.S. on Iran. So while our military said that they were practicing aerial refueling and joint operations, let's see what was reported in the Israeli news. I showed you this as well. Let's see what Israeli reported about these missions. Let me. I clicked that to find out. I reported this to you. Now, let me share my screen. Let's see what the Israelis were reporting. The Times of Israel. In a likely message to Iran, Israeli and U.S. Air Forces carry out joint drill with heavy bomber. This is what the Israeli reported to their people, while your government was lying to you. Okay. The Israeli Air Force held a joint exercise with the U.S. Air Force this week, during which pilots practices operational coordination between the two militaries to enhance their ability to address various regional threats. The drill included Israel F-151, F-351 fighter jets flying alongside a U.S. B-52 bomber, the same bomber that actually bombed Iran upon request of the Israeli government. The exercise aimed to strengthen and maintain the long-standing cooperation between the forces while expanding connectivity and building integrated capabilities for a range of scenarios, the IDF says. A range of scenarios. A wide range of scenarios. The drill is potentially aimed at readying the Israeli military for a potential joint strike with the U.S. on Iran. This was reported in March. The IAF has already carried out 2 strikes on Iran without U.S. support, but would likely need the heavy capabilities of the B-52s to effectively hit Iran's heavily fortified underground nuclear sites. And that is exactly what the United States later did. None of this was reported in your for-profit media of these talking heads that get their script and do not divert from their script. None of this was reported. Now, let me drop this link in the chat for you. Oh. Let me put this in my. Let me put this in my. This is on. This will be about a war. It is in my description box. So I'm gonna put that in my description box. I am also going to put Ken Klippenstein's report way back in March. I found this and I told you about this. So it seems like Netanyahu will be talking about Iran again with 45-47. Do you think that the world is going to continue to let the United States do these strikes on other countries with impunity? Now, let's talk about the main country. Let's talk about Africa. Let's talk about the strikes in Nigeria. Let's talk about the bombing in Nigeria under a ruse about a Christian genocide. Well, since when does a motherfucker who cheats on all of his wives and got the next wife before he's done with the first wife, who was screwing a adult film star moments after his last child was born, care about Christianity? 45-47, when addressing a church, told them to vote, and this would be the last time you have to vote. And in that speech, he said himself that he wasn't a Christian. So why do you think that you're not going to have health care? That people are going to be starving in your home nation? Why do you think that he went over to Nigeria to bomb Nigeria, talking about Christian persecution, when there have been more Muslim killed in the attacks in Nigeria than there have been Christians? That's what they're not telling you. They're not telling you that Muslims mosques have been attacked as well. But I'm telling you this. Now, let me get to some more things that I want to share with you about that. Let me find this. The Now 4547 wrote a disgusting post on his live social post, talking about Merry Christmas and Merry Christmas to the scumbags or something, and I hope and then he ended it with, I hope the dead terrorists have a happy new year, but they won't because they're dead, or something to that effect. This is what this man wrote about striking in a black nation. And the thing about where he struck, they are not having any back and forth between the uh, Muslim and the Christians anyway. He struck in the northwest part of Nigeria. They are having problems in the northeast section of Nigeria, and he didn't strike there. And the people in where he struck are like, what the fuck is going on? Why did we get struck? What do you think that all of this striking is about? You think that he give a fuck about a Christian? Do you think he give a fuck about a Christian? He don't give a damn about no Christian. He give a damn about money and riches and power and all of the riches that Nigeria has. That's what he gives a fuck about. He gives a fuck about letting Peter Thiel and the likes of Elon Musk go in there and harvest all of the rare earth minerals that are in the ground to further enrich themselves. He gives a fuck about stealing the second largest oil reserves that is in Nigeria. You think that this is about Christianity? A whole motherfucking heathen gives a fuck about Christianity? This has nothing to do with Christianity. Okay, let me share a couple of things with you guys. I have a couple of things I want to share with you about the strikes in Nigeria. Okay, let's let's get into this. Let me oh, it's further up. I had to find it right quick. Let me see, 1 second. So what do you guys think about that? Did you guys know about the strike? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you guys knew about the strikes. Okay. So he did this strike on Christmas Day. But let me show you first of all what happened on Christmas Eve. Uh, Understand that he's talking about these strikes that are disproportionately causing a Christian genocide. We know he talked about that white Africana genocide. Now he cares about Christians. But see, what you notice that is different about this alleged Christian genocide that he just decided to strike in Nigeria. When it was a genocide against the white Afrikaners, what did he do with the white Afrikaners? He gave them a pathway to citizenship in the United States. Did he do this for these Christians that he is so concerned about? If he's so concerned about these Christians, did he have to take hundreds of thousand dollar bombs, of dollars worth of warfare to strike because of these Christians? How come he just didn't bring these Christians to America like he did the white Afrikaners? Because these Christians were black. These were black people. So he feels like, do you think that in his bombing of these Christians that were being slaughtered allegedly by Muslim people, do you think that Christians died in this bombing that he was doing to save the Christians? Do you think that the bomb had a anti-Christian, a Christian detective detection that would not allow them to explode on Christian bodies? Do you think that this is about Christianity? Okay, let me show you what happened in Nigeria on Christmas Eve. That is not being reported by your talking heads that are getting paid millions and millions of dollars to tell you about what's going on in the news and how it affects you. Let me, hold on. I may have to.
Red Cross workers cleared victim remains from a
Hold on. Let me, I want to share this. This is going to be under Nigeria.
mosque in Maiduguri, the capital of Nigeria's Red Cross workers cleared victim remains from a mosque in Maiduguri, the capital of Nigeria's Borno state on Thursday, where a suspected suicide bomber detonated an explosive, killing at least 5 worshippers and injuring dozens more. No group has claimed responsibility for Wednesday's attack, which comes amid heightened security concerns in Nigeria's northeast. Islamist insurgents Boko Haram and the faction Islamic State West Africa Province have waged a 15-year campaign of violence, targeting civilians, mosques, and markets in the region. This man told Reuters that people fear another attack and appealed to the government to provide additional security at mosques. The blast
at where? At Church of Gods in Christ or at mosques? Were these Christians or were these Muslim people? But they want you to believe that they people are targeting Christians. Okay, I'm not saying that Christians have not died, but I'm saying that they are targeting everybody. Not based on no religion, based on some type of mob rule. To try to turn this into we're going to strike in a sovereign nation and try to make it seem like everything is genocide. You notice that everything is genocide, but except what's going on in Palestine. So since the world has turned their nose up at the shit that was going on in Palestine, and it got so unpopular with the whole world looking at it, they had to try to orchestrate a fake peace agreement as if everything has stopped over there. And now everywhere else, this dumb president is calling a genocide of things that are not. How many the last time I checked, there were like 70 some white Afrikaners that had come to the United States because of the alleged genocide. The last time I checked, they were looking to move, I think it was 2 million Palestinians that remain out of their region because they were, quote unquote, air quote, fake quotes. They were needed to remove them so they could, make Palestine suitable for them to live because there's really nowhere for those people to live. So, which one's the genocide? Which one is the genocide? They have 50 to 75 people, white Africanos, who were fleeing a genocide. There are more Muslims people who have been uh, who have lost their lives in these attacks in Nigeria. I think I'll get the numbers for you. I will get the numbers. I have the numbers somewhere because I was just so shocked and appalled by this, knowing. When he first came out a couple of weeks ago and talked about this Christian genocide, and then that airhead non-citizen Nicki Minaj, I wish I had known that this bitch came over here illegal. So we know while she's kissing his ass because she don't want ICE to be called on her. As a matter of fact, there is a GoFundMe with over oh, is it 120,000 or 20,000? I think it's 120,000 names. A GoFundMe to have ICE to pick up Nicki Minaj. If you were unaware, now you are aware. A whole motherfucker who came over here illegally, talking dumb shit about Nigeria. Now here comes a dummy talking about ethnic cleansing in Nigeria. All of the Nigerian people are black, you stupid motherfucker. I am ignoring it, and I am ignoring you. Okay, excuse me. Now let's get back to what I was talking about. This is the story that they are ignoring.
The Al Adam Mosque occurred around 6 p.m. local time as congregants gathered for evening worship. Eyewitnesses described scenes of panic as victims were rushed to hospitals. Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum condemned the attack, calling it, quote, utterly condemnable, barbaric, and inhumane. Police confirmed the casualty figures and said bomb disposal teams had cordoned off the area. They said investigations were underway and advised residents to remain calm and vigilant.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark,
Hold on. That is not what I wanted to go to. Let me go back right quick. Now, this is what happened Christmas Day. This was Christmas Eve. They didn't tell you anything about that, did they? I'm sure they
will
did.
now be exposed to using arms. Because
Now, I found this interesting. To find information out on this strike, I went here.
for mineral resources, economic and political that I said. They also use it in pushing the Christians to fight the Muslims.
The coming of Dangote refinery has further revamped, the stability of Naira against dollar. So therefore, America is feeling threatened by these policies. So America will just use these Christians as an scapegoat to attack Nigeria, not necessarily to salvage Christians, but rather an attempt to harness the resources in Nigeria.
Libya should be a lesson. Afghanistan is a lesson. Even after fighting the Taliban over years, when America realized that they have gotten what they want, who do they allow to come into power? The same Taliban.
Because someone went to America and said that there is genocide in Nigeria where Christians are killing. That's why they announced that, no, we don't want them.
We don't want them.
To support Nigeria, it's not necessary that to come through the invention or to come with their military. They have their own system in training personnel. So we can send our people to America to train them.
They don't want your people to come to America to get trained. If your people are trained and go back and build up Nigeria, how can they come in and steal your riches? How can they then come in and steal all your riches and leave you in squalor? That's not the American way. That's not the capitalist way. That's not the way of the colonizer. That's their nature, the colonizer. Let's be clear. Okay. And I'm going to tell you why this is also important, why you need to look at why they are striking in the northwestern tip of Nigeria. Because what nations surround them, all these nations that threw out Air France from, the French from taking their minerals and saying that they needed to take them to France and because that's the only place where they could refine all the gold and from such places like Burkina Faso, uh, the region of the people who had already thrown out the French. So y'all got the balls to throw out your colonizer. Y'all got the audacity to throw out your colonizer. Well, since the French is gone, if we get stabilized in the northwestern region of Nigeria, that it makes it so much easier to strike you, Niger, Chad, Burkina Faso. It makes it easier because y'all getting a little too uppity with all of these minerals y'all sitting up on. Are you fucking kidding me? Do you think that this is about Christianity? A bunch of motherfucking war hungry thieves. You think they give a damn about some black Christians being killed? Do you think they give a damn about black lives at all? The same administration that couldn't bear the Black Lives Matter Plaza being in Washington D.C. Some of these people were Christians. But y'all think that he's taking our war chest over to strike because some black Christians. Are we gonna play this game? The link is in my description box. If anybody want to come up and have this conversation with me, you're more than welcome. But let's see what the Nigerians are saying.
Command on X confirmed that American forces had conducted the latest strikes against Islamic State elements in Nigeria. The Nigeria strikes came after a series of public threats by Trump, who had repeatedly claimed that Christians were being singled out and attacked in the country. However, human rights and conflict monitoring reports have noted that there is no clear evidence Christians are being disproportionately targeted relative to other communities in the region. Those same reports indicate that most of the people killed or attacked by jihadist groups in and around northern Nigeria have in fact been Muslims themselves, often local villagers or rival factions. On December 19th, the US also launched a major wave of airstrikes against around 70 Islamic State targets in Syria, hitting what officials described as training sites, weapons depots, and command nodes. The action in Syria followed the killing of American troops on December 13th in an ambush attributed to ISIS, with US commanders presenting the strikes as direct retaliation for that attack.
Nigerians, those who are not exposed to using arms, will now be exposed to using arms. Because when America invaded Nigeria, they are not only invading Nigeria for mineral resources, economic and political that I said. They also use it in pushing the Christians to fight the Muslims.
The coming of Dangote refinery has further revamped, the stability of Naira against dollar. So therefore, America is feeling threatened by these policies. So America will just use this Christian as an scapegoat to attack Nigeria, not necessarily to salvage Christians, but rather an attempt to harness the resources in Nigeria.
Libya should be a lesson. Afghanistan is a lesson. Even after fighting the Taliban over years, When America realized that they have gotten what they want, who do they allow to come into power? The same Taliban.
The same people take over after America. Libya should be a lesson. No, it is no lesson. They get what they want, and then they leave you to be taken over by the forces that they claim that they trying to protect you against. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. And then one of the head people that you were fighting for in Afghanistan, it becomes the interim president of Syria, and you invite him to the White House. Under 45-47, the interim president of Syria was a known, I think it was an Al Qaeda fighter that had, I think his bounty on his head was something like between $10 and $15 million, and he's in Washington D.C. Playing basketball and meeting in the Oval Office. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, so it seems like 45-47 is using our military to go over and make strikes in Nigeria. Nobody, you're more than welcome to hit the link. They really have a problem with Muslims who are too moderate. I've had my eyes on this for a while now. Leonard, did I say hello? Hey, Leonard, it is good to see you. Oh, I have someone up. Hold on. See, Sarah, Grand Rising.
Hi, happy holiday.
Same to you.
Good to see you, by the way. Yeah, I got back today, so I've got decent internet. So I thought I'll hit the link and come and have a chat because, we've been looking at this for a while, haven't we, Ronnie Q? This situation in Africa.
Yeah, and yeah, go ahead.
I just feel like, they have started kicking out all the colonizers. All last year we saw it happening.
Mm-hmm.
They kicked France out. Nigeria kicked Shell out, which is basically, the same thing.
Yeah.
They've been busy. And Traore is becoming more and more popular. He's getting more and more power. They're building more and more African solutions for African problems, which is what I always say is needed. They do not need the West, whether it be America, Britain, Europe, or anywhere else involved in their business. They need to have African solutions. And they're getting them, and people are not happy. And I think this is what it's all about. And
they're not happy at all.
Nope.
Not happy at all.
Like, they always say Africa's like this poor continent. We all know it is the richest continent on the planet. And now they're actually taking hold of the means of production, and they are actually producing. They're taking those raw elements and turning them into the next stage of production and making some money at last.
Exactly.
And they don't want to see this happen. They really don't.
They don't. It's just utter bullshit of the reasons that they're giving. The price of what it takes to do the things that they're doing, it makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, and like you pointed out quite clearly that this has got. They staged it as a sort of moral crusade. It happened on Christmas Day and all the rest of it. They love throwing in their buzzword of Christianity. We all know Trump's 45-47 has got nothing. He's not Christian. He's never been a Christian. It's nonsense. But like you say, they said it was an ISIL attack. There's no ISIL in that town of Jabbo, which was hit. it's not known there.
Yeah, it's not known in that region. It's known in a whole different region.
Right.
But that is the closest region to Burkina Faso.
Right. And now this was the point. It's all about Traore, in my opinion. It's all about getting a foothold in Africa to stop Traore, because he is doing too much. They don't want him to do all that. I think a lot of the South Africa stuff is about Malema, personally. People are seeing that black people are getting their power, and they're taking it back. They're rising up. They're not actually, like you said, there's a white genocide. We all know that's bullshit. But like, people try and say things like, because there was a song, "Kill the Boer," right? Kill the farmer, whatever. It's part of a revolutionary thing from the ANC era, when it was apartheid. So it's a historic thing that the people are trying to frame that as that's the genocide thing. It's nothing to do with that. It's historic. It's significant.
I showed a video where white people from South Africa, it's like, go to America for what? Well, why would I leave America? They own something like 93% of the land, and they 7% of the population. What are they going to come to America for?
Well, that's right, and there are there are some enclaves of poor white South Africans, and they really are very, very poor, and they're like hillbillies kind of thing, that kind of situation. They do exist, but really,
and those are probably the ones who came over here on a golden ticket.
I would imagine, because to be honest, they've just done some research. I can't remember who did it, but it was one of the big, the big organisation of inequality. So they've done a comparison of societies to see who's got the most unequal society. South Africa came top because, like you said, the rich, the very rich, and they are the white people mainly who have got these riches, are incredibly rich, right next to people who are the very poorest. And the weird thing is, when we saw that list, actually America didn't do too well on it,
Well, I was just about to say, coming up in these next few years, as people are out of work, they have exhausted all of their unemployment insurance. They have no health care. We will see how, I guess, these rich people in the United States, who are the richest ones who get the most government subsidies, are from South Africa. Let's be precise. So they know that society can take much more in equity because they grew up in it.
For that kind of society, these are exactly the people you want, right?
We will not forget that Peter Thiel, I think Jeffrey Sachs, I think it's what is the other? I think it's Jeffrey Sachs and Elon Musk are all from South Africa.
South Africans, this is the joke of it. And,
yes.
It's quite, I didn't know this until this year, if I'm honest. And I thought, God, are any of these people actually American? They're all South Africans. It's insane.
And they know that the inequities can be a lot stiffer. And so this
it's in living memory. They grew up in it. It's living memory, even more recent than when we had apartheid in America, in the South and stuff. It's more recent than that. It's over the 90s.
It's more recent than Jim Crow. They know that there can be much more inequity. They know that I guess they think that they're going to take you back to squalor.
Yeah, and that's what they want, and this really, you've got Stephen Miller and people like that who were born Nazis. And, these are the kind of people they want around them. And, because they're going to be an echo chamber for their ideas.
We remember how they pretended like that wasn't a Nazi salute that Elon Musk gave on election day. It was obvious, and all of these $1 million newscasters trying to convince you that he did some type of hand gesture. We knew exactly what he did.
We've been noticing all these little micro gestures they've been doing, and it isn't by accident. They're signalling each other. We know what they're doing. They know what they're doing, because if you go on Twitter or whatever the hell it's called now, X or whatever, they talk about it on there amongst
Wide
other
open.
things. So
Wide
they
open.
recognise it.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Yeah, sorry, I keep talking over you.
And you have your vice president who is capitulating to these people, who says that the Republican Party needs all type of people. The guy who's in the Trump administration, who was caught in his email saying that he has a Nazi streak. That's what he said about himself. And
Wow.
He has never been disavowed by this vice president, that Republican group chat where they were talking about getting the showers ready because they need to put more people in the gas chamber or something to that effect, and calling black people watermelon people. Your vice president, our vice president, not yours, our vice president said those were just kids. These people were between the ages of 23 and 27. And he said, those are just kids. I hate if I was persecuted for the things I did as a kid. That's what the vice president says. The vice president who never got a job that Peter Thiel didn't hand him.
Exactly. I mean, he is just a chameleon for whatever he thinks will get him the most power, I think. I think he'll just do anything to get power. I don't think you can trust him on anything. If it all changed tomorrow and it went completely, if it went socialist way tomorrow, he'd be doing that. He'll just do anything for power. He's completely untrustworthy and totally self-serving, in my opinion. But yeah,
and mine as well.
Well, he was calling the president a Nazi a few years ago, wasn't he? And saying he would support him, but now
he would never support him. Now he is his biggest fan. I don't know what the president said. Now let me share this with you, and see, because a lot of this stuff I am new to. Let me share this with you, right?
Probably me too.
See what you see about it. See what you have to say about this.
Okay.
Governments are now trying to destroy Traore's revolution, as they do anytime a country moves towards socialism and control of their own resources. In most African countries, Western companies extract all of the resources and then pay a bribe to the government and the local elite. You pay $1 billion a year to the rich people in Burkina Faso so they can live in luxury while stealing everybody else's resources. But Traore has said no, the resources of Burkina Faso belong to the people of Burkina Faso, not French companies. And we're going to reinvest those resources in development that betters the day-to-day lives of our working people. Traore is just so based. Solidarity with the revolution in Burkina Faso.
This young man is fascinating. There's been like 30 plus assassination attempts, even from his friends. He kicked the French out of his country, and the man is not even 40 yet. If we're gonna push one brother, I say we push this one. Haiti, Jamaica, even throw a little Canada in there. It can happen if you have the right leaders.
So Ibrahim Traore and the revolutionary African government of Burkina Faso have reportedly mined $18 billion of gold since they took control of their own mines, which is substantial because when the mines were owned by France, Burkina Faso was paid only $1 billion a year by foreign companies. But now they're making $18 billion a year and reinvesting it in things like infrastructure, education, and security. Which is why Western governments are now trying to destroy Traore's revolution, as they do anytime a country moves towards socialism and control of their own resources. In most African countries, Western companies extract all of the resources and then pay a bribe to the government and the local.
Okay, so I wanted to share that with you. That's what we were talking about earlier.
It is exactly spot on. It's exactly how we've seen it coming for the last, well, I would say couple of years. But the great thing about Traore is he's totally official. He is what he says he is. He's, you can trust him. He's proven himself to me, at least.
And the thing that they hate the most is it's getting harder. These attempts that they have been making on his life. So now it seems like our government is with these made up reasons for striking people are just going to try to have a full on attack with military weapons to strike people. All of these little coups and all of these little attempts, they are unsuccessful because more of the population are thriving under his leadership, and therefore he's more insulated
Did
from
you
these
see?
small
And
attacks.
I can't remember when it was happening, Ronnie Q. But did you see when he was having a road building drive, and all the women came out? These are just ordinary women, mothers, grandmothers, daughters, all out on the street building roads together.
Yes,
they were doing it for themselves, and he was providing everything. But the people wanted to do it, and they wanted to do it for themselves, and that's the spirit that they've got there. That's strong. That is really strong. But we see what Trump's doing, and he's positioning himself in every part of the world right now.
Mm-hmm.
We see him in Venezuela doing what he's doing. He's made links with other places, like other dictators, like El Salvador and stuff. But we can see him. He's there in Venezuela because he knows he's not going to get on side with the government there, so he's attacking that. He also wants the oil. Don't forget, Nigeria's also got a lot of oil. And
I said that, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right. And so the drop-off point for Africa right now, well, West Africa is Nigeria, but now we've got Israel today announcing that they recognise Somaliland, right?
What?
This is a big story, and I think over the next week we're going to see a lot going on with this. It's infuriated most of the Middle East and North Africa, I have to say, and East Africa. So I think
Israel is claiming land in Somalia.
Israel is recognizing Somaliland. This is going to have a lot of ramifications. We're going to see how it plays out.
What do you mean by that? But what do you mean by
Somalia,
recognizing it as what?
So in the same way as like we're recognizing Palestine as a country, and we're saying yes, that's a country, and they don't recognize it. They're recognizing Somaliland, which is historically it did exist. It really doesn't now, and it's politically highly charged, that Horn of Africa area. It's going to cause a lot of problems, I'm not that up on that little area, that region, but I'm going to have to research it. I think, we both, let's go around.
I'm going to have to research it too, because I didn't hear about that. So
it only happened today, and it's infuriated a lot of people. It looks like a tinderbox to me about to set off. So I think we're going to see a lot happening around that. I'm going to have to research. It's not an area I know that much about. I know a little bit, but not tons. So I'm going to have to go and look into that one. But again, this is all positioning yourself around the globe for maximum impact. I'm not sure what the ultimate end game plan is, but it's certainly something's afoot. And
Somaliland is a rival tribe to the Ilhan Omar's people, and he's saying that the Jews made Somaliland its puppet state in the region.
Right. Okay. So Leonard may be the man to come up and help us with this one. Because it's not something I know a lot about. I know historically there's been a lot of problems in that Horn of Africa region, and there's a lot of talk about Eritrea, Somalia, and where the borders are. There's a lot of movable borders there, and a lot of it dips over into, across into what we call the Middle East. So there's a lot of issues around that area, and I don't know what it's going to cause, but I can see that it's already starting to cause a lot of consternation. I'm definitely going to be looking at that.
Now let me I think wait a minute. I think I want your input on this one right here.
Okay.
I think it's this one. Wait a minute.
I'll just mute while you play it.
I have to I think it's this one. Okay. Let me I think it's this one. They was saying something about Have you ever heard that Africa is misrepresented on maps and it's actually upside down? That the wealth flows from the south to the north, or something to that effect.
And not that it was upside down. I mean, I know it's drawn wrongly. Like, obviously, it's a lot smaller than it actually is and stuff. But yeah.
Okay, so this is about the this one right here is about why they are striking in the region of Nigeria and how close it is to all of the West African countries that threw France out. So that's what this one is. Let me restart this one. You can actually see it on the map other than me just talking about it.
Well, as he's pointing to that area, we know that that's where all the big empires were historically. Like, you know, like all the really famous, amazing African civilizations that they tried to write out of history that we kind of found out about years later. You know, when we found out our own information. You know.
Yeah. Now they're
and the Songhai and the Ghana Empire and all them. They're all in that area, very rich area.
Right. And they're talking about Chad, Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, especially all of these countries.
There used to be the Gold Coast.
It was really about
like that, didn't they? Yeah, I'll
Gold Coast.
While you play it. But yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's interesting. Yeah.
Burkina Faso and Mali, the alliance of Sahel states. This is going to be an intervention on behalf of France. Ever since Niger nationalized its uranium assets, the same uranium that France was stealing to run its nuclear reactors to make itself a nuclear power, a superpower, Niger is asserting its own sovereignty over its natural resources, same as Burkina Faso, same as Mali with its gold, Burkina Faso with its gold and other resources. So this is making NATO very nervous. Countries like Ivory Coast have expelled French troops from their country. Chad as well. Also, Senegal as well kicked out French troops. Remember, West Africa is where France gets all of its power from. Without total domination, subjugation, and sabotage of West African states, France has absolutely no power. It is toothless. Right now, 14 West and Central African countries use something called the CFA franc. It is a currency that is attached to the French franc at first and now the euro. These 14 countries are required to pay half of their foreign exchange reserves paid back into the French treasury. And if these countries say no, also remember that Abuja in Nigeria is the seat of ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States. This is a regional economic bloc that seeks to put all of these West African states under the control of the African Union and, by extension, the European Union. That is why you will find that the people of Nigeria are the very last to benefit from the resources of Nigeria because of economic blocs that do not favor the prosperity of African people like ECOWAS. And so Bola Tinubu, the president of Nigeria, is very disgruntled that the alliance of Sahel states of Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso want to exit ECOWAS, have actually exited from ECOWAS. They do not want.
Okay, so what do you think about that?
Well, it's interesting because ECOWAS has grown and grown and grown in power of late, and a lot of it, as we know, is down to Traore's efforts and also the kind of confidence he's given to other leaders. I think they've wanted to do it, but they haven't had the confidence, and they've seen what can be achieved. But historically, you know, people have always said, oh, well, you know, Africans are dumb. They can't even run their own countries. Look at how rubbish they run their economies. It wasn't their fault. They were being held to hostage by the World Bank and the IMF and their stupid structural readjustment programs and things like that. So they'd lend people money or give them aid or something. But as part of that contract, they would be expected to run their economy according to them. And these
the way
were not,
they wanted them to.
Right. Which would benefit who? Certainly not the African country involved. It very often it didn't suit them. So you've got countries like Zambia who did quite well because they ran a socialist economy, which was far more suitable for their setup and what they needed. And so there's that. And so like ECOWAS is a really powerful thing, in addition to not Brexit, BRICS, and all the other things. You see, BRICS has its drawbacks because then they have to deal with Russia and China, although there are certain advantages for that at the minute. And I think Traore is using it very cleverly.
But I was just about to say, yeah. Go ahead. Why? How do you think? How do you think because I was about to say, what do you think? How would you think the Russian? A lot of people think that he should not have any dealings with Russia, but I don't know exactly what his dealings are, and if he can benefit from it.
Use them.
Why wouldn't he? Yeah, why wouldn't he? I think
historically, Russia actually, there was a lot of black people in Russia in the 60s from Africa. And what they did was they gave them scholarships to go to Russian universities because they wanted communism to flourish. And Ireland did the same thing because they wanted, the same thing really. It's a political thing. So because of that, they have got links. Socialist and also not so much now communism, but back in the day it was communism. And so they would train their troops, they would give the students scholarships, teach them economics and all different things, farming, all kinds of stuff, for free, and give them their board and everything else, and then let them go back to Africa and build Africa. But it also built political links. So those links are already there. But they have to be careful because they're also extractors. They're going to take stuff out.
Right.
So you have to use them, but you have to use them to a way that's advantageous to you. And you have to get out of those relationships at the right time. You know? And I think they're in a position now where they can start bargaining and have a bit more power. Plus, Russia's kind of broke right now. So it needs support from everywhere. So I think they're actually in quite a good position to bargain with Russia right now. I don't know how much we can trust them, but yeah.
But what about Russia sending that cargo plane over to Venezuela? Since they are broke, since we now know that Venezuela has a lot of rare earth minerals, and we know they have all of that oil. So.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's always little plays going on behind the scenes, little side things going on all the time. There's always things to be looking at, isn't there?
But
not
it's
all
just
of it
weird.
Always makes sense. But
and it's just weird that our president is doing whatever Russia tells. It seems
Russia
like he tells them to do. However, Russia is sending in a cargo plane to Venezuela, who you are saying you're going to basically do a regime change on. So what did Russia give Venezuela?
Exactly.
We know that Russia is a nuclear country.
Yes. Yeah.
So what did they give Venezuela?
This is it, Ronnie Q. We don't know. We can guess. We don't know, but I will say I do not think Russia's ever been America's ally, and I don't think it is right now either, no matter what Trump tries to tell everyone.
Exactly.
It's just not realistic, and everyone can really see it if they've got any sense. It's just not. It's just not.
This is not about America. This is about his own survival, in my opinion.
Somebody said something earlier to me about him, and they were talking to someone at work who was saying that they thought he was a great president. And he said, well, you're an idiot because you're not rich. He said the only people who should really think of him as any kind of ally is somebody who's got multi-billions, not even millions, but billions. Yeah. And even then, really only his family, and even then, only a few of them, because really he's only about himself, and he'll do anything for that, and that's all it is. But you mentioned nuclear, and it reminded me of something in that video when they were talking about France and nuclear, taking uranium and stuff. France, I don't know if you're aware of this, but France actually exports a lot of power to Europe, and it's all nuclear power. They have got the most amount of nuclear power stations. If you have a quick look after this live, they have got so many nuclear power stations. They do a lot of export, and certainly to the UK, they sell us a lot of nuclear energy. It's called EDF.
And then they're not, if they're not allowed to get it free, harvested free from Africa, they can't sell it to you guys.
France is almost on its knees. Macron has had quite a bad week. He's been subject to quite a lot of protests and things. I don't know if it's been televised over by you. But yeah, it's been happening all week. He's been under attack all week. There's been a lot of protests. All kinds of countries, have been protesting him in France and abroad. And so
I heard nothing about that.
Yeah,
I heard nothing about that.
It's struggling economically because of what's happening in West Africa.
Yes, and so it was okay for West Africa. Look at all the France did. Look, France is one of the most haughty spots to go to visit to purchase luxury goods. That's their reputation, and they selling energy. I didn't know that they sold energy all across the European Union. Nuclear energy. I didn't know they did all of that. And now that they've been thrown out of these African countries that was living in mud and dirt, and they are on their knees now. They're not on their knees yet. On your knees is where Africa was when you were over there harvesting all of their riches and giving.
They're on their knees praying for Africa right now. Please have mercy upon us, because they are falling apart and they know it. The decline comes quicker this way. It really does.
And it's too much like right to play fair. You think that you can leave people in abject poverty, and when these people have all the wealth, and God forbid that they wake up and they learn their importance. Why do you think they try to?
This is what's happening, and not only leave them in abject poverty, but then blame them for their own abject poverty and make out it's their own fault. Like they did it to themselves. They're dumb and they're monkeys and they can't do anything. And no, it was all you, and you've made sure it stayed that way.
Okay, so let's talk about Saudi Arabia. Let me show you this one right here. Let's see what you think about this. I gotta turn the volume on.
Different uniforms, same empire. And this isn't just an East African burden. Look to the West. France powers its cities using uranium from Niger, a country whose own lights still flicker. France's last uranium mine was shut down in 2001. Yet the uranium-rich soil in Niger powers 67% of France's current electricity. Colonialism didn't die, it just learned to plug in. Look to the south of South Africa. The diamonds of the Kimberley glimmer in the vaults of London. British companies mine, market, and sell diamonds, while South Africans are stuck counting the loss. In Israel, it takes the same conflict blood diamonds and turns them into profit to fund the genocide in Gaza. While influencers sell paradise weekends in Dubai, Sudan bleeds in silence. While people are boycotting Coke and McDonald's, they're taking selfies under the Burj Khalifa, forgetting that the genocide funded the glitter. So maybe it's time we ask ourselves again, what's the difference between the UAE and Israel? Two mirrors reflecting the same empire. Gold, diamonds, uranium, washed clean with the same blood, the blood of Africans. What's the difference between Israel and the UAE? Tell me, what's the difference?
Okay, so...
He's put it perfectly, hasn't he? They are two sides of the same coin.
Two sides of the same coin. So it seems like they want to get mad at Africa for saying no. You can no longer take advantage of us.
Well, not only that, they've systematically, to me, just like humiliated Africa. It's like the Saudi Arabia and Dubai and stuff. Dubai was built by Africans. Mm-hmm. My uncle he's a manager over here for a car company, and he left that job. He got a job in construction in Dubai. He went out there innocently thinking he'd been offered a really good salary, and he got there. They had all these Africans working there. They wouldn't even let them have water. He got almost sacked. He left actually after a week, but he got almost sacked for taking water and giving it to the workers. I'm not kidding you. They went mad at him. They said, "Why are you giving these people water?" They had to work all day in that baking hot sun with nothing. This is what they've been doing with Africans, and like this is nothing new though. Yeah.
They take them over there and take their passports, and they have them. I saw a video. They have them living in this camp, and they bus them in to work. And they live in camps way away from the city, and they have a trough where they have to defecate and urinate. Oh, it's just disgusting.
I'll tell you what is a really great analogy for the entire thing to me. And that is the Burj Al Khalifa. You know that building, it's there, it's glittering. Yeah. Everyone thinks it's the greatest thing on the planet, this glittering thing, monument to modern capitalism. Do you know it's not even hooked up to storage? Do you know they have to drive trucks in to carry out the shit every day?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not. Because no, Dubai was just like a little brook. It was like a creek. And there was no one there, just a few like tent dwellers. It was the king of the area. He was very clever. He built it up. Anyway, now it's this place that everyone thinks is amazing. I wouldn't go there if you paid me. But this Burj Al Khalifa, you can't put storage under a building like that there. There's no substrata, it's sand. It's all sinking. They're spending all their millions out there on these beautiful houses that are all sinking into the sand. Those islands, they have to keep building them back up. They're sinking. They're just disappearing. It can't support it. So you can't put storage under it. So what they've had to do is they ship out the shit every morning. No joke. Look it up. I swear to God.
Well, I wonder where they take it though.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? They take it out to the desert somewhere and just dump it, I'd imagine.
Just dump it?
Probably.
Yeah, I'm just like thinking like, wait a minute.
Okay,
If they are so unsophisticated that they don't have a sewer system, where are they taking
even in the sea? And they've not stopped building it up. They keep building and adding on and adding on. The more they add on, the more they build, the quicker it's sinking. It's ridiculous. And
I hope they're not dumping it in the sea.
They probably are. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, would you?
Yeah, well, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. You look at India, you look at even San Francisco has increased the amount of fecal matter that is allowed in the San Francisco Bay. So I wouldn't be surprised.
A lot of the pipes just go straight out into the sea, don't they, the sewage pipe? Which is why I don't eat prawns, by the way. If you eat prawns, don't ever eat, because actually where you find them all is round the sewage pipe. It puts me right off anything like
prawns?
Yeah, I don't touch them because I know where they congregate. And
wait a minute. What
no,
are
for
you
real.
talking about in India? I know.
No, I'm talking about like everywhere. Like I'm talking about America, Europe.
Oh, America. Yeah,
everywhere.
There is a beach between Manhattan Beach and I say Venice Beach. It's called Sandpiper, and they have a water purifying system, and they have a pipe that runs straight off into the ocean, but it is at a water purifying plant. However, in certain when certain storms come up, you cannot swim. They put out signs that you cannot swim in the water because the water has been contaminated.
Well, even in the Mediterranean, you see what happens is the cruise ships go along and they just throw all the shit off board. And so if there's a storm comes or whatever and you're near a port where the cruises dock, that all washes up on the beach. You go down the beach in the morning, it's disgusting. They're very quick to get people out cleaning the beaches, but you see everything, condoms, sanitary products, you see it all there if you go out. It's nasty.
They really shouldn't be allowed to do that. That is just so disgusting.
I think things are getting better. I think there's a lot more regulation, but like when you're out at sea, it is international waters, and a lot of things, regulations don't apply out there. So what applies is the flagships, whatever flag the ship is sailing under. So if it's a Norwegian ship, they have to apply Norwegian rules. So whatever the ship is, and they can change the flag. So, they go by the rules of whatever the flag of the ship is in international water.
Now, let me ask you, have you heard about this new global health that they have put Africans, offered Africans and nations, and quite a few have signed up for this global health initiative?
What is it
Have you
under
heard
the
about
World
that?
Health Organization? I haven't.
No, no, it's not.
It's not.
Let me share this
I'm
with
very
you.
skeptical of anything
This is this
horrendous.
is this is under R.F. Kennedy Jr.
Oh God,
Uh,
even more.
Africa countries have just voluntarily accepted colonization for 25 years.
I would not
So
accept any health advice from that man.
now this is they are saying that they want to study health outbreaks and things, and they want to be the first on the ground, so they will know if you have an outbreak in your country, and they're there for you. So
No, this is going to be another colonisation. They're just going to be abusing people. They're going to be harvesting organs and all sorts, aren't they? This sounds awful. I don't like it already.
let's hear about this.
Go on, go.
I
Let's
think
go.
the screen is sharing. Okay, let me start this over because the things that are in this initiative are quite frightening. Let me share this.
I believe we are underreacting. The United States has just signed a deal for the America First health policy where they get to monitor African countries for 25 years. These are the countries that have already signed on for the Memorandum of Understanding. There is no news coverage about any of these countries except for Kenya, whose citizens are pushing back, but none of the other countries are pushing back. And I'm going to show you what's in the document because they just released a 40-page message to the American people on what this looks like. Let me show you. This is when you open the document. It is the America First Global Health Strategy. There's like a bunch, but this is the letter from Shortman Rubio. And I want you to pay attention to this part right here. You can read the whole thing if you want. I want you to pay attention to the last paragraph, okay? Right here. It says, we will continue to be world leaders and the most generous nation in the world, but we will do so in a way that directly benefits the American people and directly promotes our national interest. Why, as an African country, would you sign a document that says that you're going to put another country's interests above your own? You can go through the whole document. They go through several points. The first point, making America safer by surveilling. This part's my favorite. The United States will continue to engage bilaterally to the maximum extent possible to strengthen global security for disease threats and increasing focus on countries where the outbreak is at a high risk. By maximum intent is crazy because that means they're willing to do anything and everything to keep Americans safe, disregarding African lives and African countries.
Disregarding African lives in African countries. I agree. If what they're saying is that there is some disease outbreak, they may eliminate you if they find out it's in your country to keep America safe.
They may make an outbreak in your country.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm hating this already. I don't know why anyone would sign
just sign this. Yay. And then my favorite part of the whole document, it is the commercial partnerships with private and public U.S. companies. The agreement is between two governments, but this part is for the United States handing over health data and sensitive information on Africans to private and public U.S. companies. That's not going to go wrong for the African people. I'm so pissed off that these African countries signed this because why? As Africans, I believe.
So who signed it? Nigeria, Rwanda, Uganda, Lesotho, what is it? Lesotho, what is that? You probably know number 4. I'm not familiar with that. Eswatini, Kenya, Liberia, and Zimbabwe. Oh, she fell off. So lost my connection. Oh, here she is.
Sorry, Ronnie Q, I lost my connection.
No problem.
I heard enough though. That was awful.
Yeah, and they're giving it to private businesses. I wonder what business will get
Palantir.
this. Is it Bill Gates? Is it Palantir?
Oh, what's Bill Gates one called? I always forget. Gates Foundation and stuff.
Yeah, the Bill and Melinda Gates. I don't think it's the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation anymore.
There's another one, isn't there?
It's probably just the Bill Gates Foundation.
Yeah. It's just, you just know where that's going. They've never cared for African lives. They don't care for them now. They do everything to bloody sabotage Africa. This is going to hell in a handbasket, really, isn't it? But
and who's to say, like you said, who's to say how they won't give them an outbreak to get rid of them?
I'm not a massive conspiracy theorist. I deal in like anything I can find a fact on. Yeah, fine. I do think sometimes, they could possibly do this, that, and the other. And until I see it, I don't believe in it. But
why wouldn't you believe it? Or when they passed out all of those blankets for the Indians, which is their native land, to stay warm for the winter, contaminated with smallpox. Why wouldn't you believe this?
That's the kind of thing that makes you go, that's possible, because they've done it before. There's evidence. We've seen it happen many, many times. I happen to believe HIV was not from Africa. I mean, they said it was Africans having sex with monkeys. I don't believe one word of that. I believe it came out of, I think it came out of New York, actually. I think they gave it to people in a clinic. But
now, there is
some people, from things I've heard and learned in time, and that's why. And I don't really trust the COVID thing. I'll be honest.
I don't trust the COVID thing either.
No.
There was a article in Rolling Stones. I was in the early 90s.
It's become like the best place to get news. Weird.
Yeah. But this was in the early 90s.
Wow.
And they had a big story, and it was called The Origin of AIDS. And was saying that Jonas Salk and what's the other guy who, the other scientists, they were they were competing against each other to make the polio vaccine.
Right.
And they were using they were incubating it in the livers of rhinus monkeys from Africa.
Gosh. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there was an incident, I think it was Jonas Salk, where his monkey had bitten one of the keepers, and
didn't that happen in Germany where they bit the keeper?
Was it in Germany? I don't know where it was.
I seem to remember watching a film about it where they went into this, and it was in a cage, and it had gone a bit rabid, and it bit a keeper in Germany, and it was in this massive warehouse, and they got really sick. Yeah, I remember this, Ronnie. You're ringing bells in my head now. Yeah.
Now, there was a movie that came out, Outbreak, that came out about a monkey biting somebody. They made a movie about this. Now, so this guy, he died from all of the symptoms of current day AIDS. How people were dying of AIDS. So,
but they wouldn't have called it that at the time because they didn't have a name for it.
Exactly. They didn't know what was wrong with him. They tried to treat him, and nothing worked. And of course, he died. And in hindsight, all of his conditions and stuff were that of the modern day AIDS. So,
well, of course, a disease is nothing more than a collection of symptoms. It isn't a thing in and of itself. So actually, we can say he had it because if he had all the collected symptoms, a doctor would diagnose him as having it. So yeah, retrospectively, you can diagnose him and say, well, he had all the symptoms, so he had that. Yeah.
Now, this article came out, and it was such a oh my God! It was just I couldn't stop reading it. It was a big story, and they made Rolling Stone retract the whole story. I can't. It was two scientists. They both named end in S. I know Jonas Salk.
I know who you mean. I can't think of the name.
And the
but
other
I know
guy.
exactly who you're talking about. So I remember reading about them as well.
Now, I can't remember which one's laboratory that it happened in. I can't remember which one because their names were so, they were different and they both started with S. But they made them retract that article because I think Salk was still alive, and
Right.
they made him
They
retract
didn't
the
want to
whole
make him
article.
responsible for the epidemic, basically.
And then recently, they just allowed them to re-release the article
Wow. Okay.
because them having them retract the article and act as if the reporting was misleading, misleading within itself, because the author of the piece stood by their facts and their
Yeah,
information.
they could
So,
probably back it all up, but often when they do make them retract an article, it makes me all the more suspicious because you think, well, why are you making such a fuss? Because usually, if something is BS, you let it run. You know, they
exactly.
don't really care about it a lot of the time. So if they do make a big fuss about it, you need to look deeper sometimes as well.
So if you have the
Mm.
chance, you may want to
I'm going
try
to
to
go and
find
revise
that
that.
article
I
in
will.
the Rolling Stone, the origin of AIDS. It's a couple of stories that I have read that I remember the title. It was just captivating.
Well, the reason I
Yes.
kind of brought up New York was because in the gay village there, I had some first-hand accounts from people who contracted HIV, who were artists and things. You know, there's a huge community there of artists. There was a guy I knew who was quite a well-known graffiti artist. He knew Haring and all those people. Basquiat, he hung out with them all. He's dead now, so I don't mind talking about him. But his name was Jonathan, and I can't remember his surname, but he was a really good guy. And he contracted it, and he contracted it at a clinic. He was being treated for hepatitis. And there was a number of people, and they were all gay men, who went to that clinic, who were all being treated for hepatitis. And only the ones who were being treated for hepatitis and had to have injections ended up with the HIV. And all of a sudden, every single one of them came down with the HIV. And it was all the ones that had had this injection from that clinic. And so they all believed that they were given it from that clinic. It was, yeah. So, and I mean, this was a group of men. It was just too much coincidences. They were all very intelligent people. And I kind of believed them, if I'm honest, you know. It seemed too coincidental.
And I remember when people were getting it from blood transfusions, and that seemed so simple that they would have tested for that. It's like, how do you not test for that when you know that this is a disease, a bloodborne disease?
Just in the last few years, because I actually have a strange type of blood disorder. So they treat me in the haemophilia clinic. It's not haemophilia proper, it's something else. It doesn't even have a name, what I've got. But they treat me at the haemophilia clinic. Sometimes I need a clotting factor. And so they just keep an eye on me. But I know all the goings on there because I'm quite friendly with the staff. And so they've only just retrieved all the contaminated blood here. Wow. Literally just now. And it's blood from, like, I think the 1970s and 80s and early 80s. And they've only just now retrieved it all. They had to stop and bin all the blood that they'd had in the last 30 years. And they were only using plasma then. So they've binned all that blood they collected. It was, it's only just got rid of it all.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Yeah. So God knows how long they've been giving it to people.
Yeah, and how many people got it, and that's crazy.
Didn't know they got it from that, because, like, you can go into the hospital for quite a minor thing and end up needing a blood transfusion. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, bang on the head, anything. So, yeah. It's, they don't tell you everything in this world. People think they're given all the information. They're really not. It's who you know sometimes.
It's who you know, exactly. Thank you, Leonard. Great show. You guys make a good. Good co-hosts.
Oh, that's nice. Thanks, Leonard. I love chatting to smart women. You know, it's fabulous to just get together and talk with somebody who thinks and you know, analyzes the world and sees it kind of the way I do. You know, it's wonderful.
Yeah.
It's
And if I see it, I just think that it's important for people to, especially in this day and age, with it's so much going on globally, that we need to start making these connections because it's imperative that we make these connections.
You always try, if I see something, I think, I wonder if they're actually showing this in America. And I always try and tag you if I think, Veronica, you might not have seen this, because I know that you want to see the stuff, you want to know what's going on. And I'm not always sure if it's going to be shown, because not everything's shown in our countries. Like, friends send me stuff from Africa, friends send me stuff from Asia, you know, and it's great because I don't always see it here. It's not always available.
Yeah,
So,
and I didn't even hear about these strikes and all this uproar that's going on in France. I haven't seen one iota of it in our.
It has been on the TV here. It's been on like the regular news and stuff. So I wasn't sure if they'd been showing it, but you should be able to get it quite easily because it's been on the regular news here.
Well, now I'll look for it.
Yeah. And check out the Somaliland stuff. Len's, I think, put some stuff in there.
Yeah, I'm going to check that out too.
Yeah, I'm going to go and have a look at that too. But it's really good to connect and you know, have a discussion with you, because I've learned quite a lot today, and you've reminded me of stuff as well that I'd forgotten about, which is really useful. We have to stay aware, and we have to be on top of this, because being no doubt the world's going through a huge change right now. There's the AI revolution happening. That's not changing. It's going to have a lot of good things happen as a result of it, and there's going to be a lot of bad things happen as a result of it. And we've just got to keep our eyes on what's going on. It's the whole death of democracy, the changing of the world order. There's a lot happening.
Now,
an African Renaissance. You know, will it prosper? I hope so. We've got a lot to watch, and
did I
be aware.
Did I don't know if I played this one. Did I play this one for you, Sarah?
Which one is it?
Let me. I don't know. I don't think I played this one. Do you remember seeing this guy?
I can't see him very well, actually.
I don't think I played them. Don't worry about it. Let me play it.
Oh, they're in my pocket. I'm blaming the dog. Sorry. Free Rowan.
I don't think I played this one.
No, I don't recognise it.
All of this is Why Africa.
Village that Trump bombed in Nigeria itself says that there was zero ISIS activity there whatsoever. They have no idea why they were bombed. It certainly wasn't to go after these Islamic terrorists. It's a manufactured war, because not only do Christian and Muslim leaders in Nigeria say that there is no Christian genocide, we also know that Nigeria has massive oil reserves. It is the second largest proven oil reserves in all of Africa, the 10th largest in the world, and it has a massive lithium deposit as well. This is old school colonialism manifesting in modern day 2025 America. The number of people that have been killed by US aid being shut down already is approximately 700,000 globally, tens of thousands of those in Nigeria. By shutting down US aid, Trump has already killed more Christians in Nigeria than anyone else ever could have. And this number is estimated to be 14 million globally by 2030, unless we continue to fund US aid again. And by the way, that budget of 23 billion for the entire year is a fraction of the $1 trillion we are spending on war and bombing. So if you actually cared about money, you wouldn't be whining about 23 billion. You'd be focused on stopping the military industrial complex that is spending $1 trillion of our taxpayers on war and destruction. But you won't do that, because it was never about justice. It was never about human rights. It was never about protecting Christians. This is about getting the rich even richer and continuing to persecute marginalized communities. Do better. We see the injustice for what it is. We won't stand for it. So now we know that the village...
Okay. We have that. And that is so true.
There's one thing I wanted to say to you, Monica, and that is that people are very, very confused over certain things economically, and one of them is national debt. And the politicians are using national debt to put the fear of God into people.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, it's something the more important, the more wealthy a country is, the more debt you're going to have because they want it. It helps the economy, and people don't realise how it really works. And I think it might be a nice idea to kind of illustrate that to people because it scares them. They think the national debt's the problem. It really isn't. And do you know who owns that debt, by the way? It's
owns the debt?
It's held by hedge companies, hedge funds and things. So actually, it's all the rich people again. They want you to have the debt. They want the country to have the debt. It's all the billionaires. All the ones with all the shares. And
because they would be the ones who would lose if things go awry because they own everything. Is that what you're saying?
They own the debt.
Okay.
We owe them the money.
Theirs.
It's their money. And so, and you know, that's another reason they don't like Traoré, because within 1 year of being in power, Burkina Faso, the poorest country in the world, is actually the most debt-free country in the world also. It has no national debt anymore.
Wow.
He's wiped it out. Yeah. So, you know, no hedge funds getting his money, and they don't like that.
Speaking of hedge funds, speaking of hedge funds, while you reminded me of that, here, let me share with you this right here. You know, I talk about BlackRock a lot. BlackRock just bought 50,000 homes for $300,000 each. They then sold them to themselves for $700,000 for 3 of them. Your neighborhood value just doubled overnight, and you are not able to live there anymore. This is how the massive company is destroying the American dream for more power.
They've been buying up family homes for a few years now, and they're pricing ordinary Americans out of homes. You're all going to be living on postage stamps and paying a fortune for them. It's ridiculous.
Step 1, they target middle-class neighborhoods with growth potential. They show up with a all-cash offer 20 to 30% over the asking price. So no regular person can compete with what they are buying these houses for.
Sorry to interrupt. Do you remember you showed a video a couple of months back about a black neighborhood in Texas somewhere where they'd done this exact thing, and the lady had become the mayor and she was trying to fight it and nobody would do anything about it or something like that, or she was in on it. She made it happen, didn't she? That's right. She was the traitor in it all.
And Texas,
I'm sure it was Texas. It was a black community. They've got shops, they've got houses, there was like bars there that had been there for generations. And
yes.
You remember?
I remember that. Where was it? It was in Texas, and it was a historic place, black community in Texas. I think it was. I think it was Austin. I think it might have been Austin. I think it was Austin, and it was a historically black community. And they, her family bar was still up and running, and survived it. Yes, it was in Austin.
And that's what they've been doing all over. So that every step they've taken to turf everyone out of their homes and their communities and just try and divide everyone up so they've got no power anymore. Because if you stay in your community, you've got a bit of power. But as soon as they throw you all to the 4 winds, you've got no power anymore. You're on your own.
And once people start moving out of your community and you're the last one in your community, you have no allies because the people who are moving in, they're moving in these houses that are more expensive. Now, step 3, regular families, they never stand a chance. The young people buying their first home, outbid by a corporation with unlimited money. The elderly couple who lived there for 40 years, crushed by the rise of property taxes they can't afford. So what do? They sell out. Once black owns enough houses, they sell a few properties to shell companies that they also own. These fake inflated sales become the new market price of the houses. And just like that, your neighborhood value doubles overnight, but you can't afford to live there anymore.
And it's the taxes then, like you said, it's the taxes, because even if you keep your home, the taxes go up that much that you cannot any longer afford to pay to even sustain it. I think
if
there
you
was another one recently as well with trailer homes or something where they put the rent. That was another situation. Same thing, different scales, same thing.
Yeah.
They're doing
They're
it
doing
across the board.
These are hedge fund people who are going in and buying up trailer parks,
There's
and they're doing
nothing
it
they won't trifle with. Honestly, it's disgusting.
nothing. Yeah. They create the crisis, and then they try to sell you the solution.
Yeah, and it's always you always taking a step down, and you always taking a loss, and they're always gaining, and that's the answer.
Now, by 2030, corporations are projected to own 60% of all single-family homes in America. Your kids won't buy a home; they'll rent one from Wall Street. And
This kind of already happens in the UK, by the way. We're kind of 10 or 15 years behind you, or something like that. They said, where but generation by generation, we're getting poorer, as you know. And since the 1960s here, each generation, every 10 years, there's less and less, young people able to get onto the property market, and also they're earning less and less. So as a proportion. So, like, for instance, my father bought quite a big house for about £3,000 in 1975, right? That house today is worth, I think, over £1 million. He couldn't afford to buy it now, but he could buy that when he was in his 20s.
Exactly.
And it's the same house, and the area's gone down. It's not even as good as an area as it was, but he couldn't afford to buy it now if he wanted to, even though he owns his own house. But the point is, each generation gets poorer and poorer and poorer, and we're supposed to be about, I think it said 20 years behind you. So, sorry, ahead of you. So you are looking at being in our situation in probably about 10 years, because things are getting faster and faster all the time. But but we're already kind of living through that crisis, and we have been for a while.
Notice they don't ever talk about paying a living wage while they're purposely boosting inflation. And notice that the median
tariffs
household
are inflationary. So, we always knew inflation was going to go up with the tariffs because they're very inflationary.
Of course.
Right.
But they're saying that we are winning. Who was it? Scott Bessent or one of these people in the administration said that wages are rising. Wages in the United States are not rising.
Even if they were, there's not enough jobs for people. Jobs are going down. There's hardly any jobs for anyone. So whose wages exactly are we talking about?
There are more people looking for work than there are people working. Wages may be increasing for the 1%, the business owners, but they are not for the employees. They act like every employee has gotten a raise because of these tariffs. They said that the tariffs are giving people about $1,200 in savings a year. How are we saving $1,200? I guess off your taxes. I guess they're trying to say you're saving $1,200 off your taxes, but you're paying more than $1,200 to get goods and services because of these tariffs.
And so also, because people can't afford to buy as many goods, there's less circular economy. So the money isn't circulating around the economy, which means what? More inflation. I've got some homework for you to do. You've probably heard me mention this before. In the 70s and 80s, mid-80s here in the UK, we had something called stagflation. And what it is
we have it here too.
You've had it here. You've had it. Well, I predict that that's what we're going to get over the next couple of years, because especially with the AI taking people's jobs as well, we're going to have even less employment. And that's just how the economics works in a capitalist society. If you get massive inflation and massive unemployment at the same time, you're in stagflation, and that's incredibly difficult to heal.
To get out of. Yes.
Yeah. And it's a big pain for a lot of people. A lot of people end up homeless, on the street, destitute, and offing themselves, quite frankly, because there's no hope. Hope is going to be a huge resource for people. Try and hold on to it, because you're going to need it. That's really miserable of me, isn't it? But it's true.
But it's true. It's true. And people in the United States, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know if a lot of people are prepared for what's coming. And now is the time, even if you're in your 50s or whatever, to start looking at pivoting. You need to learn AI. You need to understand how to use it to your advantage. You need to know if your job is going to be affected. If you're going to be a manual worker, you're probably okay. Or if you're in a caring profession, you'll probably be okay. But if you do anything cerebral, or administrative task, you're probably not going to be okay.
No.
Unless you are an ethicist, an auditor, or somebody like that, you know, where there's some sort of oversight issue, or a computer programmer or something like that, I suppose. But yeah, those are the kind of things that it needs. Does need human input. So there are lots of jobs, and there'll be new jobs, but you need to get ready for them. You really do. And that's my warning to people. It's happening, and it's coming quick. I'm changing my profession right now. I'm doing that.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Don't put it out of here. But that is good.
Mm-hmm. It has to be done. It has to be done because you have to be prepared. It's a massive revolution, and people aren't prepared for it, Ronicky. They're going to really suffer if they don't get ready.
Yeah, I concur. So, is there any field that you would suggest, or just keep your eyes on?
I think if you're young, I would suggest you get yourself a trade. I've always said tradesmen are always going to be in demand. If you want to be into nursing and that kind of thing, you're going to be needed. We're going to need carers, nurses, and all that sort of thing too. And if you are more academic, maybe go for sort of like the more, where you need oversight, where you need to learn legislation, you need to apply regulatory things and things like that. That could be something you might want to look into if you're into like being a lawyer or something like that. We've already got too many lawyers and not enough law jobs.
And not enough jobs.
So that's kind of like an arm you can go into. But the best thing you can actually do is ask the fucking AI. I'm not joking. Ask it. Go into Gemini or ChatGPT or any of those and ask it what jobs are AI proof, what is going to be needed. You can give them your CV and it will tell you what it thinks you could possibly pivot and do. It is actually useful in some ways. So maybe I'll start doing an AI course on here for people to pick up on how to actually start using it, because you need to. You need to learn how to use it. And I've been getting a bit of a masterclass off someone, so I'm a bit ahead on it now. I'm happy with what I've learned. It's really quite useful.
Oh, well, that's good. That's good. I just been so disgusted with what AI is going to bring.
There's a lot of downsides to it, but we can't deny it's here and it's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
If we don't use it, we're going to be left out in the cold. We've got to. But I'm with you. I think there's no oversight for it yet. The regulatory framework's not there. They've just let it go wild. The things that they're doing in the environment, in the name of AI, they don't even need to have a large language model, They could have gone with a different model. They chose that. And that's why we have to have all these bloody gigantic data centers, which we don't really need them. They could have gone a different way.
Like China did. China did.
Right. It's a choice. It was an option that they decided to do that. So
who's going to stop them from coming in your neighborhoods and buying up all these lands? It's the way of the colonizer. We go in and we just take over land, and we buy out parcels of land, and we do what we want. Right next door to your home.
And a bit like Trump with his stupid ballroom thing. Let's not bother getting any planning or any building control or any of that stuff, because that's not necessary. It's in the middle of a city. There's like storage underneath. There's all sorts of things running under the, underground railways and things going under the White House. Definitely. Because you can't be in the middle of a city and that stuff's not all underneath you. So who's to say he's going to hit something or wreck something or build it with the wrong materials, and then the rest of the White House falls down because it's caused a problem for the existing structure? We don't know what kind of damage this man is going to cause with it.
Now they're saying that that's why the first architect has quit because he kept on insisting on more things that he felt that were unreasonable for this ballroom. So that's why
an architect, he's not a planner. An architect, he's not a building controller. And you can't be an expert on everything. And so they know themselves that they need that input to successfully build a project.
And he fancy 45, 47 fancy himself as a such a grand builder, but understand that he had a lot of engineers and a lot of architects that actually sat down and made hardcore plans for what they were building. He didn't do any of these things.
To try and work with, in terms of getting anything done. I would hate to work with him.
Yeah,
it's so unreasonable and ridiculous. But I saw something, and I don't know if you can elucidate because I didn't find out what it was about. But I saw something the other day, and they said it's not a ballroom he's building after all; it's something else. Do you know anything about that?
But they were saying he's building some high-tech bomb shelter.
That
would be able, that would be able to, because he did say that the military is in on the building too. Now there is of course, everybody knows there's a bomb shelter there, but it is being reported that possibly there will be some type of way where they can actually defend the shelter and the whole 9 yards, shoot missiles and all of this type of stuff. I don't know, but there have been some reports about that. But they said that it's going to have a state of the art, a whole big, huge medical center there. Those are some of the reports that the
when everyone else can't even get a basic health care, but it's going to have a huge medical center. Right, okay.
Oh, and speaking of basic health care, I want to know if you heard about this young lady who had she found out she had first degree cancer, and what is it? Stage 1 cancer, first degree. Stage 1 cancer. And then let me share this.
Yeah.
And then she wound up
about anything like this, so.
Okay, a young mother whose insurance was cut because she couldn't afford $5,000 payments has passed away this morning. Torrance Marie was 28, was forced off of chemotherapy, which led to her early stage cancer progressing to stage 4. She made it to Christmas and leaves behind her son. I want to share this with you, guys.
Sad and necessary and awful. It just reminds me of the children he sent. Remember the cancer children he sent abroad, like mid-treatment and stuff? Deported them, and they were citizens.
Yeah, and they were still in the middle of their cancer treatment.
That's right.
Now, this is all because of health insurance, why this woman lost her life. Let me, let me share this. I'm trying to, here we go. Let me share this. Now, you're going to hear a lot more of these stories as people lose their health insurance and are not able to see a primary care physician to even understand that they are in their first stage of cancer.
They're not even going to know they've got it. I mean, there's so many symptoms that can be put down to all kinds of things that you don't know because you're not a doctor. I wouldn't know. And without seeing a doctor, you're just going to end up progressing so quickly to the stage 4 that it's going to be too late for loads of people. It's horrible. Honestly, it's really bad, Ronnie, too. I hate it.
Okay. Oh, I am sharing it. Okay, let me share this with you. Okay, that's her. She used to do.
To live. I don't know if I believe them, but I know that they're saying I only have a couple of days to live. And I need my chemo and telling me that I have to pay $5,000 if I want treatment because of my insurance, which is a lot. And it's not just my insurance. It's like you shouldn't be able to deny me my chemo at all, but they do. I am no longer a fiance. Just want to throw that in there. It's just going to be me and my son through this battle. I want to say I love you guys, and I'm hope everybody is blessed and has a blessed day. And here's a little update for you guys. Love you. And safe surgery in Jesus' name. I'm praying. Too great for my cancer. They're talking about someone only have a couple of days to live. I don't know if I believe them, but I know that they're saying I only have a couple of days to live.
Okay, so this is under the link No Healthcare. She had colon cancer. There was another shirt that her name is on there. There was another shirt that I saw, and she was about to. She was at the end of her treatment, her chemo treatment, and she was doing a video, and she said they're about to pull me off of this chemo, and I tell you, I feel so much better. This was before they cut her insurance off, and she said she said I haven't been able to have a bowel movement for the past few days, but I'm able to have one now. So this girl, they was giving her treatment. She saw that the treatment was working, and unfortunately, because of money and healthcare insurance, this girl lost her life. Went from stage 1 to stage 4 very quickly. So
Horrendous. I mean,
yeah,
she's left children and everything, hasn't she? It's just
a
so
child,
sad.
a son. Just
Oh,
very sad. So
Oh,
that is pure evil, and that is horrible. The link is in my description box under no health insurance. I'm sorry.
I
What you
just don't
say?
know how these people are living with themselves, and I include in this Democrats who are not doing enough, in my opinion. They need to do more.
I concur.
It's disgusting. You guys are being so badly let down right now. You really are.
Yeah.
It really worries me. I've got so many friends and family in America. I have sleepless nights over it. Honestly, I do, because I'm just like, where is this going to end up? I can't understand why people aren't doing more.
We had Democrats who actually reopened the government and said we can fight this. We have a couple of months to fight this, and they did no actual fighting. The Republicans offered nothing, and they walked away and wouldn't vote on one resolution that attempted to.
I mean, Jasmine Crockett is not able to do the whole thing on her own. You know, she needs a bit of help, guys. Can you kind of come and help her out a bit? It's ridiculous.
But it's no one can do it on that. The Republicans don't even care. This Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and he's like, "Oh well, there's nothing we can do." This is the same one. Well, if they open the government, we can work on this. Oh, Chuck Schumer, they to get rid of him. All of these speeches and all of this talk does absolutely nothing for the American people. I think that this midterm election is going to show a lot of people that if you don't, you need to piss or get off the pot, as they say. If you're not going to do the job, we're going to get somebody to do the job, and hopefully there's
independence needs to step up. I mean, that Hassan in New York, he's fascinating. he's someone who's trying to get the job done. I think more independent as well. I think more independent politicians who are coming from the community, grassroots, get out there, throw your hat in the ring and get involved, get it done. People get
Yeah.
behind you. I think they will.
And people who are not propped up by corporate money.
Right. Because it's getting dread out there and people are starting to feel it. They really are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, that's me. That's me off my soapbox.
They are.
But yeah,
So,
I just think things have got to change. It's not working. It's not working. What they're doing right now is not working.
yeah. So it's going to be interesting. A lot of people are. It just seems like a lot of people are asleep on how important it is for healthcare, and a lot of people I know people who take medicine every day. It's a lot of people who I know that are on some type of medication every day. So,
Well, but
you
the
know,
thing is, it's one of those things that people they don't realise how important it is until it really is vital for them. And that can happen really bloody quickly. It could be as simple as having a stomach ulcer. Do you know how painful a stomach ulcer is? Something like that will take you all the way out. You won't be able to work or do anything or eat. I had gallbladder issues. I couldn't eat for a year. I was on yogurt and jelly for a year because I had an infection that they couldn't get rid of. And
wow.
and it was just like I kept going and getting, treatment. I was in hospital for over 6 weeks while they were trying to get rid of it. And for more than one time, like that was the longest one I was in for. I was so ill. I thought I was going to be on my way out. And that was just a gallbladder issue. So what I'm saying is it can hit you at any point. And I'm very fit. I was a yoga teacher and everything. So it can hit anyone at any time. I've got a full NHS backing me up. And if that can happen to me, imagine what can happen to you if you haven't even got insurance that's covering you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything
Exactly.
to take you out. Anything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you look at the veterans and people, you don't know what's going to happen with them because they seem to be getting less and less as well. And they're quite a lot of the veterans.
At who? Oh, the veterans? Yeah.
Yeah, they seem to be getting screwed over as well. And are they going to actually end up with anything at the end of all this? I don't know. They've got quite complex needs.
Yeah, very complex. And the more that they can push it off, that they're on drugs and they are crazy and all of this type of stuff, and they don't show up to their appointment. Because what happened to them has made them crazy. They have made them have PTSD. They act like they don't understand it, and it's the fault of the sick veteran. It's his fault or her fault.
For the record, that a lot of people who are recruited into, the armed forces, especially at the lower levels, tend to come from minority communities.
Mm-hmm.
Do they not?
And poor, minority and poor. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I include poor people as minority communities because they're so, oppressed. But I think that's, I think that should be noted because these are the people who, the government gives the least care for. And they're the people who deserve the most care. And let us not forget what a government's job actually is. It's not to enrich themselves. It's not to have a strong economy even. It's to serve the bloody people. That's what they're there for. They're supposed to provide goods and services to you. That's their whole purpose.
Exactly.
Otherwise, what are they for?
Exactly.
They cost us a fortune. Why have them if you're getting nothing out of it? Anyway, I'm sorry, Ronnie Q. I keep going off on one.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Now, let me see. I don't know. This could be a false story, but let's see. Now they're saying that Marjorie Taylor Greene exposed. Trump exposed as Marjorie Taylor Greene finally leaks everything. Now she's resigning from Congress on the 5th. Let's see if she's really revealing anything. Yeah, let's see what she's revealing. It says bombshell.
Well,
Pondering politics. Let's see what Marjorie Green is revealing.
Congress, the New York Times just dropped a bombshell deep dive about Marjorie Taylor Greene and her final political divorce from Donald Trump, based on 2 very recent interviews conducted with her, in which she reveals explosive new details about that political divorce, including her final conversation with Trump about terroristic threats against her and her family. Some pretty shocking revelations here. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, I will include the link to this full article in the description of the video and probably the first comment as well. It's called "I Was Just So Naive: Inside Marjorie Taylor Greene's Break with Donald Trump." And there's a picture of her right here, sufficiently moody, and it's written by Robert Draper, who conducted the interview with Greene herself. It is extremely fascinating and explosive, and I want to read you specific excerpts from the article, including new details about her final text exchange with Trump pertaining to the threats that she, and more importantly, her family, were receiving as a consequence of Trump attacking her and calling her a traitor. So let's dive in. Greene's last exchange with the president was by text message on November 16th. That day, she received an anonymous email in her personal Gmail account that threatened her college-age son. Quote, "Derek will have his life snuffed out soon. Better watch his back." The email subject heading used the nickname Trump had given her the day before, Marjorie Taylor Greene. So again, establishing very clearly that whoever sent this message was motivated by Trump's direct threats against her. A direct, straight line.
He's against political violence, though. As if he doesn't know when he put these dog whistles out, this is exactly what he's stirring up in his sycophants.
The president of peace.
Greene promptly texted that information to Trump. According to a person familiar with the exchange, his long reply made no mention of her son. Instead, Trump insulted her in personal terms. When she replied that children should remain off limits from their disagreements, Trump responded that she had only herself to blame. I want to be very clear. Again, as she will explain in her own words later on in the article, loyalty is a one-way street with Trump, and he doesn't give a damn about you or your loved ones if you defy him in any way. And it doesn't matter how much credit or credibility you built up along the way, how loyally you have served him along the way, it's irrelevant.
But she's dumb to have thought any other way. He has exhibited that behavior prior to her. I have no tears to cry for Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Was it not Marjorie Taylor Greene who said, "Oh, the Republicans are a bit anti-woman"? I'm thinking, well,
your sound went out. Your sound went out. Did she drop down? Your sound went out, Z Sarah. Z Sarah, turn your mic on.
Oh, Ronnie Q, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. You said she was anti-woman. She said that he was anti-woman.
Yeah, she was the one, wasn't she, complaining about they were anti-women.
Well, she should have known that, but go ahead.
No, I'm just saying she's ridiculous. Why doesn't she know these things? How long did it take her to work this stuff out? She's crazy. But she's right. She's right in what she says. He has no loyalty to anyone, and neither does Vance. He's exactly the same kind of human being.
Exactly. Now, they are picking the corpses of Charlie Kirk, trying to see who's going to take over that disgusting Turning Point USA. But there is
Russell Brand, maybe.
Russell Brand. They even had the audacity to have Russell Brand show up at that last convention with all of the SA charges that he has against him.
Nicki Minaj with her husband, who's known for that too, right?
Oh yeah. I talked to and her brother. And her brother.
Oh, I didn't know about that bit.
Who are serving 25 years in jail for molesting his 11-year-old stepdaughter. These are the people that Turning Point USA had on their stage when Charlie Kirk himself said that Nicki Minaj was no role model. And do you hear the things that she says? Oh, there is a big brouhaha in the Republican Party behind who's going to take over. Should Nick Fuentes? Let me see. Let me share this with you. Here we go. Let me let you hear what Charlie Kirk has to say about the illustrious speaker that showed up at Turning Point USA. Oh God. So here is what I had on that. This comes from Hollywood Unlocked. The link will be in my description box. Virtual petition to deport Nicki Minaj to Trinidad gains traction after Erica Kirk interviewed and surpasses 20,000 signatures. White House, ICE, FBI, Army are tagged on the campaign. Here is the petition. Here are photos. I didn't know that Nikki is. This is a picture of her felony husband. Let me see what this says. Nicki Minaj is currently spiraling out of control and seems to be experiencing psychosis. Her erratic behavior has led her to harass the Carters. She says that Z owes her money, as well as respected and completely innocent American family. I think that is the family of the young lady who said that she was essayed by her husband, and Nikki has.
I can't remember her name, but I know what you mean. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. But despite having no justifiable reason to target them, her relentless pursuit has become a source of distress and disruption for their lives. This type of behavior is not only unacceptable, but warrants intervention on a societal level. In addition to her personal misconduct, Minaj's choice of partner puts further stain on her reputation. She is married to Kenneth Petty, a registered SO, whose criminal history brings additional concern. Despite the gravity of his past actions, Minaj continues to fiercely defend him, reportedly going out as far as intimidating and threatening his victims. Such actions demonstrate a blatant disregard for the law and for the safety of others. This is what is in this petition that is signed by 20,000 people.
I'm not surprised people have turned against her over it, because I mean it's a lot, isn't it? I mean, she's continually been supporting this. I think it's Nosy. Do you remember Nosy Ho?
Yes.
Yeah, she did quite a lot about it, didn't she, back in the day? And I remember listening to her. I think it was her interviewing the lady that we're talking about, who Kenneth assaulted. And
I didn't see that interview. I know Sherelle World reported on it as
did
well.
It as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, she did. Yeah, and her and Nosy Ho became friends, I think, over it. At one time.
Okay.
Yes, Sherelle and Nosy got quite close, and I think it was.
But then they fell out.
I think they did in the end. I think Nosy falls out with most people, but yeah, it was because I think Minaj was troubling both of them.
Yeah.
He was like sending lawsuits and all sorts of things to them both, and I think they kind of bonded over it. It was all to do with that. So I remember this quite well. It was a massive thing, and Nikki's just constantly been involved in, like you said, I didn't know about the brother, but like she's constantly seems to be involved in these kind of scandals.
Yeah, and she came over here undocumented at 5 years old, and
again, I didn't know that. This is news.
Okay, now this is not just a personal grievance. It is a matter of public concern. Nicki Minaj's influential status does not grant her the right to overstep legal and moral boundaries. Her actions have demonstrated that she poses a threat not only to the individuals she has targeted, but potentially to the broader community. Deporting Nicki Minaj back to her home country, Trinidad, seems the most viable situation to curtail her harmful actions. It would ensure the safety of American citizens and send a clear message that harassment and support of criminal activity will not be tolerated. Let us stand together in urging the authorities to take immediate action for the safety and well-being of all involved. Sign this petition to make other voices, our voices heard, and ensure that justice is served. That's the petition.
And I'm not surprised that people feel that way, are you? I mean, especially now she's involved in this business. They're getting quite a lot of bad press. I mean, I didn't even know about them, to be honest, until the Charlie Kirk assassination. I didn't know who Charlie Kirk was even.
Now, let me. I am a neighbor of Miss Minaj, and I do not feel safe for my children or for myself to leave our home without security, as Miss Minaj is sheltering a known child rapist. This is what this says. I'm showing you the post in her residence, which is located across the street from ours. Please take swift action regarding this matter. Let me let you hear what her husband says about him. Her marrying him will give her citizenship.
Buy that ring.
You cut a nigga finger,
a whole
a bitch
nigga,
finger.
That's a fact. A whole motherfucking finger off for this shit. What you mean I secured the bag? You got your citizenship, your green card.
Oh, thank you.
That's right.
Chucky, because you are American, I can now fill out paperwork to vote in the United States of America of Donald Trump. And I would like to thank my fans and everybody that supported me.
I got Donald Trump big.
And
And I ain't
you mean I didn't buy this ring? Well, the only thing is I'm not a citizen of America.
Okay, so this is her pretending like since she's marrying him, she could go sign up to vote. But this is in September of 2024, her talking to a fan and telling him she's not a citizen.
America, isn't that crazy?
You're a citizen of where?
Of Trinidad.
Oh, you're Trinidad.
Yes, boy. I was born on a beautiful island called Trinidad and Tobago. But I've been in the States for many years. You would think that with the millions of dollars that I've paid in taxes to this country, that I would have been given an honorary citizenship many, many, many thousands of years ago, Landale. Okay, I'm 10,000
You even know
years
my
old.
name?
Yes. If I can help you, I would love to, first of all. And secondly, I don't know what it is I would be able to do, seeing as, I'm not a citizen. But
me don't know, like, you're not a family actually that are so, like, me don't know, like.
You do not want to go to no Trinidad, Landale. Landale, I'm gonna Trinidad, Well, the only thing is, I'm not a citizen of America. Isn't that
Hello, Ice. Gov. I hope this finds you well. Trinidad-born rapper Nicki Minaj came to America illegally when she was 5 years old with her a grape apologist mother, Carol Minaj, and rapist brother, Jelani Minaj. She has a felony record, and I feel uncomfortable with her in this country. This is something that is posted on X. Now let's hear from Charlie Kirk. Oh, wait a minute. This is another call to active, huge blunder. Nicki Minaj just referred to J.D. Vance as an assassin while speaking to Erica Kirk. Watch her completely squirm when she realized what she did. She did that on stage. Joy Reid clowns Miss Nicki Minaj after Amethyst appearance and millions of followers lost over her MAGA pivot.
I'm getting texts like about Nikki, and I'm like, what are you talking
Now, this is Lizzo.
about? I didn't even know. Then, I researched and saw what was going on. And I'm going to say it like this. Celebrities' opinions of other celebrities does not matter. I'm telling you, it doesn't matter. So my opinion of her does not matter. But what I will tell you is you're about to see an influx of people who see that it is more profitable and more beneficial to join that side. You're going to see it. It already started, and it's going to continue. This is his first year. This is Trump's first year as president. We got 3 more years of people who are going to surprise you. And it's going to hurt your feelings and it's going to disappoint you. And you have to know that, like, there's money behind it. I'm getting texts like about
Minaj, Turning Point USA. She went out there. By now you've seen it. I got a bunch of phone calls about it.
I bet.
I'm out. I'm done. That was it. Sorry, I'm gone. I'm gone. That's it. The last dance. That was the last candle on the cake for me. Sorry, Barbs. Sorry, Nick. Don't call me. Don't text me. It is what it is. Sometimes how y'all move around. Minaj, Turning Point USA.
Minaj, Cardi B.
Okay, Nicki Minaj is causing dads to leave the home.
Hold on a second. I don't think that's a good role model for 18-year-old black girls. I don't think that songs that are talking about, like, glorifying
Where your wife does 15 minutes after you die. She thinks that that's a good role model, obviously, for white girls and white boys, because there were no black girls in the audience. So your wife thinks that she's a good role model for white girls and boys.
wet female genitalia is exactly, I don't know which one wrote that song. Which one was it?
I think it was Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but by the way, the role models of the 1940s and 50s for Black America were completely different.
So it is a representation issue.
Hold on a second. No, not representation. It's who do you get your art from? It's what values are they putting forward? For example, more times than not, Black politicians will lament the condition of America. It's systemically racist. It's terrible. What does that do to a 14-year-old Black kid if you just find that you hear that everything...
Politicians and art are 2 different things. Notice he was talking about who you get your art from, and he pivoted to politicians. Politicians are people who you will vote for to change the condition of your lives. See, this charlatan, a whole charlatan.
Is rigged against you. Instead, they should be saying, hey, there might be some barriers, but if you believe in yourself enough, you can achieve in this country. It creates a form of social conditioning of low expectations, and that's not my argument. You know whose argument that is? Minaj, Cardi B.
So if a Black person believes in themselves enough, they can achieve. So if they believe in themselves that they can become a airline pilot, and they achieve that, you then come and say that you have fear that the Black pilot isn't qualified. Is that how it goes, charlatan? Okay. That's what I wanted to share with you.
I agree with you, Ronnie. And actually, we've always had all kinds of role models out there. If you want to look to maths and science and stuff, there's plenty of geniuses from all over the world, including America, who are Black, Asian, or any other race. It depends who you look to and what you look to, isn't it? You can look at...
Go ahead.
Sorry, carry on. Oh, well, I was going to say, we've got people like Chuck D. He's a great role model. Well, in my opinion, maybe not to everyone, but to me, he's a great role model. But you can equally go for someone like Lil Wayne. It depends who you like. Do you know what I mean? It depends who you like. And so there's all kinds of art. It just depends on you as an individual, what you can do. You can choose anything.
Yeah, and why is it that the celebrity is the only role model that he thinks that we should have? Someone who is in a celebrity class. Why in the past, doctors, lawyers, these were great role models.
Exactly. exactly that. I think, you know, we've had black women at NASA and all sorts of really illustrious, you know, role models in the past. But they've never,
Scientists.
exactly, incredible scientists. But we've never had knowledge of them because you hid them from us. You kept them undercover, right?
Right.
So, and it's the things that society pushes forward, not necessarily what is available, right?
Right. Now, let me share this with you real quick. It's not like we weren't warned about this, but we need to be reminded about this. It seems we really need to be reminded about this.
These leaders that they call leaders, this included Lena Horne, this included Dick Gregory, and this included comedians, comics, trumpet players, baseball players. Show me in the white community where a comedian is a white leader. Show me in the white community where a singer is a white leader, or a dancer or a trumpet player is a white leader. These aren't leaders. These are puppets and clowns that have been set up over the black community by the white community and have been made celebrities and usually say exactly what they know that the white man wants to hear. And it is an honor, actually, that they endorsed Dr. Martin Luther King and were against the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That's actually an honor. I just told you a little while ago, these leaders.
Okay.
So much truth. He get the shit out of people. He was brilliant. Everything he said, I just had to go along with.
Yeah, I concur. Hello, Star Moon. Grand rising to you. Wow, you got one person and we have millions. Who has one person? And what millions do you have? Name 10. Name 10 of, and name the one person that we have. And name 10 of the millions of people that your pathetic ass has. Okay, let's continue. Z Sarah, is there anything else? Any final thoughts that you want to share?
No, we've covered quite a lot today, haven't we? No, I think we've just got to go and do our homework on those few things we were talking about earlier, and then yeah. But yeah, I'll definitely come back to you, Ronnie Q, if I find out anything.
Yeah, and I'm gonna look up that
the Macron stuff and the Somaliland. Yeah, I'll see if I've got anything on Macron.
Somaliland.
That's it.
Yeah. I'm just definitely gonna take that out.
Thank you for having me. I've really enjoyed chatting to you today.
Now, hold on. Before you go, thank you, Miss Toby. We have one. Which ones do we have? Do we have the one who created the elevator? Do we have the one who created the refrigerator? Do we have the one who created the clothes dryer? Do we have the one that created the traffic signal? Do we have the one that created the lubrication for the train wheels of the trains that transferred commerce all across the United States? Are those the ones that you're speaking of? Let's see who else we have. While you think that we have one when we're having a conversation about Nicki Minaj, understand that we know that we have way more than one.
Timbuktu, where every race came to get books to learn from black teachers who taught Greeks.
Do we have one that created the cell phone? Do we have one that created the home security surveillance? Are these ones you speak of? Do we have the ones that created the maxi pad? Do we have the one that created even the super soaker? Are those the ones you speak of?
Let's rewind it even further. The entire Renaissance, when Europe was entirely in the Dark Ages, they got the entire Renaissance from Mansa Musa, who's still the richest man to ever walk the planet. $400 billion dollars is worth. And so, yeah.
Would that be the one? Would that be the one?
That could be the one.
Invented the ironing board. Okay. Who is this? Invented the elevator. Alexander Miles. Oh, are these the ones? Is this the one you're speaking of that we have? James Sloan Adam and invented the airplane propeller. Is that the one you speak of? Is that the one you think we have? While we're talking about Nicki Minaj, Julian Brown, inventor of the what is that? Plastone. What is the plastone? I don't even know what that is. My damn self. Let me see which ones we have. Madam C.J. Walker, inventor hair products and first black woman millionaire. Is that the one you speak of? Black inventors who changed the world. Garrett Morgan
Black
invented the
scientist at the Manhattan Project.
Invented the traffic light and the gas mask. Is that the one you speak of? These black people, the one that we have. This is the one. Dr. Gladys May West invented the satellite for GPS. Is that the one you speak of? Is that the one that you think that we have? Frederick McKinley Jones invented the refrigerator and the air conditioning. Would that be the one you speak of? Get it the fuck out of my face. See, Sarah, anything you want to add?
So, my darling, it's been great speaking to you, and we'll do it again soon. Have a great day on purpose.
You too. It was great having you up here. I am going to look into that immediately because I'm really interested. I never knew about that region being so sketchy.
No, not me. Well, I knew a little bit, but like I say, Lennon sort of filled us in a bit. I'm going to go and look at his comments as well, and then I'm going to go and look it up after this live. But yeah,
Now,
great speaking to you.
Leonard said that that plastone is recycled plastic made into fuel.
Oh gosh, yes. Isn't there an Atlanta black inventor who's made a fuel for cars from it that he started in the showroom just the other day? I saw that. He could be the one.
Obviously, it could be him because he is like a modern day inventor.
Right, it could be him. It could be.
All right, Z Sarah, it was great having you up here. I appreciate you being here. Now, hey V Designs. Let me see. Light bulbs. Black created the instrument for heart surgery. The first shoe. The shoe pattern cell. Phone elevators. The first electric car. Blacks even taught them how to bathe and hygiene, and created the first sanitary pad for them to put between their legs so they weren't just running out and stuffing hay in their britches. Okay. They were dead by age 30 because they were so nasty and filthy. We are great people. Everything that is major today is run society. Even computers. Black people created it. Everything. So where did the y'all have one, but we have millions? I don't see I only asked you for 10. Where are the 10? Hmm. 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 Oh, they have nothing. All right, guys. Leonard Crockett is going. Oh, yeah, she's going for the Senate. Uh, uh, Z Sarah is telling you Crockett is going. I know she has another chance. Elon Musk did not create the electric car, and Elon Musk did not create anything that was created regarding the Tesla, because what he did, he purchased the idea from the actual creators of Tesla, and Tesla was not the inventor of the electric car, and everything about Tesla was purchased. They rezoned her. They that was one of the districts. Her congressional district was one of the districts that they gerrymandered. She's running. She's running for Senate, and while she has the name recognition, I I hope she is successful. But I must say, Taryn, I forgot his name. He has a weird name. The Democrat who she's primarying for that seat. Was in the state legislature. I played a clip of him where Texas were trying to demand that the Ten Commandments be taught in K through 12 schools, and that the Bible was a good teaching instrument. Jane Takapina or something to that effect. And uh, he was the one who argued. He is a staunch Christian. I think he's a minister as well, a young white man, and he gave them hell about trying to demand that the Ten Commandments and that Texas school teach from the Bible, being a Christian himself, as they belabored all this argument. Try to put off the argument and wait until the last day to have the argument, that they had to hold the argument over until a Sunday. And he asked the sponsor of that bill, what does the Bible say about Sunday, the day of the Sabbath? She said, well, that is the day of the Sabbath, and you should rest on the Sabbath. He said, well, why are we here arguing this on a Sunday? And she just looked embarrassed, trying to get the Ten Commandments and the Bible being taught in K through 12 school. So this is who she's going up against. Um, it's going to be interesting. It is really going to be interesting. He doesn't have a national record, uh, you know, but we're not voting for him nationally. Texas is voting for who's going to have that seat. So this primary between these two is going to be quite interesting. They did her dirty for real, for real. That was the whole point. That was the intention. So all right, guys. I had a lot more for you guys, but you know, I have the rest of the week, and oh no, I would be remiss. I would be remiss because I have been skipping this. I've been meaning to show you guys Fonnie Willis. Did you guys know that they bought Fonnie Willis before the Georgia State Party, Georgia State Senate, and had her actually try to run her over the coals about her job, the job that she is paid to do, the job that she is paid to do well. If you miss, I'm just going to play some highlights for you, and we will go over this because they try to now the guy who was questioning her, he's running for lieutenant either the lieutenant governor of Georgia, and the questioning as if she has to approve her actions in her job to him. Let me show you a little bit of. Let me show you a little bit of this. I cannot hold this off. I have been meaning to show you guys this for a while. They mad as fuck that they can't falsely prosecute her. No, they can't prosecute her. Let me show you this. Here we go. I'm going to go to the opening statements. They try to, I'll let you hear her opening statements. Let's.
One of the things you did when you came into office was you formed this new anti-corruption unit.
And taught me how.
Single purpose agenda. And with that, obviously there's media in the room. Press has lines. I think you guys are all clear on where you're allowed to be in the committee room, where you're not allowed to be. So thank you for working with our Senate press staff on that. If there are any available seats in the middle of your aisle, please, or in the middle of your row, please scoot over. We do have overflow in room 125 here in the Capitol building for any of you that want to avail yourself of the overflow room as well. This is a Senate committee hearing. This is not a courtroom. There is no judge in the room. We will adjudicate the meeting today per the Senate rules and Mason's manual. We have the Secretary of the Senate available to advise us if there's any considerations. Governor Barnes, you are here as counsel for DA Willis, is that correct?
I am, but I can assert privilege. I mean, you can't decide privileges that are granted by.
No, I didn't say anything about privilege. I was just...
Now, understand this guy who is serving as her counsel, he was a former, I believe he was a governor of Georgia.
Referencing that's the capacity in which you're appearing today. Oh, yes. And just want to kind of maybe cast a net is for those of you that have not been here for any of our committee hearings. This committee is charged with investigating and advising the General Assembly on any changes to Georgia state law as the committee deems necessary as a result of our investigation into the criminal prosecution as it relates to the election interference case of President Trump and the 18 others. We've had a series of meetings and have been working with the District Attorney Willis to appear today. We had a state law that passed, and it is my understanding you are appearing under the second subpoena that was issued, and there is still a Supreme Court case relative to the 2024 subpoena and the General Assembly that issued that, or the Senate that issued that at that time. Great. I referenced signs briefly. It's my understanding that there's some people that have signs in the room. You're obviously welcome to have those. Please just don't hold those up, as you will be blocking views from other members of the committee. We do have a single purpose agenda, and so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a statement
Now she's under oath. Let's go.
I'd like to include in the record.
Sure. If you want to pass that around to us, be happy to make that as part of the record.
And I'm doing that because I was prohibited from giving a statement.
Yeah. So again, this is going to be analogous. I know it's been a while since you've been in the state Senate. You've had an illustrious career since then. As you know, committee testimony is different than courtroom procedures, and there's generally not opening statements in Senate committee testimony.
But notice she's under oath.
That was on an investigative committee that did not allow opening statements.
We will proceed with the testimony, and if either one of you.
Notice they're not allowing opening statement. It's been a while since he's been a senator before he was governor, but they're not allowing opening statements, and this is under oath. But this is just a simple meeting, he says.
And Madam DA, is that the preferred title? Is how you'd like to refer to you?
Either District Attorney Willis or Madam DA.
Perfect. We'll go with either one of those. Thank you for being here today. Please do
Call me who I am.
you pull that microphone closer or lean forward when you speak. I'll try to get the volume adjusted so that everyone can hear it.
I doubt it.
He is going to adjust the volume quite a bit. He's going to turn her mic off quite a few times.
Anyone will have trouble hearing me.
Fair enough. Just love if you could take a minute, walk us through your career history. I know that you have a 30-year legal history. If you could just tell the committee your path to becoming the district attorney in Fulton County.
Well, I went to the best university in the nation, Howard University, matriculated through there in 3.5 years and graduated December of '92, although I walked in May of 1993. I then came down to Georgia because I was admitted to one of the top 25 law schools in the country, Emory University School of Law. While at Emory University School of Law, for the first time in Emory's history, I won the Frederick Douglass Moot Court Competition, which is a national competition put on by the Black Law Students Association, successfully matriculated through, took the Georgia bar because the Olympics was that year. That was the last year that you could take the bar while still in law school. So during my last semester of law school, I took the bar and passed on the first try. Then became a lawyer. I worked for a small law firm with Alvin Kendall.
So, would she be a DEI hire? Of course she would be. She's a qualified Black woman. Of course she would be considered a DEI. As Charlie Kirk said, Ketanji Brown Jackson was a DEI Supreme Court hire. Charlie Kirk, who never finished college, said that a Supreme Court justice, the first Black female Supreme Court justice, was a DEI hire. So do you wonder why she's being questioned by somebody who is not as qualified and astute as her? To make himself feel better, to make him have some supremacy over this Black educated woman? Let's continue.
Has a great knack for picking talent, because at that law firm at the time was myself and the former mayor of Atlanta, Keisha Lance Bottoms, who will be a great candidate for governor of this state and is now running for office. Also Teresa Mann, who is a judge in the city of Atlanta court, and another lawyer by the name of Carl Touchtone. We represented people in both criminal and civil cases. I worked there for a small time. I then left that law firm and opened up my own law practice, where I practiced both juvenile law, criminal law, did some family stuff. Young practitioner, I did that out of Douglas County, Georgia, but I represented people in the entire metro area during that time. Got married, had 2 children, became a solicitor, needed a kind of a more calm life. So I went to work for Raines Carter, who's been the longest standing solicitor, I think, in the country at this point. Worked for him for some time, applied to become a district attorney, worked there approximately 16 years, tried every type of case you can imagine, but I was really a murder prosecutor. That's what I do best. But also at that time tried the longest case in Georgia's history, which is the Atlanta Public Schools case, a RICO case. That's how I became acquainted with John Floyd, because he taught me RICO inside and out, and taught me how you can use that to bring criminals to justice, which I've done throughout my career successfully. Worked there, then decided to leave to run for office, ran for judge, came up 49%, I believe, is the percentage of the vote that I won. Actually went to a Republican strategist. He told me, because I went to a runoff, Republicans will not vote for you. And I said, why? I've had a history of representing this state. I've done so successfully. I'm known as a prosecutor. He said, you're Black and female. I said, I don't believe that to be true. I don't think that's the state of the nation. Who knew? He was right and I was wrong. I lost that election, but that was God's plan, because after that, I had the honor of representing the Judicial Qualifications Commission. I'm one of the only Black lawyers to ever be able to do that in the state of Georgia, where I prosecuted judges who had done something wrong. And so that was a great honor of mine. Richard Hyde was one of the people that helped me to get that position, because he had worked with me on Atlanta Public Schools. I think that he's still doing that kind of work, and he's a very great investigator. So I did that for a while. I also got to represent a lot of fathers and mothers as they went through domestic things, did some criminal defense work. And then people started coming to me. You need to run for district attorney. Current district attorney has some problems. You'd be outstanding at it. And who knew? I ran, I won. I'm the first woman to serve as district attorney in Fulton County, Georgia. Best to ever do it. I sit here with a 92% conviction rate. That's my history.
Excellent. Thank you so much. For those of us on the committee, it'd be helpful to kind of get
Any questions? And you wonder why she is sitting before a committee, trying to insinuate that she did something wrong for prosecuting 45 and 47, and many of his, I believe there were 39 people she could have prosecuted, but she brought prosecution against 19 people in the 2020 election, where they were trying to interfere with Georgia's elections. Are we clear that 4547 personally called Ben Ratzenberger to tell him to find, all you need to find is, I think it was 1,100 and some votes so he could win Georgia? This is why she's sitting here. And even Ben's Ratzenberger said, no, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to tell you exactly what happened, which brought forth this prosecution.
get a scope of what your office structure is like and kind of the makeup of your office. So how many employees are within the Fulton County's DA's office?
65.
Okay. And how many paralegals?
I don't know, about another 70 or so professionals. Some of that is VWAP, some of that is administrative. No.
Okay. Can you walk us through the pay structure?
The state pays for my office about 25 ADAs. They're woefully underpaid. The salary that the state paid is a joke right now. If you want to look at some legislation, you should look at paying DAs across this country more money, because they do not make enough money, and it is very hard for people to recruit DAs at the state pay. So for those 20 or so some lawyers that work at state pay, I do one of two things as incentives. The first thing I do is the ones that work in-house, I give them supplements that the county pays, because the pay is so low and really just an embarrassment to think that we pay public servants at that rate. Another incentive I offer to some other very seasoned ADAs that are further along in their career that are my state paid employees, I let them work 95% remotely, and all they do is indict cases for my office. The rest of the lawyers paid by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office are in fact paid by the county. But you should note here that I am a state employee. I am not a county employee. I represent the Atlanta Judicial Circuit. The Fulton County DA is really slang.
Great. So give me a range then of those ADAs, including the supplement. What's the salary range of
Probably
those ADAs?
the lowest salary of any DA that works for me is 85, and the highest might be around 200. Again, don't hold me to exacts.
Sure. Okay. You were elected in 2020. We talked about that. You had a transition process in between the election and when you were sworn in. Can you walk us through what that process looked like?
It was not a very good one. Myself and the former district attorney never had a conversation. We still have never had a conversation. But
Okay, so she's coming into a new job. Like many, let me talk about this. The prior DA never had a conversation with her. As she's coming to a staffed office, he has nothing to say to this educated Black woman who was elected to take his place. The qualified person who she gets no turnover information. Let me tell you personally, for me personally, this is how the other side does things. This is what they do to try to fuck up your stature, your time in the job, especially of those non-Black men. This is their technique that they have perfected to try to make their incompetence spill over into you having a bad job performance. I know this personally. I definitely know this personally. They fuck up their job but nobody sees them fucking up their job. But then they try to throw a monkey wrench into you taking over their position, hoping that you will fall on your face because they don't have enough in it for them to be successful and complete their job. I personally know this. Personally. And quite like Fonnie Willis, I went in there and I did my job to perfection. And do you think that much like Fonnie Willis, do you think that people above me notice that? No, they notice nothing about that. But when they chastised the person who was turning over the job to me, what did that do? That made them target me more. That made me a target because I was proficient in doing my job, and they weren't. So they figured they would target me and continue to target me for being proficient at my job because I do my job well. So this right here, this is what I know that other that male entity, that male colonizer is proficient at being a horrible worker, and then having the audacity to target someone who does it far better than them. This is fact. Let's continue.
But while I was still on my personal time, not yet being paid by the state of Georgia, I interviewed every attorney and investigator of the office and some of the other staff because I wanted to decide who I was going to keep and who I was not going to keep. So
she did this before she was inaugurated into the position. She knew she had the job. She knew that she was not going to get a proper turnover. So on her personal time, this is what she did. Let's move forward. Because that's important to understand that she's interviewing people prior to even being in the position. And he is going to go further and ask her, did you interview the guy who was prosecuting the case? You know, the guy who she wound up dating for a period of time. Did you get together and talk to him about how you guys were going to prosecute 45, 47? Well, if she is doing this, if she is interviewing, if he got the job prior to 45, 47, ever calling up in about the 2020 election, calling up the guy who was in charge of counting the votes, how could she do that? She didn't know prior to her getting her own job to get together and say how she's going to prosecute 45, 47 for making a phone call telling Ratzenberger to find 11,000 votes. She's going to be asked this question. This is a serious question that she's going to be asked.
I did that during that time period. I also had some committee members where I got some advice on things that needed to be priorities for the office as I took office. So I got very esteemed members of the Fulton County and the greater community to kind of advise me. I believe in diversity, so it was a diverse group. If you do studies on diversity, although some of you are against it, you will realize that the companies that do the best employ diversity. And so I employed diversity in that committee, and I've employed diversity in my staff because I represent a diverse community.
Who was a part of that committee?
I don't remember all the names, and I'm not going to guess at it.
What names do you remember?
Oh, my goodness. Lee Dupree's husband, William Dupree, was on that committee. There was another anchor, and I'm embarrassed to say that was an African-American female. I'm not sure. I want to say Mayor Franklin may have been on the committee, but I can't remember exactly. There were about 15 to 20 people. That's been some time ago now.
The interviews that you referenced with the existing staff as you were kind of determining whether they would stay, who participated in those interviews with you?
It would be different people each day. Attorney Gabe Banks was one of the attorneys that did some of the interviews. He wasn't able to do all, of course, because he had an active and thriving law practice at the time. Jeff DeSantis did some of the interviews with me. Daisha Young did some of the interviews with me. People would come in and out based on their schedules. My deputy of operations now, Dexter Bond, did some of those interviews with me. Mr. Nathan Wade had a thriving practice at the time as well. He would come in and out and do some of the interviews.
Nathan Wade. That was the one who wound up prosecuting this case. And Nathan Wade was where all of the shutdown came about because, what was her name? I forget. They start investigating the fact that her and Nathan Wade dated for several months, and this became the crux and that brought this prosecution to a halt. While they sat down and asked her about who paid for what trip and who paid for this trip and who paid for that, who pays for whatever when you're dating someone. But they wanted to know who paid bills when they went out on dates. That's what this case crashed down to. When you had somebody trying to subvert the loss of an election, telling the Georgia representative to find him 11,000 votes. He didn't care. He had it down to the 11,213 votes, for example. He had it down to an exact number of votes that he wanted him to find for the election, and he said he didn't care where he got them from. Just find them. He thought he could get on the phone and make that happen. As he walks around and said that the election was stolen to this day. Let's continue.
Was at every interview, but other people could only commit, so much of their time. They each did as much as they could. And that should not be the total list. That's what I can recall quickly right offhand. So don't take that as that was every person. I may have missed somebody that assisted me in that, and they'll have to blame it on my head, not my heart.
Okay. Who was a part of the team that made the decisions on who you would keep and who you would go? What was the consultation process after the interview? And how many approximately, if I can ask you this question a second time, if you want to answer the first one, but I'm trying to get to how many people did you retain from the former DA's team, and then how many people were brought in that were new?
I don't remember. I might have fired 50 or 60 people, but I don't remember exactly.
Okay.
It's the AJC did an article on she fired people, to which I told Fulton County I was going to only bring the best and the brightest. So I was always confused as to why that was a surprise.
Was there a lead on your transition team?
I was the lead. I was the DA.
Okay. Was there another person that you consulted with more than the others?
No.
I believe Mr. Wade said under testimony that he was a part of over 90% of these meetings or decisions. Do you recall that being an approximate accurate statement as to his involvement?
I can't speak to any other person's testimony, so I'm not going to ever comment on someone's testimony. If he testified to such, you're going to need to show it to me. You'll have to forgive me. I don't really trust you. So I'll have to see that particular testimony.
Do you recall Mr. Wade being...
Wait just a minute. She's got a right to finish her answer. You don't have a right to cut her off.
That's incorrect, Governor. Thank you.
Sir. It is
I'll be completing answers, sir.
Sure.
We should get that straight from the...
Was Mr. Wade part of, would you say, more than half of the interviews that you conducted?
Yes.
Would you say it was more than 75% of the interviews?
I have the right to cut her off. You're wrong about that. I will be completing answers. I'm just letting you know.
I don't guess at numbers. He was definitely more than half.
And what percentage of decisions, was the same percentage of decisions that he was a part of?
I ultimately made every decision. I take wise counsel from a group of people. So I took wise counsel from him. I took wise counsel from Deputy Bond. Ultimately, I made the decision on who stayed and who went.
Was Mr. Wade paid for this transition work?
None of them were paid. It was all volunteer work. It was wanting to make sure that the region was safe. So people volunteered their time to make sure that we had the best and the brightest representing Fulton County and that this community stayed safe. And every person who did it for free.
Thank you. Part of one of the things you did when you came into office was you formed this new anti-corruption unit. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Can you walk us through the decision process to stand that unit up, if that replaced any other units, and who was a part of that unit once it was stood up?
And I'm actually not sure we called it the anti-corruption unit when we first took over. So when I became the district attorney, Paul Howard had 101 police brutality cases, many that went back to years, maybe to 2009. People in the community were very upset. It was both unfair to the law enforcement officers and to the community that decisions were not made. And so I knew that one of the things that I was going to have to do was to make sure that every case got looked at and was evaluated. And so I was looking for attorneys to do that. I'm not sure if that's what we called it at first, because I think we called it the Civil Rights Unit. In fact, when we first opened it, I think it was the Civil Rights Unit. At some point, I go to visit other huge district attorneys' offices that have kind of the same kind of struggles that I have as a major metro area. I went to visit the Houston District Attorney's office at that time. And in that office, they had divided cases. And I thought it was a brilliant way to do business. And so I think that's the point that I then formed a civil rights unit, which would only deal with police brutality, and an anti-corruption unit. So I think when we first started that it was called the Civil Rights Unit.
Okay, how many people were part of that unit once you got it fully operational?
Well, it depends. The county has, in my opinion, stolen people from me, so we can't do the job as effectively as needs to be done. I've had as many as, it varies. It has varied because we had an anti-corruption unit and a civil rights unit. So it's varied.
Can you give us a range?
It really depends on who you're calling the anti-corruption unit. I've probably not had more than 2 lawyers in that unit, maybe 3 at any given time, an investigator or 2. And a legal assistant. They may have been doing double duty somewhere else.
And you entered into a contract with Chris Campbell to do some taint work as a part of that unit, is that correct?
That would be the Civil Rights Unit.
It sounds like they were somewhat interchangeable from what you just said. You said that it was called
No,
the Civil Rights Unit when it started.
The Civil Rights Unit may have encompassed everything at first, and then it ultimately becomes police brutality cases. And so what Mr. Campbell was, when the police take a statement, I know you're not an attorney, but there's an issue called garrity. And what happens is government employees, mostly we're talking about law enforcement officers, they will make a statement to the police, but that statement won't be Mirandized. There's all kinds of legal rules around it. I can't be privy to those statements. I shouldn't have them. Sometimes I think the police almost put them in there intentionally. And so they'll be intertwined in statements and reports. And so what he was hired to do is to redact. So once that I got a file from the GBI when somebody had been shot by an officer, I never read that. That way we were never tainted. That's why we use that word, by never seeing that. And so, yes, he was hired. He had been, I believe my recollection is he had been a former law enforcement officer, and he was a lawyer. I thought he was great for that work.
And Terrence Bradley was involved in that work?
He had been a former probation officer and an attorney. That's one of the reasons that I thought that they would do outstanding at it, because they had long histories in the law enforcement community and lawyers.
Was Mr. Wade?
I have lawyers now currently doing that work.
Was Mr. Wade involved with the taint work?
No.
Mr. Wade, Bradley, and Campbell were law partners. Is that correct at the time?
Loosely is what I understand. I can't tell you about the design of, I can't tell you the design of his firm. I think more so what happened is they shared office space and cost or something, but I don't know. I shouldn't speak to that or speculate to it.
Did you place anyone in charge of the anti-corruption unit, or did everyone that worked for there report directly to you?
I mean, ultimately everyone reports directly to me, but the anti-corruption unit, so when it was a civil rights unit, yes, it had a lawyer that was over it. His name is Brian Watkins. He is a lawyer that's been practicing law longer than I. And at first he had everything until we realized there was so much volume of work, because it doesn't just do this kind of work. It's not just police brutality now, right? Now it's, police lied, or it's an elected official did something wrong, and it just became too much. Once we stood up these units and my county understood we were doing these kind of things, fortunately or unfortunately, the office started to get referrals, and so it just grew.
How many cases has this unit brought to trial approximately?
Oh, I couldn't tell you over the years, but we brought some to trial, especially these police brutality cases. I couldn't tell you exactly, so I'm not going to speculate.
Okay.
It's not as many as like my major crimes unit, but I can tell you that the anti-corruption and the civil rights unit, they cost me the most money because of the experts that are needed when you're trying a police case.
How much money would you estimate that you spend a year on that unit?
I can't, and I'm not.
You can't, you're not what, I'm sorry?
I'm not going to speculate to it. I can't estimate how much.
Okay. Is that something you can provide for the committee?
I I don't know that I can. What happens is I have a professional services budget, and my top deputies of certain units, so my ED over major crimes, if he needs an expert, he can hire one. For instance, if you all want to look into legislation, look into properly funding your GBI. The GBI does not have enough scientific experts. This is not a criticism of the GBI. The scientists that are there are excellent. I want that to be noted that I said that. The scientists that are there are excellent, but they do not have enough experts. So in year one, when I become the DA, they tell me, and I have an email that proves it, we can't test all your ballistics evidence. We don't have enough. So I have to go into my budget, more than $100,000, I can tell you that. I think it's been about that annually, and hire private scientists to do that ballistics work. Now, I got the names of those scientists from the GBI, but also my deputy, Mr. Watkins, over civil rights. If he needs an expert, he knows that he can get one. If my ED over major crimes needs an expert, they can get one. My domestic violence expert, if they need a domestic violence expert, they can get one. And so it all comes out of this professional services budget that I both pay attorneys that come in and work as special prosecutors, and that I pay professional witnesses that we have to hire to do our work.
So Mr. Watkins was in charge by title, or was it more so by function that he was in charge of the unit?
I don't understand your question.
Did he have a title of director of the anti-corruption unit, or was he just a person that everyone knew would make the calls within
the deputy of the civil rights unit?
Okay.
He remains the deputy of the civil rights unit. At some point, the civil rights unit became civil rights and anti-corruption.
Do you use those terms interchangeably now?
I do not use them interchangeably. I have one deputy over anti-corruption and one.
What isn't he clear on? What isn't he clear on? She said it started out off as the civil rights portion, and then it breached off into something else. She said that this man is still over the civil rights portion. Is he just over it in name only? In name only. Who gets paid to be over a department? Who gets paid to be over a department in name only? This is a black man. Do you think that the state of Georgia is paying a black man to do something in name only? Are you sitting?
Deputy over civil rights.
Who's the current deputy over anti-corruption?
Tanya Boykin.
Who is the first one?
Sonia Allen. She is now the district attorney of Cobb County. She had a great DA from Fulton endorse her, and she won.
What was Mr. Wade's role in the anti-corruption unit?
He didn't have a role in.
I assume that she is the DA that endorsed her and she won. She endorsed her and she won.
The anti-corruption unit. Cobb County. She had a great DA from Fulton endorse her, and she won.
What was Mr. Wade's role in the anti-corruption unit?
He didn't have a role in the anti-corruption unit.
With the election interference case, what unit did it fall under?
I called it the election team.
Okay. When Mr. Wade was hired, was he hired solely to focus on this election, to work on this election team, or did he do other work within your office?
I don't remember. I think there were times where I'd bring in some of my senior personnel and ask them, what's your thought on this case or these facts? I always involve wise counsel. I'm sure he was in some of those meetings.
Would you classify Mr. Wade as senior personnel as being part of your team?
Would I classify him as senior? So he was a special prosecutor. He never worked for me as an employee. What I would call him is a seasoned lawyer, 25 years, first African-American lawyer to ever serve Cobb County as a municipal court judge. What I would call him is a lawyer with a distinguished resume.
Okay. When did you begin to consider whether to bring charges in response to the 2020 presidential election in Georgia?
Don't answer that. That's a deliberative privilege. Don't answer that. I instruct you not to answer.
Is it true that part of your transition team was involved in the process of interviewing people before you entered office to lead the investigation to the 2020 presidential?
Here is the question. Before you enter office, that your transition team get together and discuss how to prosecute something that hadn't even happened yet. He's not an attorney, but he's questioning this qualified, competent black woman on some bullshit. Let's hear his question again.
That's a deliberative privilege. Don't answer that. I instruct you not to answer.
Is it true that part of your transition team was involved in the process of interviewing people before you entered office to lead the investigation into the 2020 presidential election?
I'd like to answer that.
Go right ahead. You only take my advice sometimes. Anyway, go ahead.
That's really an ignorant question. And if you understand what the word ignorant means, it means the lack of knowledge. If you recall the facts, I was already district attorney when this all came to light. So it's factually impossible.
You were district attorney when what came to light?
When Raffensperger went on Good Morning America or whatever show he went on. I was already district attorney. So what you ask is a factual impossibility. Now I know they've gotten black folks confused and said I was running for office, saying I was going to prosecute the president of the United States, but that's what we call a lie.
Okay. I would like to.
From here on out, okay?
Yeah.
If you take a look at the screen for me, if you will. This is from Mr. Wade's deposition to members of Jim Jordan's committee. And he was asked of the search committee. You said that began when DA Willis took office on January 1, 2021. Is that correct? Yes. And there was outreach to you to be part of the search committee prior to January 2021, January 1, 2021. Absolutely. When did that start? Sometime after the election, but prior to her taking office. Okay, so between the election, you're referring to November 2020 election. Is that correct? Yes, ma'am. And so when you had conversations with individuals, you said on multiple occasions, you said no, and you turned down the position. Who were those conversations with? They were with the district attorney.
So I think you're confusing facts. We've already had a long conversation about I interviewed everybody at the DA's office, and I interviewed other people to come and work at the district attorney's office. And as I told you, I did that on my free time before I became DA. But I had no way of knowing that these criminals were going to commit a crime. And that did not come to light until January of 2021 when I'm actually the DA. So it is a factual impossibility, like I already told you. I think that is misinterpreted. He's absolutely correct. We looked for talent for the district attorney's office before I became the DA. I didn't wait till the day I took office to look for talent that would represent my office. But I was unable to look for talent for a case that didn't exist before I took office. It's factually impossible. It's common sense. You don't need to be a lawyer.
Common sense. You don't have to be a lawyer.
I'm going to read you
Oops.
some additional testimony. I'll try to put it on the screen.
You can read me as much as you want, but
I will. Thank you, Madam DA. And I apologize. I did not intend to have to get into this here.
Of course you did. That's why you asked the question. That's why you have these pages already set up. A whole setup job.
What was when Mr. Wade says that there was an interview on line 13, as you'll see here, this is prior to you entering office. What were you interviewing him for?
I didn't interview him prior to him entering office. He had a thriving law practice. Even when he ends up being offered the position, he doesn't want it.
Okay, now so it's your testimony today that you and Mr. Wade did not have any conversations prior to you taking office relative to an investigation into the 2020 election.
Don't answer that. That is a deliberative privilege of what goes on in a district attorney's mind and the process it goes.
She wasn't district attorney.
She was.
Prior to being sworn in, she was district attorney?
No, she was.
Yes, prior to being sworn in, she was district attorney because she had won the seat as the district attorney.
I'll return to my question. Prior to you being sworn in as district attorney, is it your testimony today that you did not have any conversation with Mr. Wade about investigating the 2020 election?
Do you want to answer?
It's a dumbass question.
I know it is, but go ahead and tell it because it occurred after she took office. But
I didn't know that he was going to commit a crime prior to me taking office. Like, factually, it's impossible.
Okay, thank you. Would you agree with the statement? Actually, I'll skip that question. When did you decide to hire outside of your office a special assistant district attorney for this election case?
Oh, Lord. So when I became the district attorney of Fulton County, the office was in absolute chaos. I have to take you back. Can you hear me?
It's a little...
I wonder if the prior DA was ever bought in and raked over the coals for not performing. I wonder how many times that former DA was bought in and raked over the coals. He has nothing to say about the disarray the office was in.
Just a little. I was going to try to turn you up if you don't mind leaning forward.
when I became the district attorney of Fulton County, the office was in absolute chaos. And I mean every level of chaos. On the ground, the carpet was molded and there were holes in it, and it was disgusting, a disgusting environment. There were boxes in offices, some to where you couldn't open the door. I remember walking through the office before. I told you I fired 50 or 60, I don't know exactly how many employees that I felt were unqualified to do this work. That doesn't mean they were bad people, but they were unqualified for the positions that they held. There were 18,000, write that down, 18,000 unindicted cases that went back 6 or 7 years that I was looking at. Not to mention another, 10,000 indicted cases in the system. Now, some that the judges had hid on judicial hold, but they were still there. So the office was in absolute chaos. And then I'm in the office on, I came in that Saturday, so that would have been day one. That was the day that I walked through the office. And I'm literally in the office that Monday or Tuesday. I can't recall now what day it is. And there's this phone call, and the Secretary of State saying, oh, the proper venue to investigate this might be Fulton County. And so my priority became, and this is important too, there were 200 and something murders that had been sitting for years, families that had been waiting for justice for years. And so when I come to be the district attorney, my first responsibility is just getting the office properly set up. In fact, one of the most important roles I held up that I tried to find was the head of the civil rights lawyer. So when Brian Watkins walked into my office and actually interviewed to come there because he was not with the old administration, that was like a gift from God, that I had a lawyer that had enough experience and would be talented enough and ethical enough and have the integrity to do this work. But my primary job was getting the entire office set up. So I immediately do things like set up a murder backlog project. I put Mike Carlson and Michael Sprinkle in charge of that. We're going to get every family's going to get an answer. They may not like the answer. The answer may be we can't prosecute this, but we're not going to sit with cases. We got to make decisions on these cases. And it took us years to get through that, but we did. And I'm happy to sit here and announce to you, every one of those 18,000 cases, a decision got made on, to include those 101 police cases I talked about, as well as the 46,100 and I think 36 cases that came in January 1st, 2021 till December 31st of 2024. So while people tell these lies about the DA ain't been working, I want you to find a DA working as hard as me.
My question was, when did you decide to hire outside counsel, a special assistant district attorney, for the election interference case?
When it became obvious that this case would take so much investigation to learn the truth, and that I would need people that could focus on that. And although I had talent in the office that was being developed, each and every member of my staff had a priority. See, this is the most important case to you. Let me tell you what the most important case was to me. When I walked in the office, there had been 2 black children that had been killed, Sequoia Turner and Kennedy Maxwell. Those were the 2 most important cases to me as the DA. And I needed to make sure that those families got justice, but the cases didn't come with a bow on them. In fact, one of the cases was particularly not done properly. And so my priority became making sure I had the talent to make sure we got all of those cases done. If you're wondering, both those men are doing life right now for taking those children from us.
Certainly aware of the case and the autonomous zone and everything that happened back in that tragic time frame. So definitely appreciate those murderers being behind bars. So you didn't really give me a date range, but we'll just move on here. But you did consider Governor Barnes for this role. He's testified to that previously.
And let me tell you what Governor Barnes told me. Governor Barnes told me when he was the governor, he changed the state flag from the Confederate flag. And that as a result of him changing the Confederate flag to changing the flag to make it more inclusive to all Georgians, that the Ku Klux Klan sat outside his house and that he lived under threat during that time period. He told me that him and his beautiful wife.
Governor Barnes is the attorney she has sitting next to her. That is Governor Barnes.
Had survived that, but that he was an older gentleman now. I'm gonna say that nicely. He was an older gentleman, and due to the nuts that would come out of the woodwork if I was doing this type of work, that he was not at a juncture in his life where he could take those kind of security risks. He also refused to work for $250 an hour.
I can attest to that.
We've got some questioning in here, Governor, on your rates, and we'll get to that in a little bit. You did, Madam DA, you considered several attorneys for this case in addition to Mr. Barnes?
I did.
And ultimately, you selected Mr. Wade to oversee the anti-corruption unit. Is that correct?
He never oversaw the anti-corruption unit.
My apologies. To oversee the elections interference case.
To manage, yes.
How would you delineate manage versus my choice of oversee?
They're the same.
Okay. What happened between January 2021, I believe that's when the phone call was that you referenced, in November 2021, which was the time that Mr. Wade signed his first contract? What type of work happened within any area of your office in terms of gathering evidence or considering whether or not to bring these charges?
You want me to answer? Not particularly. I don't think it's any of their business.
You're getting into why a grand jury returns a bill of indictment. That is a deliberative process wrapped in the discretion of the district attorney. We're not going to get, I'm going to instruct her not to answer.
I don't think that's any of their business.
You can, if you see fit, you can seek to enforce that question, at which time she would be entitled to a jury trial in Fulton County, and I would be able to cross-examine you, with each one of you, with a real judge ruling on real law. But until that happens, I'm going to instruct her not to.
So in your advice of counsel, you're asserting privilege.
I'm telling her not to answer.
I'm clarifying with the
I
witness.
don't have to answer that. I'm not a potted plant. I can answer.
You can advise. You can absolutely advise your client, Governor Barnes. I'm asking your
I
client.
suggest you move on.
I'm asking your client if you are asserting privilege on the answer to the question.
I made the objection on the record and told you even what you can do to enforce it.
Period.
Total cost of the election interference case.
Move on. Moving on.
I don't recall, but if we want to talk about cost, I'd love to talk about how last year alone the AG paid one lawyer $8 million.
You don't know what the cost was you don't know the cost of the election interference case?
I don't know the exact cost.
What's a range?
As I don't want to speculate to numbers. Whatever it cost, they tried to steal the rights of thousands of Georgians. It couldn't have been enough.
What was the rough total operating budget of your office last year?
I don't know that. It's probably around $40 million. That's a speculation and a guess. That includes state money, grant money, and that's not an exact number. I don't do the budget. I have very high level conversations about that.
Okay. Can you give us a rough breakdown of that, the county budget and the state budget?
I cannot, and I'm not going to guess for you.
She just told you.
Any money?
I do have some grants, yes.
The only source of federal money you get is from grants?
To my knowledge, I don't. There may be something else. We may have some federal seizure money. If we do, it's not much. So I don't know. I don't want to speculate if I say. Oh.
So you mean it ain't much as them cops have been stopping black people in at the Atlanta airport, seizing all their money. They ain't been giving it back to you. You ain't got much. So maybe you should talk to some of these people who are seizing cash from black passengers in the Atlanta airport.
Oh, they gave me grant money and this federal seizure money, and you find some line item someplace that I don't know. You'll swear I was trying to lie to you when the truth is I don't know the correct answer.
I'm just trying to get to. I know you run a tight ship over there. You're proud of your work. I would assume that you would have.
I'm the best DA in the Southeast. Why wouldn't I be proud of my work?
What's your annual budget?
I told you it's around $40 million, but I do not know an exact number.
And what's the approximate source of funds that you receive from the state versus the county?
Me, like every other district attorney in the state, do not receive enough funds. I told you that you all pay 20 to 25 ADAs. I don't know the exact number. I don't have it in front of me. You pay two legal assistants and one investigator. Now, Fulton County is 1,000,002 people. It's the place that when people come to Georgia, they're coming is to Atlanta. On a daily basis, we have 5 million people, and we are very improperly funded. If this committee wants to do some real work, it'll get serious about crime fighting among this state. From every rural community to I'm answering my question.
I'm good. That's not the answer to the question.
Okay, well, if this committee wants to get serious about legislation to make the communities in the state of Georgia safer, they will invest more money in every district attorney's office across this state. That's the rural DAs need more, the middle size, the residential, and the big cities like Atlanta. All of us need more resources to be able to do our job appropriately. And it is a joke the way that these people are funded that are dedicating their lives to public service. Also, I want to go back to, because this is extremely important and you have the power to do it. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation cannot take rape kits.
For advice on what the legislation
you asked
do.
To take advice on legislation.
And we will get to that time.
You answer the question, she has a right to fully answer.
And if she would answer the question, Governor, I would not be saying it. She's pontificating on everything from rape kits, which was what she was about to get into. The question was the amount of money that came from state funds and county funds. And if she doesn't know the answer to that question, the answer is I don't know. The question isn't let me talk. The answer isn't let me talk about rape kits. So I'll get back to the line of questioning. I'm going to give you latitude here, Madam DA, but the same way in a courtroom, there are guardrails as to what we need to stay in and within. Indeed, Governor, and this is not a courtroom.
To make evidentiary rulings, and you don't have the power.
I have plenary power, Governor, to conduct the meeting. Absolutely.
You do not have plenary power. I know you think you do and that you're above the law, but you are not. If you want to cite her for contempt,
Governor,
she is entitled to a jury trial, and I can examine you on your actions, and I can examine you on your motives, then I will be glad to take that. As Clint Eastwood would say, make my day.
We know the motives. He's on the ballot.
Governor, this is a hearing of the Senate Special Committee on Investigations.
You're not worried about those that you convicted illegally and locked up. Why is it that you run ads?
We're going to go on to our next question. How are the funds? You said that we give you the money.
When he brings up, how come you're not worried about those you wrongly convicted? Oh, we're gonna move on. Now he's ready to move on.
Money, I know that's a loose term, and that flows.
Locked up. Why is it that you run ads?
We're going to go on to our next question. How are the funds? You say that we gave you the money. I know that's a loose term, and that flows into the Fulton County coffers, so to speak. And when you remit payment, you do that through the Fulton County accounting system. Is that correct?
Your question was compound. I didn't understand.
Sure, I'll try to break that down. When checks are written as a result of a check request made by your office, those checks are paid by Fulton County. Is that correct?
I don't know how every check is written and if that's going to be 100% accurate. So I'm going to refrain from asking that question. What I can tell you is that, and probably happens in every other circuit, the district attorney has control over their budget and they don't have to go to the county. But I understood I was a woman DA coming into the office. I also understood that I was African American. And so therefore there would always be a target on my back. And so I did two things financially. One is I've never, so people can stop requesting, had a credit card associated with that office. Never. So I've never had a credit card, will never have a credit card. The other thing I did is that there is a CFO of Fulton County, a white female. Her name is Sharon Whitmore. I believe you've heard from her. And so I made it so that the procedures of my office, although I did not have to do it, that it has to go through her for clearance. That way nobody would say the district attorney stole any money.
Okay, that gets to the core of my question. So when you're paying vendors, when you're paying contractors, that's going through, I think you said her name was Ms. Whitmore, and she did testify before the committee. What I'm getting to, and I'm trying to figure out, is whether when the state funds come in, the federal funds come in, the county funds come in, are those paid for out of separate accounts, or those funds kind of commingled into a general budget, if you will, and that gets allocated?
I really couldn't answer the question. There's many different pots of money from the county. The state directly pays those state employees. Then they get another check from the county, the ones that don't make enough from the state. I really can't fully answer your question of all the ways. I have a team that I call my deputy. I have a deputy of operations and a team that does that kind of stuff. But there's some money from the county. There's some money from the state. The grant money I know goes to the state. The truth is I don't have any grants. Fulton County has grants, but those grants do benefit my office. My SACI unit is renowned. I'm ending the year with 100% conviction rate on special victim division. SACI is a sexual assault kit initiative. Georgia, like many states, failed victims, mainly victims of color. And so rape kits for years, going back to the 80s, were not tested. So we have a grant with the federal government that, and I'm talking about thousands of rape kits where they go and they test those rape kits. What we have found is if they would have done those jobs and believed those victims, that many of those rape kits go back to serial rapists. They also go back to people that have committed other crimes. I have excellent attorneys that are in that unit, some that I pay out of the grant, some that I add with my general fund. And as I said, not just my SACI unit, but my crimes against children unit, my SACI unit, my sexual assault unit, my human trafficking unit. We're ending the year with 100%.
So just yes or no on these. We can move quickly on to the next topic. You said you do not have a county credit card or a DA credit card.
Absolutely not. So y'all can say I stole some money.
Is there any sort of DA checking account that's separate that you use to pay your vendors or anything like that? Or is it all to go through the county?
I really can't answer that. And so I'm not going to speculate.
Okay. You mentioned forfeiture funds before. Do you have a ballpark of how much you've received? I think you said it was a small number of state forfeiture funds.
No, I said federal.
Okay.
I don't think there's much in the federal forfeiture account.
Do you receive state forfeiture funds?
I do.
Approximately how much a year is that in an average year?
I don't know the number to that. I can tell you I have sitting in abeyance. I just did a huge forfeiture, but it's not money we can touch yet, and it's a couple $1 million.
Okay. What's your understanding of the allowed uses of state forfeiture funds?
Oh, if I don't know the use of a forfeiture money, I talk to lawyers in the office. I'll go to PAC. I don't touch forfeiture money unless I get some approval.
Do you know of any delineation between the allowance of uses between state forfeiture funds?
Yeah, there's definitely rules around. There's definitely rules.
I was asking about the difference between federal and state, if there's any rules there.
There are rules to both, and I don't know I can't tell you the rules for each. Anytime we were going to make an expenditure, we would look at it, I'm sure.
Do you know if those funds are commingled at all within your system?
I don't know, but I would believe not.
Okay. Who is it? You mentioned that you've got people. Who is it that oversees the use of forfeiture funds in the office?
It's going to be the county that goes. Stuff is going to go back to the county.
Okay. And do you know whether or not any forfeiture funds were used to pay Mr. Wade?
I'm not aware of that. We would have submitted the invoices to the county. The county would have used one of those mini line items. They would have paid them.
Can you think of a reason why forfeiture funds would be used to pay Mr. Wade?
I guess he's.
She just told you that she doesn't know. So
yeah, you were asking me to speculate.
You do not know whether Mr. Wade was paid with state forfeiture funds or not?
You're asking me to speculate.
No, I'm asking if you know whether or not state forfeiture, any forfeiture funds were used.
I'm unaware of that. Okay. I'm unaware if the answer is yes. I'm unaware if the answer is no. What I'm aware of.
What I'm aware of is you asked her 3 times to speculate.
If the process was turning a bill and they would do it. You and Jim Jordan working together?
I've never talked to Mr. Jordan. Just
I don't know
want
about
to point
that. Anybody who doesn't report people that get raped in college, I'm gonna have to disagree with you there, Governor.
Out here. This is
Oops. Jim Jordan, who was the wrestling coach at Ohio, I think it was Ohio State. That Jim Jordan, who has never sponsored a piece of legislation in his 16 years. I think he is a senator. I don't think he's a congressman. I think he's a senator. Senator Jim Jordan, are you guys working together? She asks. Let's go.
You recognize? Never talked to Mr. Jordan.
I don't know about that. Anybody who doesn't report people that get raped in college, I'm gonna have to disagree with you there, Governor.
Out here. This is you recognize the bottom form here, Fulton County Court Payment Voucher.
I don't.
Is this you've never seen any document in this format before?
Never.
Okay. Well, this shows a number of things here. It shows what fund it was paid from here, which is 440, which is your the forfeiture fund account. You can see at the top the unit name confiscated funds for the.
She never said it wasn't paid out of the forfeiture forfeit account. She said she did not know where it was paid from. She never said it wasn't paid from there. So what are you showing? What exactly is this exhibit about? You asked her 3 times if he was paid out of the forfeiture accounts, and she told you she didn't know and wasn't going to speculate. But you're trying to prove her wrong, that she would not speculate and did not know? Do you see a problem here? Do you see a angle here? I do.
This invoice, and then here you can see that this was a payment made, and I apologize, you can't see my mouse. On the left side there, right in the middle, you can see that this was a payment made to the law office of Nathan Wade. In reviewing for your testimony today, we just did review the bills and look through different sources of funds that were used to pay Mr. Wade. I know your testimony is you were not aware that forfeiture funds were used. We saw Mr. Wade was paid from forfeiture funds and from the county general fund, which is Fund 100. And that's why I was getting to the uses of forfeiture funds to pay independent contractors. Do you have any knowledge of any restrictions that may be around the concept of using forfeiture funds to pay independent contractors?
I do not. It was my understanding that Mr. Wade was paid out of my professional services budget.
Okay.
She must know. She paid him. Did she pay him, or did the person who is hired in her office pay them? You think that she sits down and make out payroll for the attorneys? You're stupid. You're very dumb. You're making no points other than the point that you're an imbecile. Let's continue.
What's the accounting process? That's kind of what I was getting to earlier. Of kind of, if it was your understanding he was paid out of the professional services budget, that would intimate that there's some sort of accounting procedure within either your office or the county office where there are separate fund allocations. And I asked you if your funds were commingled and everything was paid out of the same, or if there were dedicated accounts. So you were unaware that Mr. Wade was paid out of the forfeiture funds. You believe he was paid out of the professional services funds. What would be the process, as you understand, in your office to determine what fund a invoice is paid from?
You're in the weeds, and I don't know the answer.
Okay. We've already talked about the selection of the special SADA, special assistant district attorneys. I may use those interchangeably. The process of interviewing Governor Barnes, among some other folks, ultimately settling on Mr. Wade.
Well, I don't want you to act like he was,
Well, after just talking to 2 or 3 people, I think, to be fair, I don't think
he's a lawyer been practicing law 25 years.
Sure. What was the reason that you chose to use, and I think if you could just unpack this for us a little bit more, that you chose to use a special assistant DA at the rate of $250 an hour versus using the attorneys that were already in your office, or hiring additional attorneys at a rate that you referenced earlier is between, I think you said, between $85,000 and $200,000 a year?
Because we were drowning. And each of so most of the lawyers I had in the office wouldn't be qualified to do that work, most of them. I had some that were qualified to do that work, but each of them had a major project. Let me use those two cases that mattered most to me, Kennedy Maxey and Sequoia Turner. I was determined we were going to win those cases. So on day one, those cases got handed to Miss Daisha Young. In addition to handing her that, because nobody has one job, I handed her the Special Victims Division, at which time had like 8 units. So she's doing both these 2 big cases, and she's over the entire Special Victims Division. Same thing with Mr. Carlson, very qualified lawyer, but I handed him 6 units, and I also told him, you gonna get rid of these 250 or so murders that we have. We're gonna do a project, we're gonna set it up, we're gonna go one by one. So every lawyer I had with that level of experience had a huge project. I assigned a lawyer to deal with the 18,000 backlog. I don't want to be sitting here in, it took us, I think, 3 years to get through those, as well as keep up with the 46,000 cases that end up coming in my first term. So everyone had some. So it became obvious to me that I needed a lawyer that could manage this team while I did the rest of the work of the people.
And there was nobody else, either internal or that you could have hired at a lower rate that could you just
lower rate than $250? It's an insult to take $250 for a lawyer that's been practicing law that long.
I thought you told me earlier that your range of people that work for you are between 85, not dollars an hour, but $85,000 a year and $200,000.
Yeah, but $85,000 is like one domestic violence grant. I usually only hire someone with 3 years of experience. I make an exception with that because that's, an offensive salary. Although I can tell you, I think the state is paying lawyers $64,000. I mean, it's ridiculous. I know a little girl just graduated Georgetown Law, and she's making $280,000, $300,000 a year. We do not take public service seriously, and we need to, because my lawyers do greater work than most of these lawyers in this civil firm.
And let me point out one thing. You're using gross amounts. That doesn't include
benefits,
the perks, the health insurance, and all that stuff. Which way does that have?
Sure. So describe for me the experience level of your top paid, or somebody would fall within the category of the top paid assistant district attorney that works for you at the $200,000 a year. And to Governor Barnes's point, plus benefits, let's just say that that's $250. And if I take that divided by 2,000 hours, that's about $125 an hour.
I don't understand the question.
My question is, what is the experience level of the assistant district attorney?
Are you trying to intimate that you're going to tell me who to hire and how to do my job?
No, ma'am. I'm asking you, the wonderful people that you have hired, they're the top of your pay scale at $200,000 a year. What is their experience level? Because I'll let you answer that. I'll ask my next question.
20 years practicing or more.
And it's your testimony that somebody with 20 years practicing or more would not be able to manage the election interference case.
You are really not listening. I said that I had people at that pay rate, and each of them was assigned a major task within my office. And no, I did not have anyone that was not assigned with a major task that I trusted to manage this case. And so I made a decision. The people of Fulton County elected me to make that decision, and I did.
Is there a reason why you decided to go the special assistant district attorney route via independent contractor as opposed to a new full-time hire?
I think it's asked and answered, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it was cheap. You don't have to pay the perks.
Governor, I'm happy for you to provide counsel to your client, but in terms of testimony, that's what the district attorney is here for today.
Well,
can you describe?
I'll give you fair notice. I'm not going to allow her to answer repetitive questions that have been answered time and time again.
Were there any internal policies that you had that kind of drew a line between you when you would use your internal staff versus hiring a special assistant district attorney, or was it more so based on workload, like you described?
It was based on my decisions.
Okay. At its peak, how many total attorneys were working on the election interference case?
Maybe 9, approximately.
You referenced to Mr. Cross before. I believe that's
who?
I believe you referenced to Mr. Cross before.
I don't know Mr. Cross.
A couple of minutes ago. Ms. Cross, I apologize.
Let's be clear. This is somebody who is not even qualified to do her job, questioning her on how she does her job. Couldn't you have done this? How come you did that? How come you did this? Why didn't you do that? You said this, but how come you didn't do that? Because she was elected to do the job that she did. Or what was wrong with any of the things that she did? What was wrong is you're trying to suck up and try to make points for your election and question somebody you're not even qualified to get their job, to have their job. Isn't it miraculous how you excel at your job, and then you get these colonizers coming in and who are not qualified to do your job, trying to question you? Yeah.
What about him?
Her.
Who are you talking? Who?
I believe you referenced a Mr. Cross before.
I don't know Mr. Cross.
A couple minutes ago. Miss Cross, I apologize.
What about him?
Her.
Who are you talking about?
Miss Anna Cross.
I never referenced Miss Anna Cross.
I believe you
No, she never referenced a Miss Cross. She did.
referenced Miss Cross when we were going through.
I didn't read back the testimony.
Can you give me the breakdown of the total attorney?
Read back the testimony.
That were on the case? How many of those were full time within your office? Reference Ms. Cross when we were going through.
I didn't read back the testimony.
Can you give me the breakdown of the total attorneys that were on the case? How many of those were full time within your office, and how many of those were independent contractors?
I believe I had 3 independent contractors.
One of those being Mr. Wade. Who were the other 2?
John Floyd, Anna Cross. Diversity: white male, white female, black male. Diversity is intentional.
What kind of experience do you look for in those special assistant district attorneys?
They're all amazing lawyers. John Floyd is the RICO expert. He wrote the book, literally. He taught me RICO. So that was his experience. He's not he's not necessarily going to be the trial prosecutor, but he certainly is great to help you put together an indictment, and he is certainly capable of questioning a witness, but that was not his forte. Ms. Cross is a
Connie Adams, no, you're a bitch and you're a liar, and you don't come into my chat cursing. And bitch, goodbye.
brilliant mind. She writes beautifully, and is very well versed in the law. I'd worked for a prosecutor in the past, so I looked for smart people with integrity that could do the work. And I got 3 lawyers, each the God put in different skin, that could do the work.
Thank you for giving us Ms. Cross's background, the rest of those as well. Has Mr. Wade ever prosecuted a RICO case prior to the election interference case?
Mr. Wade certainly was served as a prosecutor before this. He also has worked as a criminal defense attorney, and I believe he has defended RICO cases.
But as far as you know, he had not prosecuted.
I didn't need him for that. That's why I get to make the selection and not you.
Has he ever prosecuted any felonies? You referenced him prosecuting cases. My understanding that this was the first felony case that he was on the prosecutor side for. Is that accurate?
I'm not sure if that's accurate. I believe he did some work for the Attorney General, although the Attorney General never tries as many cases as my office. But different people are needed for different things. And the people of Fulton County elected me to make those decisions. And I know y'all want to come in and be daddy and create QAnon committees that will judge prosecutors and have these committees. But unfortunately for you, I won this vote by 68% this time, 87 in the Democratic, 68 the general, 72% last time. So the people of Fulton County have selected me to make these choices, and I make them. And my city and county are safer because I make them.
In your prior testimony with Ms. Ashley Merchant, there was a conversation around what she referred to as block billing. How would you describe block billing?
Oh, let's talk about Ms. Merchant.
Let's just talk about block billing, please.
We're not.
I've opened the question to block billing.
The credibility of whoever's saying it is an issue.
Well, then let's just.
So I'd like to talk about what this committee did the last time we were here, and for the press, I will have 50 copies of this so each person can get a copy. You all, the last time y'all had a committee meeting, you all purported this lie that I had the honor of meeting Vice President Kamala Harris. I'm going to answer this question right now. And when you stated that, You stated that it was me and it was Mayor Dickens. And then you put this exhibit up for the entire world to see. How disingenuous, how lacking of integrity for Ms. Merchant as an attorney to put it up, and for Towsard, who I noticed is cowardly not here, to have it here. This clearly says, I'm at a Black History Month project. Almost every important Black elected official across the country was invited to it. I'm on the lawn with a cocktail, and yet y'all tell the world I was sitting down with the vice president having a meeting. It was a damn lie. And this is the evidence of it. And y'all had the audacity to put it up on a screen as if you were showing something other than the DA was having a cocktail on the lawn. I have never even had the honor of meeting Vice President Kamala Harris. Never.
How would you define block billing?
Like somebody who didn't know what the hell they were talking about.
I'm going to refer you to the screen.
I don't review those documents, so you're asking me to look at documents that I haven't for the first time. What I can tell you is that I allowed Mr. Wade to bill 160 hours a week, and then Mr. Wade would be the first one in the office making sure that my staff arrived. He corrected their behavior. They thought that 8:30 meant 8:30. He taught them that 8:30 means 7:45. He got there before them. He left after him. He taught them how to do this case, and he was a leader to that team and a public servant. And for that, him like me has been threatened thousands of times. You want something to investigate as a legislature? Investigate how many times they've called me the N-word. Why don't you investigate that? Why don't you investigate them writing on my house? Why don't you investigate the fact that my house has been swatted? If you want something to do with your time that makes sense, and you can use all this in your campaign ad, you attacked Fonnie Willis. What have you done, sir? Nothing.
So I'm going to refer you to the screen. I know you said you don't approve.
I don't look at this. I've never seen it, so I can't talk to you about documents I don't approve and don't review. Can't talk to you about it.
Who does approve the documents in your office when invoices come in?
I thought we've been through this.
I don't believe you said who reviews the invoices and approves the invoices in your office.
First of all, I have no firsthand knowledge of it.
You have no firsthand knowledge.
You want me to testify about something I don't have any firsthand knowledge of?
I'm asking.
Are you asking me to speculate? Because I've clearly told you I don't have any firsthand knowledge of it, and I'm not going to speculate.
The question is, when an invoice comes into your office from a special assistant district attorney, what is the review process for that invoice before it's paid?
She's answered this. She said she has a deputy of operations, and he reviews or she reviews, and then it goes through the county. So it's a repetitive question.
What's the name of the deputy of operations?
The question has been asked and answered, and I believe it goes straight to the county, so I'm not sure. Dexter Bond.
Okay. Do you know who ATG may be initials within your office?
I don't.
I would assume it's accurate to say it's probably not Dexter Bond.
I don't. It may be somebody at the county.
What we're looking at here are two bills that were paid by and approved by your department. The one on the left is from the Cross firm, which refers to Anna Cross that we referenced earlier. The one on the right is invoice number 11 from Nathan Wade. And the first thing
let me tell you why this is such a damn joke.
The first thing that jumps out to me as a non-lawyer, but as someone who has paid lawyer bills before, and I believe this gets to the question, the question which was around block billing. And here's my question for you, Madam DA. Are there rules in your contracts or otherwise when you hire independent contractors?
He said, as a non-lawyer, but someone who has paid lawyer bills before. So therefore, because you paid lawyer bills as a person, she should have the same experience as the sitting DA of paying bills the same way you pay your personal law bills. Did that make sense? No, it didn't.
That gets to the question, which was around block billing. And here's my question for you, Madam DA. Are there rules in your contracts or otherwise when you hire independent contractors that gets to the billing methodology for your attorneys? In other words, are they allowed to always bill to the even hour? Or is there a professional expectation that they would bill to the 10th?
Let me tell you something. I had 3 attorneys working with me that had integrity. For you to insinuate that a judge that sat for 10 years and was the head of the magistrate court judges, that they did something illegal. They were underpaid. I have here documents where in one annual year, because I want you to remember his bills were over the course of 3 years. In one annual year made $8 million, made $5 million. And I'm going to make sure that the press has that so that when you're asking me about this great service to the state of Georgia, that it is understood that these are more than reasonable, actually bargain basement amounts. Ms. Cross would insist that I wrote government rate in her contract because she didn't want anyone to get confused that she would actually work for this rate, but for the fact that it was service to her community. So I don't know what we're talking about here, but to insinuate these 3 lawyers that have great integrity, have served this community well, did something unethical, I don't know why we're having this conversation.
I
don't know anything about whatever you're talking about.
The state of Georgia allocates funding to your office.
They hire those 25 lawyers, yes.
And the question in here is relative to the approval process of invoices that are paid by your office. You have testified that that is done by Dexter Bond, that you're unaware of who this ATG is that signed off on this. We'll move on to this further line of questioning here.
You know, old men have to go to the bathroom about every hour.
Governor, would you like a 5-minute recess? We'll take a 5-minute recess. To meet in person.
I've never met.
We're not public at the time. When in your office received screen. Madam D, have you seen this letter before?
It's got my signature on it.
Do you have seen this letter before?
Yes, that's how it got signed.
You sent this letter on December 17th, 2021, requesting access to documents to from the January 6th committee, Chairman, Mr. Representative Thompson. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. Did you or anyone in your office receive help in your investigation from the January 6th commission?
What do you want?
What do you mean by help?
Did they send you documents?
Well, they're public documents now.
Did they send you any documents that were not public? They were not public at the time.
None that I can recall. None that I can recall.
In the letter, you offer to meet them in person. Did they take you up on the offer to meet in person?
I've never met Thompson.
Have you ever met anyone that was doing work with the January 6th Commission?
Not to my knowledge. I may have met them and not known they were doing that work.
Mr. Wade traveled to D.C. with members of your staff. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Wade billed for conference calls with the January 6th committee. Is that correct?
I haven't looked at the bills.
What difference does that make?
On the left side of the screen here, I apologize, the camera's in your way. There's a screen over here.
You'll have to remember the criminals that I indicted, they had committed crimes all over the country. And so as a result, as a prosecutor, if you know that a criminal has done crimes in this state and other states, it would almost not be due diligence to try to get information from them. Here goes some more legislation you can take up. There is a process called TUI with the federal government where state prosecutors try to get information from federal prosecutors. They are not very helpful.
On this bill, on the left-hand side, the first red
I haven't
highlight.
seen the bill, so you remember?
That's why I'm showing it to you, Madam DA. It says team meeting conference with January 6th, research legal issues to prep and it ends with V. He testified that the testimonies on the right side of the screen that meant interview. And then the second one is travel out of state, interview and research, which was from April 27th until April 29th. Are you aware of a trip that Mr. Wade took out of state that your office paid for in April of 2022?
Yes.
What was the purpose of the trip?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I'm sure to get information on some of the criminals I ended up indicting.
This slide here shows essentially a reimbursement request on the right-hand side for Mr. Wade at the Hyatt Place Hotel. And on the left-hand side, this is an invoice for the Hyatt Place Hotel during the time period I referenced earlier for Mr. Michael Hill. Do you know who Michael Hill is?
He was an assistant chief when he left my office. He's an investigator, though, a sworn law enforcement officer.
And he was on your staff during April of 2022? You said when he left your office. When did he leave the office?
I don't remember. But yes to the first question. He was on my staff at that time. I don't remember to the second question of when did he leave. Not long ago, he got a higher title at another office.
Do you know who else from your office attended this trip?
I can't recall. You can refresh my recollection if you like.
This is an invoice for the same hotel on the same dates from Mr. Francis. I assume it's Mr. Wakeford. That's someone that worked in your staff?
An amazing attorney.
What was his role?
He's an attorney.
What work did he do within your department, your team?
He does all types of work, but he is what I would consider to be an appellate lawyer.
Did he do work on the elections interference case?
Absolutely.
What work did he do on the election interference case?
He did a lot of excellent writing.
This slide here is for Mr. John Wooten, same hotel, same dates, same trip to D.C. Do you know John Wooten?
He works for me.
Currently?
Yes.
What was his role in April of 2022?
A lawyer, works for my office, does a lot of white-collar crime for me.
Did work on the election interference case?
Yep.
Okay. So is it safe to assume from both the testimony I had on the screen, your letter, and Mr. Wade's invoices that reference January 6th, is it safe to assume that Mr. Wade and other members of your staff went to D.C. in furtherance of your investigation of the 2022 election? 2020 election.
I'm not going to make assumptions under oath.
Yes, he does excellent writing. Are you unaware that indictments have to be written up and they have to make sense, and they are being permitted to a judge to review? And if it's a whole lot of that Lindsay Halligan writing that 45, 47 got his pageant contestant to write up against a attorney general of the Northern District of New York. They will be laughed out of court and told not to sign any more indictments. Yes, he does great writing. It is important. If you didn't know, now you do.
You are unaware of whether or not members of your staff, 4 of them that we have here so far, or 3 and 1 independent contractor, you're unaware as to whether or not the purpose of their DC trip was to meet with the January 6th committee or members of the January 6th committee or lawyers working for the J6 committee.
I know that they went to DC, and I know it was in reference to this investigation. I do not recall who they spoke with, but you all have tried to make this some nefarious thing that lawyers would try to investigate and find out information about people who came to Georgia and committed crimes. And instead of being honorable and trying to defend those people that you take an oath to serve, we're here with this foolishness.
Do you know how many trips Mr. Wade took to DC?
In his life?
As it relates to the J6 committee or the 2020 elections interference case?
I believe one, but I don't know. It's speculation.
Well, it wouldn't be speculation if he had told you about it. Did he tell you about any other trips that he took?
But what you have to remember is it is whatever day it is in December of 2025, and I'm an office that prosecutes 64,000 people, and I know you are somewhat offended that I had the audacity to prosecute, these folks that came into my county and committed crimes. But this wasn't special to me. This was another day of business.
Blue.
On the screen is another invoice from Mr. Wade, the highlighted section. I'll just read it out loud. It says January 6th meeting at ATTY Conf. That's from November 16th of 2022. And then there's a second entry immediately below that, interview with DC/White House, November 18, 2022. Have you seen this, Bill?
No.
Are you aware of phone calls or conferences that Mr. Wade either attended or was a part in that relates to the J6 committee or the election interference case working with the J6 committee that is separate from the April trip that we just discussed?
We didn't do much work with a J6 committee. So I've never seen this bill before. And I believe the only thing that we called the White House about was, did we have to go through the TUI process with that White House like we have to do with the Department of Justice? That's my recollection. That could be right or wrong, but we were trying to speak to people in the Trump administration, the first one. So I don't believe we had a lot of contact with the White House. So I'm not aware.
You said you were trying to speak with people that were part of the first Trump administration in these travels to DC, or are you just saying that more generally?
More generally.
Okay. And just to clarify, I want to make sure that I have the record correct here. You're unaware of who Mr. Wade.
I can't recall those level of details. I know you want to take me back to 1948, where an African-American prosecutor can only prosecute certain types of people, but I prosecute and stand up for all victims that come into my circuit.
When was the special?
Gut punch. I know you want to take me back to 1942 when I was not allowed to vote, much less go to college and prosecute people. What is in front of me is just a common criminal, which I am used to prosecuting. This is no big thing to me. It's a big thing to you since you guys are trying to say that I did something wrong in actually doing my job. Let's continue.
Purpose grand jury impaneled.
I don't remember the date, but that's an interesting point. 2 grand juries said these people did these crimes.
The date that I have
and the grand jury was made up of independents, Democrats, Republicans.
The date that I have is January 24th of 2022. Does that seem like it's within the range of being the correct date?
So I already stated I don't trust you. I understand you're trying to run for lieutenant governor right now. Anything you want me to testify to, I'm going to need to see.
Okay. Were you aware that in between the time of the special grand jury being...
Well, she says she's going to need to see. She didn't say she wouldn't answer the question, but you notice he didn't present that to her. Let's keep going.
Sworn in and receiving evidence, Mr. Wade traveled to Athens, Georgia to meet with officials from the White House counsel's office.
I don't recall.
On the right-hand side here is the meeting that I reference, the highlighted section reads travel to Athens, conf with White
How
House
does this
counsel.
assist you in developing laws for Georgia? Because I believe the purpose that I'm here for is because you all need assistance in doing your job, and you want assistance with rules and regulations around how people should be a prosecutor. And it made sense to me that you'd come to the best prosecutor in the state to ask for some advice. But I'm confused as to how this assists you and what the purpose of me being here is.
The committee has a broad purpose. I'd be happy to refer to counsel as to the overall purpose of the committee. But my question for you is, as it relates
I don't
to
think it's
travel-
relevant, so I'm objecting on relevance.
She's asked and answered that. She's told you that the TUI process goes through the White House counsel's office. She's asked, it's been asked and answered.
And it's your testimony today that the travel to Athens conference with the White House counsel, as far as you were aware, was due to a part of this TUI process that the governor's referencing.
I've testified. I don't recall anything about this.
Okay.
And I don't see how it's relevant to what your alleged purpose is. Now, your real purpose is to try to get elected, which I would say, Georgia, please, let's elect any lieutenant governor, but this one.
We'll get to your work trying to elect lieutenant governors in a second, Madam DA. But for now, we're talking about the
I've done no
travel
work with
to
an
DC.
elected governor, but if I will do some work with this, I see that Counselor left you alone today,
I'm not.
and he is running to be Attorney General of this state,
Madam DA,
and
we're
he
gonna
is
answer
not
the question.
qualified to be such. By record, by this document where he put up a false document trying to prove that I met with the vice president, that shows you he does not have ethics. But there is somebody running for Attorney General that has been a state prosecutor, a federal prosecutor, a civil rights attorney, and a state's legislature. So if people want to vote for people that are ethical and actually have the experience to do the job, I say go donate now to Tanya Miller.
Mandy, I've asked you about Mr. Wade. Did you speak with anyone that had worked with the January 6th committee or was a lawyer for the J6 committee?
That's been asked and answered. She said she'd never done it herself. That's what she testified.
Did you communicate with members of the J6 committee through any intermediaries that relayed messages back and forth on your behalf?
I don't recall ever speaking to anyone of the January 6th committee. What you asked me, though, is have I ever met someone? I am a public official. I meet people all over this country all the time. Shake hands, take pictures, kiss babies, all the things elected officials do. So I have no idea if I've ever met someone that may have been part of the January 6th committee.
And I want, what is J6? Is that where they stormed the Capitol
and killed a police officer?
Is that the same committee we're talking about? So that it's clear on the record.
The ones that have been exonerated, we say that we stand with law enforcement, but don't care when police officers get killed.
We're going to continue on to the next question. Governor, you are here to advise your counsel. You're not here to pontificate. Absolutely.
But you are there to pontificate and hide of the January 6th persecuted.
Absolutely.
Absolutely irrelevant, everything that you're trying to say.
How does this help you with laws? Yes, I'm sorry, Judge. I'm sorry, Governor.
If you've got something to ask it, but don't go into, well, there must have been a conspiracy here when they went up and looked into the folks that broke into the Capitol in shamu suits or whatever that was and put the Vice President of the United States out saying hang Mike Pence, and that they were prosecuted and then pardoned by President Trump, and you're trying to say and infer that it was illegal, immoral to investigate that was part of a pending case. So
We're asking questions relative to the investigation, Governor. We're going to move on to the next question.
you're trying to infer some wrongdoing where none exists. Ask the question, let's move on.
Also to divide this country, and it should be noted that there were many great honorable Republicans that brought this case to me because they knew what happened was wrong. One of them is Duncan, who's now running for governor.
So you have your endorsement.
I didn't endorse him.
Wait, don't answer that question.
So
but I do think it should be noted that although
she didn't endorse Duncan, but she surely did not endorse you. She endorsed your opponent. So you see that little endorsement that she gave against him rattled his brain. Yes, she's rattled. She's rattling heads.
you are trying to divide this country, that this country is not divided. Most people in this country are trying to do the right thing every day as they get up for work. Most people know when someone is murdered and victimized, you don't act as a depraved human being and tease them and their family in their greatest time of loss. Most people.
So I want to talk about a little bit of a timeline as it relates to D.C. And just lay out a fact pattern here, and then I'll ask you a couple questions. On November 9th, then President Biden stated and was asked about President Trump returning to office, and he stated that we just have to demonstrate that he will not take power. If he does run, making sure he, under legitimate efforts of our Constitution, does not become the next president again. Are you familiar with that quotation from the president?
It has nothing to do with this inquiry. If you want to subpoena President Biden, subpoena him down here. I'll come. I might even represent him. He's got a fee. I hope he's got something left.
Now she's being questioned about Biden. Biden.
So a couple of days after this, President Trump did indeed announce that he was running for president. As you can see on the date there, November 15th, 2022. And then the very next day, and we've referenced this a second ago, but we're going to go back to it.
This helps you develop legislation now.
The very next day, there was a conversation between Mr. Wade. I'm sorry, there was an 8-hour, what's described here as an interview with DC and the White House.
Interview with who?
It reads interview DC/White House. It's on the screen.
They said that they had.
Now I'm laying a foundation here, Governor.
Don't answer yet. Let me listen to the question.
On November 18th, the very same day as this 8-hour phone call with the White House, U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland appointed Special Counsel Jack Smith. And around that same period of time, some news reports say the same day, but we know within 2 weeks of that time, Matthew Colangelo, who was the former third highest ranking official at DOJ, tendered his resignation to take a position in the Manhattan prosecutor's office, which would go on to also indict President Trump.
What does any of that have to do with Fulton County and their prosecution? He's laying ground here, is what he said. What ground are you laying?
Committed crimes in a lot of places.
Tendered his resignation to take a position in the Manhattan prosecutor's office, which would go on to also indict President Trump.
He committed crimes in a lot of places.
And convicted by the jury of his peers.
And you know, you all want to, this is very important. You all want to intimidate people from doing the right thing. And you think that you're going to intimidate me. You all have been trying to intimidate me for 5 years, which is why I have not been able to live in my house for 5 years, because the N-word has been written on my house. Thousands of threats have come to my office. And instead of doing some legislation, when someone says something inflammatory that you know is going to cause them to be the victims of crime, you ought to do something about it. But you see, I'm not Marjorie Taylor Greene. I ain't going to quit in a month because somebody threatens me. I took an oath to do the right thing. People came into my community and committed a crime, and I indicted them. And rest assured, if someone else comes in my community and commits a crime, I will indict them again.
Special purpose.
Any questions? I have to run. I'm going to drop the link to this juicy Senate meeting that was supposed to help find out how to create laws in Georgia. Let me make sure there is nothing. You guys can hear the rest for yourselves. Let me make sure there's not one more thing. There is a couple more juicy moments in this. I just wanted to get us started.
to sign off on approving them for that work site, as well as the district attorney. So that is to the law enforcement that report to me, because, you know, I have a police department there, and so they have to get it signed off on that it's appropriate work. I don't like my investigators working in nightclubs, but they can certainly work at a store.
More than just privilege, it is also this beyond the scope of what you've read me there. Well, where are we going? I thought this was supposed to be.
I thought y'all needed some help.
It was supposed to be about.
Jack Smith was appointed by Merrick Garland, and just a month after, the third ranking member of the Department of Justice left the Department of Justice to go work for Alvin Bragg, that date being December 15th, 2022. Is that the date that the special purpose grand jury released its report?
I don't recall.
Don't answer that. And let me tell you,
You don't recall? Does that?
You said you did not recall. And to try to, everybody's a crook in your mind. Jack Smith.
Well, there were some crooks.
Well, I know. But
they were on the indictment.
So you reference your prosecutorial discretion and bringing these charges. I believe you say 50. You were talking kind of fast there. Was it 50 that you said?
I said that the grand jury recommended that 19 people be indicted. It's there. It's part of public record. What I did was look at all of the evidence against each of those persons, and I chose to only put forth an indictment that talked about the 19 most culpable. Those 19 were presented to a grand jury.
I just want
that
to clarify.
grand
You said
jury.
twice. I just want to clarify your testimony.
19 people were indicted.
Originally, how many were recommended? You said 19 for both.
39 were recommended. 19 were presented.
How many of the electors? There were 16 electors here in the Capitol that cast votes for President Trump. Is that correct?
I object. They were not electors.
There were
Talking about the fake electors that y'all sat in a hearing and listened to, many of y'all.
In the same room.
I was not in the room. But I'm referencing there were 16 electors who took part in that meeting. Is that your understanding?
Why are you not offended that people came before you and lied?
Were there 16?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Okay. How many did you indict?
What does this have to do with your developing legislation? Because this is not relevant. So I'm going to object relevance.
Where are we going? I thought this was supposed to be.
I thought y'all needed some help.
It was supposed to be about rules of conduct. And so now you're getting into where the electors met here and they weren't really electors, and how many of them got indicted, and why did you do that?
We're here for far more. We're here for far more than rules of conduct.
On why she chose to do so. It was presented to two grand juries. They returned an indictment on one because an investigative grand jury cannot indict. It can only investigate. And so how has this to do with the conduct and legislation? I'm amazed that everybody's fixated that the election was fixed 5 years ago.
We'll come back to this. We'll move on for a second.
Let's move on for a good bit, maybe a half hour.
Well, we'll see what you think of this next slide question, Governor. In January of 2021, you referenced his name earlier, but you hired Jeff DeSantis to be the Deputy District Attorney overseeing the Media Relations Unit of the District Attorney's Office. Is that correct?
And strategy.
Media Relations and Strategy. Can you describe the difference between those two separate roles, or are you just saying that's the title?
That's the title.
It's the title. Okay. Was he serving in your office in April of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. He's classified those in ADA for personnel purposes.
He is a lawyer. He
Yes,
went
he
to Emory Law School. He was there 2 years ahead of me and graduated. He's my elder.
That's not hard for me.
When you're referencing media relations, how would you describe the overall role of media relations?
This has nothing. I don't read about media relations in any of these resolutions. It's beyond the scope.
This is within the scope of the state's funding to that department.
Not a question about who's the director of media relations.
I didn't ask you. I'm asking what the role of media relations is.
Neither is that. Don't answer. I instruct you not to answer. Completely irrelevant.
Your objection is relevance.
No, my objection is the reason she hired and the reason that she has hires and fires employees, and the reason that she undertakes to run her office is a matter of employees, which is executive and is privileged and is a deliberative process.
So you are asserting that the role of a media relations director is privileged?
You can move on.
You want clarity on that, Counselor?
So you're instructing the witness not to answer on
I'm instructing.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just trying to understand what the objection is.
My objection. Where's the court report? Here's the court report.
It would help if you, Governor, respectfully, it would help if the objections could be limited to like 5 to 10 seconds. I mean, I don't need a speaking objection.
I talk slow.
I'll give you 30 seconds, but it's counted by words, Governor.
I'm a country lawyer, and it's real hard for me to get things done. It is beyond the scope of the resolution, number one.
All right, can we break and address that?
I would say my objection.
That's fine. We'll do it all together. I'm just trying to understand. I'm not trying to debate, Governor.
I think he's just looking for clarity on your objection, Governor.
It's beyond the scope.
Okay.
Irrelevant. and the decisions she makes on personnel are not subject to inquiry.
All right, on the beyond the scope, I'm sorry. Oh, I can do that, I guess. Is that me?
It's on.
That's on?
Yep.
Okay.
Can you hear?
I know I'm not going to convince you, but I just want to give you the chance. I certainly know I'm not going to convince you, Madam DA. Whereas, this is lines 26 to 30 of Senate Resolution 5. Whereas many have concluded that the conduct of District Attorney Willis has brought her and her office into disrepute.
My office has brought myself into respect.
I'm sorry.
And so
I'm not done, Governor.
Okay, go ahead.
Undermine public confidence in fair, impartial, and
The public voted me again by 68% respect.
Madam DA, I don't think that it's, well, you continued. I mean, I've got my second fundraiser email from you while we're sitting here.
Did you donate?
Impartial. I did early on when you ran against Paul Howard, and you know that.
You selected the best DA in the country.
I'm just here as a lawyer, man. Fair and impartial, disinterested administration of justice by prosecutors across our state, and cast significant doubt as to the purpose and validity of the charges of her office has brought in regard to the 2020 presidential election. Further, when you get to the language, the actionable language under powers and duties of the committee is hereby reauthorized to undertake legislative investigation into the issues mentioned above or related thereto. So I would submit it's broad. I presume that doesn't change your position, but I just, okay. You say that it is irrelevant. Is you mentioned at the start of this that you were going to be able to object to privilege. Is it your position that relevance is a privilege that you're asserting?
It's more than just privilege. It is also that it's beyond the scope. And what you've read me there is just confirmed that it's beyond the scope.
Or related thereto when it speaks to.
Related thereto refers to the 2020 election.
Correct. And both you and Madam DA have said that her decision to bring the case and how it was brought and who was brought against, the exact things the Court of Appeals talked about, those initial pretrial decisions.
Correct.
Caused people to question and the fairness and of justice. And so if that is what the courts have said, not me, I'm not here to say one way or the other, but if that's what the courts have said, and that is in the language of the Senate resolution, your position is that it is limited to what?
It certainly does not encompass who the press secretary is in the DA's.
Okay, but the question that was on the floor was, what is the role of a media relations person?
What his role would be. How does that got anything to do?
I think the question was, and if you need, I'm sure it could be asked this way, is what is the role of the person? And so to that question, which does not include any individual, but what is the role of the office? The objection is scope and privilege, or scope and relevance.
Correct. And also.
And since you mentioned fundraising, I'd like to make sure that this is part of the record. Counselor believing he's going to go after Fonnie Willis and asking to donate at the last period. I also have 50 of these for the press because this is about folks sitting here trying to get elected.
Do we have anything else?
So this man who's questioning her has put out a fundraiser a notice talking about he's going to go after Fonnie Willis. Understand that he's running for lieutenant governor and he's doing his big one. And he's skeeting all over himself, though.
We do have a lot more, Governor. We'll take a lunch break just so you all are aware if you want to make arrangements at 12:30.
I'd like to go straight through.
We'll take a lunch break at 12:30. Madam DA, relative to your full-time employed staff, such as Mr. DeSantis, what rules, if any, exist relative to other work that they can do, either contract work or employment work, outside of your office?
If it's an investigator and they're working
We've had prior to your arrival around some and essentially a letter and a warrant.
Serves investigation. And where
$1 million is it? Conversation.
I do not recall.
Can you clarify for me? You said you started charging just earlier this year.
Absolutely. I did have a question for you because I was.
$75,744,000 in 2025 to date. So the year is not over. They have spent $80,056,000. What we did was collect the 13 top people that received money, MR, because we didn't think it was necessary for people to know who they were, but you can get this off the made $8,181,000. The 13th person on the list, so everybody else is in between, made $1,050,000. This is in one annual year.
And thank you. Thanks for clearing that up. I have a question also about the block billing, and I know that you didn't really look at the bills, but just kind of asking from a standpoint of just, I guess, experience. It could also be just as reasonable that whoever was actually looking at the bills could say, look, I don't need every phone call. I don't need every witness name that you talk to. Just give it to me in one kind of block, and we do it that way. And by the same token, someone else could say, no, I want every single thing. And you just have a difference about how the person can input it into their particular system. Is that accurate?
Ms. Whitmore, who is the CFO for the county, is a stickler. If she paid a bill, it was done to whatever the county rules are. But again, you're asking me to speculate? Yeah. I never saw the bills. I don't see the invoices. And that's a good point of clarification. Several documents have been put up this morning. I can't attest to the accuracy of any of them. In fact, it is clear that some of them have been augmented and they're not authenticated documents. So no document that's been shown here today has been authenticated. And it's clear that some of them have been altered. But whether they've been altered or haven't been altered, it was my first time seeing them.
Right. In any event, however a person wants to get the billing or not, would you think that this is actually a good way for us to come up with a recommendation on how local DAs or solicitors should actually try to do their billing for outside counsel? That the Georgia General Assembly should decide this is how we should do our billing practices.
Why is he turning red? Why is he turning red?
What I think is that the voters should elect ethical district attorneys, and that those district attorneys should do the things that are needed to make their communities safer. And that I always like the idea of, for me, I don't think it's necessary for every DA, but I liked that the county looked at our documents. I didn't have to do that. But I knew I was a Black DA. I knew I was the first woman DA. And so I took extra precautions because I understand what that means.
Absolutely. And you also want, I think, kind of clarify on this White House trip where you're saying you were actually on the lawn. I don't know if you want to.
I was not at the White House. Right. And so that has been a lie that has been purported by members of this committee. That what happened is, I know we don't like to talk about Black history, right? We want to get rid of Black history museums. We want to get rid of, and I want to say this, we want to get rid of free admissions to parks on Juneteenth and on Martin Luther King's birthday. But I'll let you know something. I appreciate our president because he made free admissions to parks on my birthday. So I do appreciate that. Hopefully King Petty don't get rid of that day. But right now you can get into a federal park on my birthday for free. Now, with that being said, that was a party celebrating Black History Month. And I was so excited to get the invitation. And leaders from all across the country literally came to not the White House, because I never went to the White House on that trip. And I think I was there like 24 hours. It was at the vice president's house, but not actually at her house. It was in a tent on the lawn. Quite frankly, while we were there, I never got a chance even to meet the vice president, which was disappointing. I thought, you have all these people from all over the country there. You would like kind of do an assembly line and sign and, everybody take a picture, but that did not even occur. She did come on the stage at one point with her Secret Service all around her. I don't know what was going on, but Secret Service was all around.
So you had Natalie Merchant at a last meeting showing, holding up a picture saying that, insinuating that Fonnie Willis and Kamala Harris were having a secret meeting at this Black History Month event that was thrown on the lawn of the vice president. Why is all of this important? Why is she reiterating it? Because they're campaigning and raising money on a lie.
Her. But it was still a very valuable trip because I got to meet leaders from all over the country that were trying to service their communities. And so I was honored that I was thought to be a leader worthy of having an invitation to that event.
Thank you. And there was also a question about whether, Judge Wade had met with somebody from the January 6th committee and things of that nature. But let me ask you this, whether that took place or not, and there's a question about that, but whether that took place or not, would that have any relevance to the co-conspirators in this case who are going around from state to different states, making that stuff about the 2020 election and actually trying to do things that they were trying to do in this case?
We based our case on what we investigated. And as someone from the South and as a Black woman, I've taken a lot of offense to this because there's been this indication that I'm not smart enough or people from the South aren't smart enough to be able to do this type of complex investigation. We did it. It was my team who did it. We did it all. And Dolezal, I hope that I pronounced your name right because I want Senator Dolezal, asked about ethics. I think he should know if we want a full picture of ethics that Judge McBurney, who he just mentioned, one of the fake electors threw him a fundraiser. So while we having facts, I want to make sure we get all the facts out here.
And when we're talking about
So did he tell you that one of the fake electors that he had trough in to lie and not say that they were bogus electors held a fundraiser for him? Let's see let's see what color red he is now.
also with Judge Wade and billing and things of that nature, did that
under the sign, he looks a darker shade of red than his tie.
calls it all? I think the record would show that the vice president's personal attorney, based on what these conspirators actually were doing, actually called a former federal judge and said, you need to send out a tweet to say that Vice President Pence must actually certify this election, because he was so concerned that there might be not a certification coming January 6th. Anything about this billing have any impact on any of that kind of thing taking place at all?
Nothing about this billing can bring back the 5 lives that were lost on January 6th, to include, I understand that 4 were people that were in the mob, but they didn't deserve to lose their lives. 1 is very personal to me because it was a police officer just trying to serve. And here goes another example of a good American, and this is not about parties as you all have tried to make it. They tried to kill our Vice President Pence. Now, I probably have never agreed politically with anything Pence said, but what I do know is he has a right to do his job and to be free from harm. And we're trying to, we say we're not for violent crime, but we sure like violent criminals if it's helping our cause.
And we also talked about, what is it called? Critical measures or mentions, critical mentions. So even discussing that, would critical mentions actually have anything to do with the fact that just yesterday, as a matter of fact, 2 former co-conspirators, because the case has been dismissed, I think Mr. Roman and Mr. Cheeseborough, just yesterday in Wisconsin, was held to answer charges, 4 felony charges for actually creating a fake elector program that was similar to what was prosecuted right here in Georgia. That they're going to be felony charges facing those. And there were 2 conspirators in this particular case that had the same kind of scheme. Anything about his billing or anything about critical mentions have anything to do with the fact that 2 persons that were indicted in your case right now, just yesterday, a judge in Wisconsin said you're going to face charges, 11 charges, based on similar scheme that took place in Georgia.
No, and it should be noted that Roman was indicted in 3 separate states, and that many of the co-defendants were indicted in separate states because, and let's be clear so the record is clear, in my indictment in Arizona, they indicted John Eastman, Gina Ellis, Ruben Giuliani, Mark Meadows, and Mike Roman. Mike Roman was represented by Merchant, who came here and testified. In Wisconsin, they also indicted Cheeseborough and Roman. And so, we could go on and on about, in the federal case had only 1 defendant, Donald Trump, but he was also indicted in my case. So these defendants committed crimes in our state and other states, and there's all this talk about political enemies. Not one of these defendants do I consider to be my political enemy. I'm sorry that they think of me as an enemy. I guess they don't know that their job is to serve me, to work for me, to make life better for me and my family. But they are not my political enemy, and I actually pray for them because I see issues.
And also within Wisconsin, the quote-unquote fake electors there actually got sued. And the discovery in that case was over 577 pages. Now, you didn't get to the discovery process in your particular case, but I'm just curious because we were talking about Mr. Scandalakis and how deep he got into your case. How voluminous was your case at the time it stopped?
Huge. Much of this room, it could fill up, if not all of this room. It was huge. It was lots of witnesses that had to do a lot of work was put into this, because I always want to make sure that I am a fair DA, and that's why you see a grand jury recommending 39 people based on their conduct being indicted, and me cutting it down to 19, because I'm only going to put forth those with the worst evidence, who did the worst things. But I'm also a fighter for victims, and I was fighting for the victims in this case. And the fact that to some prosecutors, Ruby Freeman and her daughter have no value. She has value to me, and she should have value to other Americans, because what happened to her is horrible. And for someone to say they couldn't prosecute a defendant who came in a room and lied for the grand jury, I mean, a baby prosecutor could have prosecuted it, but that's neither here nor there.
And lastly, where we're talking about billing being correct or things of that nature, or critical mentions, does any of that change the impact? I think what these co-conspirators were doing, based on the indictment, that the ultimate goal was to overthrow the 2020 election.
That was the ultimate goal. And we've had people that are supposed to be leaders that instead of being leaders are just cowering down. This country needs leaders, not cowards.
I don't have anything else, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Leader Jones. I've got a few more questions here. Some of this, Madam DA, will be a little bit more, I guess, philosophical manner. I want to get your take on some of the testimony that we've had prior to your arrival around some of the state laws. You've shared some of your thoughts already on some of those things. But one thing that we've talked a lot about in the committee is the use of special purpose grand juries. Can you, for the benefit of those watching, outline the difference between a grand jury and a special purpose grand jury?
Special purpose grand jury is for the purpose of investigating. They are not legally allowed to put forth an indictment. And so that is what a special purpose grand jury is for.
So, and you referenced this earlier, the process of going to 2 grand juries. In your case, with the use of the special purpose grand jury, you went from that special purpose, which was used for investigatory means that you mentioned, and ended up ultimately with a grand jury. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. It's been described to me that a grand jury exists to essentially put a check on prosecutorial power, to require the prosecutor to have to prove some element of grounds to bring indictment. Would you agree with that statement?
It's one way to phrase it.
How would you phrase it?
That a grand jury is made up of citizens, that the citizens are brought there. I'm the only DA in the state. I do grand jury 4 days a week. So I have an A grand jury. It runs on Monday and Tuesday. And I have a B grand jury. It runs on Thursday and Friday. And we bring forth cases to the grand jury where usually law enforcement, but sometimes lay witnesses testify. If the grand jury finds that there is adequate evidence, they will put forth an indictment. It should be known by the general public that not all felonies require an indictment. Some of your lower level felonies you can do by accusation, just like you could do a misdemeanor. But for any serious felony, you need to go to the grand jury.
You may have touched on this, and I'm just going to ask you to, in the context of this conversation, outline it again if you don't mind. What was the reason for the use of a special purpose grand jury in this election case?
To investigate, to make sure I took this matter very seriously. I was not just going to charge people with a crime before I found evidence. And sadly, a lot of people in government, the governor and other officials, refuse to testify unless they had a subpoena. Well, I can't get a subpoena unless I have a special purpose grand jury. And so we served them with subpoenas, and they honored their subpoenas and they came forward.
So with a grand jury for out-of-state witnesses, there's no way to get, for a regular grand jury, to get a subpoena?
For a regular grand jury, but by the time you're before a regular grand jury, you're indicting. And I didn't go into this case knowing that there would even be an indictment brought forth.
Tell me about a material witness warrant, what the process is to get one, and when one would be used.
When someone won't cooperate, you have to go get one.
Do you have to get one for all out-of-state witnesses unless you're using a grand jury? I'm sorry, special purpose grand jury?
You can get a material witness warrant for a witness in a trial. We have had to get material witness warrants for someone in a trial. So I don't know that I understand your question, but basically when someone will not cooperate, it requires you to go get a warrant. Typically you have to send someone to that state. They have to testify as to why this person is material. Then the judge there makes a determination. Yes, they are material. They sign the warrant, they come down. That's very brief, but that gives you kind of the gist of what a material witness warrant has been used. I've used it many times in my career.
My understanding is essentially you need 2 judges. What sounds like one's the out-of-state judge, one will be a Georgia judge to compel that testimony. Is that accurate?
Because they have to make a determination that it's actually material.
And with a special purpose grand jury, you have the ability to send essentially a letter and a warrant to whoever you wish and compel them to testify without the process of going through the material witness warrant. Is that accurate?
Yeah, again, we're getting into the weeds. We needed a special purpose grand jury because I need to be able to issue subpoenas. So you can issue subpoenas from the grand jury to bring the people there to testify. And so if you're asking that we do that process, we fought in every court in this land. Lindsey Graham took us all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States, who unanimously, I believe, I think it was unanimously voted that he would have to come in to appear.
We are getting in the weeds, just indulge us, because we do need to, the law needs to be specific. And not sure if you watched the testimony. We had a couple of DAs that testified, one of whom, and I apologize, I don't recall the gentleman's name. He essentially, I'm going to paraphrase here, said that he believed that, or I think he stated that it would be fine with him if we struck the entire code section as it related to special purpose grand juries, because in his opinion, that kind of blurred the line between investigator and prosecutor and put you in the position of kind of being the investigator and the trier of fact. I don't know if you've heard about this testimony or not.
I haven't heard this testimony, but what I do know is Coca-Cola and the girl that sells lemonade, they both sell liquids, but it ain't the same work. And so you brought people from jurisdictions that do not do the complexity of cases that I do. Now, all work is honorable work. So hear that. And prosecutors everywhere are trying their best to uphold the law. But to get somebody from a jurisdiction where they got 15 lawyers and, they've been to grand jury once every 6 months, and to ask them to discuss my work where I'm running grand jury 4 times a year and 12,000 new felony cases. I'm sorry, 4 times a week, and 12,000 felonies a year is the most complex cases that this state sees. I don't think you were talking to people that you should have been. So I disagree with him, and I don't even think he has the ability to comment on the work of the Fulton County DA.
Well,
and I noticed that you didn't bring any diversity here when you brought witnesses. You brought all Republican, Caucasian people to come and to tell you about my work. I don't need Daddy to tell me how to do my work. I know how to do my work.
Yeah, I don't recall any of the DAs that came commenting on your case at all or your work at all. It was more so trying to get a broad swath of the state, somewhere from.
But it would be like me telling you how to run a DA's office in a rural community. I don't know.
Well, the challenge for us, Madam DA, is we have to write laws that do give respect and deference to the reality that there are larger jurisdictions like yours and there are smaller ones, and there are a lot of DAs around the state that have to follow the same.
Well, that brings us to another law. When you all are trying to decide the salaries of district attorneys, you surely should not compare those that have my volume of work to those that have smaller jurisdictions of work. Now, I know it brings ire to some, that is the Democratic DAs that keep most of this state safe, but the reality is they run the largest jurisdictions. They happen to, in most cases, be minority, and they deserve to make more money.
Mr. Chairman, may I know that I'm just advised, but since I was here when we did investigative grand juries and all, can I explain the difference?
Governor, I think we'll defer to you, not because you were a governor, but because you started your illustrious career in the Georgia State Senate.
Well, I started as an assistant DA.
Well, your first elected role was in this chamber.
When a grand jury, and there are lawyers everywhere that do not understand this. When a grand jury, you present a bill of indictment or a special presentment. You can do it either way. Perfect in form, laid before the grand jury, charging a specific investigative grand jury, and they're rarely used. But investigative grand jury requires the addition.
In Fulton County, have you employed a special purpose grand jury?
Once.
Okay. Chairman Cowsert, who obviously I've said before can't be here today, he has contemplated this concept of a statewide grand jury. And one of the things that he and I talked about was just getting your thoughts on whether it's appropriate for the Fulton County DA and Fulton County grand jurors to have sole authority and responsibility, essentially for prosecuting all state level officials, simply because the capital is here in Atlanta, or what your thoughts might be on with that resting with the Attorney General and a local municipality. In this case, that would be, or a local jurisdiction, which would be your office.
And that's the real issue. And I know that it bothers you all that the district attorney in Fulton County is me, but I think you absolutely need, when laws are broken in someone's jurisdiction, they should have the ability to prosecute them. There is no need to do that in that way. And the reality is, I prosecute more cases than the Attorney General. We are equipped to do it. We are doing it. I think that what has happened is the complexion of the DAs have changed. And so now there's all this concern. Now we need a QAnon committee, the oversight committee y'all have come up with. Now we need a statewide grand jury, and we need to take rights away. No, it's just fine how it's always been.
I think what he's contemplating, at least as he kind of jotted some thoughts out to me, would be a concurrent jurisdiction where you would still have autonomy, but the Attorney General would also have the ability to prosecute cases. You would be opposed to.
They already.
Let's rein these Negroes in. We giving these Negroes too much power.
They have that ability. Okay. They have that ability. So then they have the ability.
That may be the distinction that he was getting to. I just want to get on the record because he couldn't be here today, and that is something that he asked about. We heard from, and I'm just going to summarize this. I know we are getting short on time. I do want to talk about federal grants because it was discussed in this committee.
Did you hear me say I just passed another audit?
I did hear you say that. I believe that asked and answered, I believe, as y'all would say. I don't think you gave us this number, but what's a ballpark number of federal grants in an average year of what y'all receive? Is it hundreds of thousands? Is it a couple $1 million? Is it?
I don't know an exact answer. I can tell you we do excellent work with our grants, and because of the current administration, not just in my office, but all over the country, people are losing valuable grant money to do the work of the people. And that is going to require some work of the legislature because the state's going to have to kick in more. This year alone, I lost 14 employees as of September 30th because not as many grants are being given. Grant work that just does excellent things for community. And the grants, so that we're clear, they're actually not the Fulton County District Attorney's grants. They're not the Atlanta Judicial Circuit's grants. They are the grants of the county. So they are not my grants. So that's a misnomer slang.
Of those 13, were they prosecutors or were they admin? What do they do?
A combination of everything. Some lawyers, some investigators, some staff.
Okay.
And those weren't all federal grants.
I want to move quickly through, and I don't want to belabor this, but there was a letter that I want to ask you about that came from Senator Grassley relative to grants. And then we heard testimony from someone who I believe used to work in your office, is no longer employed, named Amanda Timpson.
Yeah, all of her, 5 of her cases have been dismissed now. So I think that you should know that on summary judgment because she gave this committee information that was incorrect and her cases have been dismissed. You're not soothsayers. You wouldn't know that as you went into the future, but facts were provided to you that were inaccurate, not true, and those cases were dismissed. And it's about 5 cases. Some dismissed by her counsel. One was just dismissed on summary judgment. I have not misused grant funds. You were given false information. That's not the only witness that gave you false information, but that one certainly did.
Okay. I'm going to kind of cross-reference a couple of things that was the testimony from Ms. Timpson. I also reference a couple of things in the letter. The letter specifically notes that your office received $500,000 in 2020 to open a youth empowerment and gang prevention center.
You know I wasn't the DA in 2020.
Correct. I'm just going to ask you if the money for the grant has been used for that purpose, to your knowledge.
I wasn't the DA in 2020. I can't speculate.
After receiving Mr. Grassley's letter, did you have the opportunity to look into the use of that $500,000?
I don't believe I did. I don't think I responded to Mr. Grassley.
Okay. The letter highlights a report that roughly $89,000 of those funds have been diverted to what is known as the Offender Alumni Association. Is that report accurate to your knowledge?
I don't have any knowledge and I'm not going to speculate.
Okay. When Ms. Timpson was here, she previously testified that she discovered the office was using these grants and expenses that were not eligible for the grant. Specifically, she mentioned swag, computers, and travel.
And didn't know what she was talking about, which is why her cases were dismissed.
So is it your testimony that the funds were not used for swag, travel, or computers?
Let me speak specifically to the one that I know about.
Okay.
I bought a computer for a grant employee. I did not use grant funds to buy it. Which I do with all my grants. It's never enough. So you always do things to support the people working on the grants. But what I can tell you is her cases were dismissed because they had no merit. One was just dismissed on summary judgment.
She testified that she brought this to your attention in late 2021. Do you recall that conversation?
I do not recall it. What I recall is Ms. Timpson being a troubled employee that did not do well at the office, that I moved her. I remember she was one of those people I interviewed. I remember feeling terribly sorry for her because she's got a tragic story. So I was proud of that she had kind of lifted herself up by her bootstraps, but she ended up being an employee that was a holdover employee and not very good at her job. We tried to work with her. Ultimately, she put some of my employees in fear and she was let go. And that's what I recall.
And she was let go in January 2022.
I don't remember. I've had up to 400 employees.
Well, she was let go and her cases were thrown out of court and we're still talking about her.
Before the ARPA money was employed with, I literally have no idea. She obviously was not a lawyer or an investigator, and that is the tiers of my office, a lower level employee. I don't remember.
Okay. Going back to Grassley's letter.
I told you I didn't respond to Grassley's letter. I don't remember it. It doesn't stand out to me. It wasn't important to me.
I'll just highlight for you one thing he said, just allow you to clarify if it's accurate or not. He cites a report in the letter that says that in 2023, 98% of these federal grant funds were spent on travel and conferences.
I don't know if that's true or not. I doubt it's true. But if it was spent on travel and conferences, it would have been allowances of the grant. But that sounds inaccurate to me. But again, we're speculating.
Okay. Chairman Grassley asked you for a series of documents, and based on what you just said, I think I know the answer to this question, but I just want to clarify. He asked for a list of all federal grants received by the office since 2019, complete accounting of all expenditures of grant funds, reports related to planned expenditures of those funds. Have you complied with Mr. Grassley's request?
I believe Mr. Grassley was ignored.
Okay. Would you be willing to provide those documents to this committee?
I think you've been provided documents. What did happen was I provided documents to Jim Jordan.
Do you know if federal grant uses and sources and details that was requested by Mr. Grassley would have been captured in what you provided to Mr. Jordan?
Have no idea. This is a large office. It's not a rural office. I have a grant team.
So if we request these documents, you'd be willing to provide them to the committee?
Whatever's been provided is what I was willing to provide.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll consider. But I think it is included because I went to Washington on the Jim Jordan committee.
You say that one more time?
I went to Washington on the Jim Jordan committee twice. And they not only did they have all the documents, they sent another team of auditors down and they said everything was spent correctly.
I just passed a federal DOJ audit this week.
The Fulton County Ethics Code was amended in April of 24 to clarify that it includes elected officials. Is that your understanding?
I have no idea what Fulton County did.
That wouldn't apply to her.
Yeah, I'm not a county elected official. I'm a state.
She's a state elected.
Right.
Okay, so your position would be that the county ethics code, anti-nepotism code that they updated to include elected officials, when they expanded that scope, that would not include you. That would be
there's county electeds and there's a state elected. I am a state elected.
Okay.
I represent the Atlanta Judicial Circuit.
Does PAC have any sort of model language around either internal ethics codes for your office to use or any sort of anti-nepotism
You have to ask
language? Are you aware of anything that PAC has provided? can you provide the committee with any sort of internal ethics guidelines that you have, as well as any sort of anti-nepotism policy that your office has in writing?
I subpoena them, we'll consider it, decide whether it's relevant to the inquiry or whether it's privileged or whether you've already received.
Okay. Does an internal ethics policy exist in writing?
You know, you mentioned companies, and you know, it's interesting because I also saw where you posted where it's always Fulton County. But the truth is, you have a company that you've listed on your disclosures for finances, and that company stole millions of dollars from Fulton. If you want to look at ethics, you might want to look at that.
But he's stuck on ethics. He's stuck on ethics.
Because I also saw where you posted where it's always Fulton County. But the truth is, you have a company that you've listed on your disclosures for finances, and that company stole millions of dollars from Fulton. If you want to look at ethics, you might want to look at that.
Does your office have any sort of internal
The company's name is Teletrax, in case anyone thinks I'm making this up. And people died because that company did not provide the services that they purported to provide.
Does your office have an internal ethics policy that's in writing?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. I want to lastly just ask a couple questions about the Open Records Act.
Let me tell you something. I have a 92% conviction rate and a 92% clearance rate with open records. From January of 24 till November 30th of 2025, I've gotten over 1,600 open records requests. This ain't a rural town.
Say that number again. I'm sorry.
Over 1,600. And we have cleared 92%. Now, it should be noted that in 24, people were abusing the open records thing. Ms. Merchant, as you mentioned, over 30 requests for open records. Lots of people were abusing it. And it troubles me that in 25, I have to now start charging people for open records because I realize people will abuse it. But 92% of the open records requested, we have cleared.
Can you define cleared? What do you mean when you say cleared?
They've asked for documents and we've given them to them.
Okay. And you mentioned you're now having to charge an hourly rate. There were no hourly rates.
Not from January 1st of 2021. That was a novel idea a young, naive, new district attorney did. I thought that I could provide documents, or I wanted to have transparency. I wanted to be able to communicate with the public, and I wanted indigent people as well as rich people to be able, if they had something, to give it to them. What I didn't know is that there were a lot of evil people that would abuse that to make up lies.
Can you clarify for me? You said you started charging just earlier this year?
January of 2025.
Okay.
But I don't take in those funds. I had Ms. Whitmore do that.
Prior to your getting sworn in, did your office charge for open records requests?
I believe the prior DA did charge for open records, but you know, when you become the new DA, you have new ideas. One of my new ideas was I wanted to offer this level of transparency to my constituents. It was abused by people all over the country.
You referenced certain individuals abusing the process.
Absolutely.
When you said 30, just to take the example of Ms. Merchant, just since she has been before the committee, you said she filed 30 open records requests. In what period?
More than 30. It was 30 it was a little bit in excess of 30. Yes, I did say that.
Over what period of time?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Generally speaking, in kind of the scope of the
I don't remember,
case
so I'm not
of
going to speculate.
Okay. What, in your opinion, what should...
She also came in here and testified that I diverted money from my homicide backlog. I cleared my homicide backlog, all of it. Didn't divert any money. People came in here and lied to you. You should be upset about that.
As you think through the law, the open records law currently is unlimited, right? Somebody can...
I think if you want a new open records law, you should make the legislature have to answer open records. That would be my recommendation for a new law.
I would vote for that as well. But let me just get I just want to get your opinion on the scope and how you would limit that, how you determine abuse versus non-abuse.
How I would limit open records? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, if you were taking an extreme case, right? If you say 30, I
don't think the district...
So let me drop this link in the description box one more time. Here you go. I skipped over a portion of it, so let's review. There was a lot of information there, so let's review the information that we saw there. Here we go. And this link is also in my description box as well. Let's Let's have a quick review.
Has control over their budget and they don't have to go to the county. But I understood I was a woman DA coming into office. I also understood that I was African American. And so therefore there would always be a target on my back. And so I did two things financially. One is I've never, so people can stop requesting, had a credit card associated with that office. Never. So I've never had a credit card, will never have a credit card. The other thing I did is that there is a CFO of Fulton County, a white female, her name is Sharon Whitmore. And so I made it so that the procedures of my office, although I did not have to do it, that it has to go through her for clearance. That way nobody would say the district attorney stole any money. Okay. You are really not listening.
Can you describe?
To be fair notice, I'm not going to allow her to answer repetitive questions that have been answered time and time again. She's answered this. She said she has a deputy of operations. And he reviews, or she reviews, and then it goes through the county. So
how does this assist you in developing laws for Georgia? Because I believe the purpose that I'm here for is because you all need assistance in doing your job. And it made sense to me that you'd come to the best prosecutor in the state to ask for some advice. But I'm confused as to how this assists you and what the purpose of me being here is. Now, your real purpose is to try to get elected, which I would say, Georgia, please, let's elect any lieutenant governor but this one. I don't recall ever speaking to any one of the January 6th committee. What you asked me, though, is have I ever met someone? I am a public official. I meet people all over this country all the time. So I have no idea if I've ever met someone that may have been part of the January 6th committee.
And what is J6? Is that where they stormed the Capitol?
And killed a police officer?
Is that the same committee we're talking about? So it's clear on the record.
The ones that have been exonerated, we say that we stand with law enforcement, but don't care when police officers get killed.
You got something to ask don't go into, well, there must have been a conspiracy here when they went up and looked into the folks that broke into the Capitol in shamu suits or whatever that was and put the Vice President of the United States out saying, hang Mike Pence, and that they were prosecuted and then pardoned by President Trump, and you're trying to say and infer that it was illegal, immoral to investigate that was part of a pending case. You're trying to infer some wrongdoing where none exists. Ask the question. Let's move on.
Also to divide this country, and it should be noted that there were many great, honorable Republicans that brought this case to me because they knew what happened was wrong. One of them is Duncan, who's now running for governor.
So you have your endorsement?
I didn't endorse him.
Wait, don't answer that question.
So
I see that Counselor left you alone today,
I'm not
and he is running to be Attorney General of this state,
Madam DA,
and he is not qualified to be such. By record, by this document where he put up a false document trying to prove that I met with the Vice President, that shows you he does not have ethics. But there is somebody running for Attorney General that has been a state prosecutor, a federal prosecutor, a civil rights attorney, and a state's legislature. So if people want to vote for people that are ethical and actually have the experience to do the job, I say go donate now to Tanya Miller. The district attorney has control over their budget and they don't have to go to the county. But I understood I was a woman DA coming into office. I also understood that I was African American.
Thank you guys for joining me. I hope you guys have a fabulous remainder of your day, and I'll see you back on here tomorrow.
In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming.